Chapter 1059. As he scrutinized the bronze cross in his hand, Klein was certain that it corresponded to at least a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Apart from purifying effects, this mystical item also possessed demigod-level spells like sun flaring. And if its negative effects were used well, it could resolve many problems. For example, it could help people who had strayed into the Beyonder world in hopes of escaping their madness to return to normal. It could also help people who had consumed an extra potion to purge the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. This required precise timing, otherwise, it was easy to cause one sequence level to drop. Of course, the body and soul that had been transformed by the potion would definitely clash with the essence of an ordinary person. Beyonders who relied on the bronze cross to exit this circle would undoubtedly suffer from repercussions. The exact situation would be different depending on the different pathways, sequences, and individual details. This made Klein sigh. This was the most useful and valuable negative effect he had ever seen. To him, the only problem was that he couldn't carry the bronze cross around for long periods of time, even if it was given to a marionette. It would cause the marionette's Beyonder characteristic to purge, causing its level to drop. And after becoming a marionette, there was no way to consume potions to advance because his spirit body was essentially dead. As for marionettes that were ordinary creatures, wearing the cross for long periods of time would cause them to praise the sun and lose control. I can only place it above the grey fog and take it out when I need it. To a bizarro sorcerer, this doesn't affect me too much. After all, I won't perform unprepared. I'll then confirm if it corresponds to an unshadowed. If it does, I'll wait for Little Sun to digest the Priest of Light potion before selling it to him. I believe that the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council wouldn't be stingy with a sealed artifact of equivalent value in exchange. The sun pathway is clearly more suitable for the forsaken land of the gods than the other pathways. Klein thought in a good mood as he placed the bronze cross back on the long mottled table. He didn't immediately confirm it. He planned on doing it after returning to 160 Boklund Street. When the time came, he could also use dream divination to figure out the origins of the sealed artifact. Mega Manor was too close to the underground ruins. Perhaps it was within the range of the royal family's angel or even Adam. During the attempt, if he triggered any changes that caused the grey fog's fluctuations, it was possible that his greatest secret would be discovered. Even if this sealed artifact doesn't correspond to an unshadowed, it must belong to the sun pathway. At most, it would be mixed with other Beyonder characteristics. No, it would be rejected. And the symbol of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun is a golden sacred emblem. It resembles an abstract sun and has nothing to do with a cross. Yes, after eliminating this possibility, the only ones related to the sun domain are the city silver creator, the ancient sun god, Adam, and Adam. For it to appear in Viscount Stratford's hands, does this mean that the one cooperating with the royal family is the Twilight Hermit Order, and that psychological alchemy is just a cover? Of course, there are too many other possibilities. Perhaps it was gathered by the Augustus family themselves. As a rather famous angel family with a long history in the Fourth Epoch, it's very normal for them to gather certain items of the ancient sun god. If this sealed artifact was really provided by Adam, could it be his arrangements? Against Demonis Trissy and her companions who are clearly involved with an evil god, it's very reasonable for Viscount Stratford to choose this cross that's good at purification and give up the other items. When he decided to eliminate Shia Maneh, he didn't know if she had been corrupted by an evil god. He was afraid that an accident would happen, so he didn't use any direct means of attack. Instead, he wasted time to activate the sealed artifact. It's also very reasonable. Yes, it's indeed very reasonable. I just wonder if there are any signs of it being arranged by someone. With this in mind, my 0-08 phobia is acting up again. Right, Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment had discussed Adam in private. It involved the forsaken land of the gods, the giant king's court, and the king of angels. Even if it was really arranged by Adam, what's the point of him giving this item to Miss Magicians and Miss Judgment? Klein's scalp tingled as he calmed his emotions. He decided to attempt the verification after returning to Boklund Street. Without any delay, he immediately returned to the real world. As for the items on Kona's Kilga, he didn't rely on the grey fog's enhancement. Just his divination abilities had allowed him to gain a basic grasp of the exact situation. Apart from the concerto of light and shadow and the emblem that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Oriana, had taken away, Kona's Kilga still had two mystical items. One was Reva's Roar of Despair, which Rhodes had mentioned. It stemmed from a failed sacrifice, and it had two uses. One was normal shooting, which was slightly weaker than an air cannon. The other was a machine gun that could fire a large number of bullets in a second or two. These two methods came with a Roar of Despair. It had a certain impact on a demigod at the saint level, but it wasn't too much. Of course, not all demigods could withstand such an attack. For example, Klein himself didn't have a freakish body or defense to withstand it head-on. The other item was called Lucky Grass. It looked very simple, but it was a four-leaf clover that had been made into a protective charm. Its ability allowed the wearer to accumulate a certain chance of success after every failure. The negative effect was to magnify the flaws in the wearer's character. Klein's evaluation of it was that he might as well change it to Mother of Success. These two mystical items didn't have much practical value to Klein, so he continued placing them on his marionette, Kona's Kilga. And this demigod-level marionette was his greatest gain. A lawyer's keen grasp and use of loopholes in the rules, as well as his guidance and persuasion of his targets, a barbarian's strength and physique to break the rules, a briber's bribe, a baron of corruption's distortion, a mentor of chaos's chaos, and an earl of the fallen's bestowal, magnification, and utilization were all very good powers. If not for the detailed information he had obtained from Rhodes, making sufficient preparations and formulating a plan, as well as the help of the Angel of Concealment, Klein wouldn't have absolute confidence in keeping Kona's Kilga behind him, even if he had Fate Siphon and other items. In fact, compared to turning him into a marionette, using Creeping Hunger to graze Kona's Kilga would be more inconspicuous, making it harder for him to be discovered. But that way, I'll only be able to use 3 Earl of the Fallen Beyonder powers. As Klein thought, he walked out of the washroom and returned to the lawn where the bonfire banquet was held. On the lawn, Mark stood in front of the roasting rack, his forehead covered in sweat as he performed East Balaam-style roasted meat. Hazel stood a little further away as she watched with sparkling eyes. She no longer had the arrogance she had in the past. Her face even had some black marks from the soot. As for Portland Moment, he held a glass of wine and watched with a smile as the young man to him busied himself. From time to time, he would pick up a skewer and take a bite out of it. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt calm. On Sunday afternoon, the group of people who had gone to the outskirts of Beekland returned to Bokelund Street. Before dinner, Klein had once again entered the world above the grey fog and picked up the bronze cross. He first confirmed that the cross corresponded to the Sun Pathway sequence 4 Unshadowed. Furthermore, he had uncreatively named it Unshadowed Crucifix. Following that, he picked up a fountain pen and wrote a new divination statement, the origins of this cross. Klein didn't directly divine if the unshadowed crucifix's acquisition had any traces of an arrangement, afraid that it would point to Adam and alert him. He planned on starting with the origins of the sealed artifact to investigate the exact situation. If the previous owner of the unshadowed crucifix was Adam, the truth of the matter would undoubtedly lean towards deliberate arrangements. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein looked down at the bronze cross in his hand and exhaled with a heavy expression. I'm courting death again. He suspected that the unshadowed crucifix originated from the City of Silver's creator, the ancient god of the sun. This was a deity more powerful than the ancient gods like the Dragon of Imagination. The damage suffered from spying on him was definitely worse than when Klein had divined Roselle's travels. However, things were different now. Klein was now a sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer, a demigod. The damage he could withstand and the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog far exceeded that of a sequence 5. After spending a few seconds to calm his emotions, he leaned back in his chair. With the unshadowed crucifix in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, he softly repeated the divination statement. Over and over again, Klein used cogitation as a springboard to enter a deep dream. In the blurry world, a greyish-white building appeared. Its original shape couldn't be seen clearly. It was located in a pitch-black environment, as though there were monsters lurking around it. A crack appeared on the grayish-white building's surface, and a pale-skinned palm extended out. A figure walked out. It was a man wearing a black clergyman's robe with a silver cross hanging in front of his chest. The man's hair wasn't long, and it was mainly black. However, the roots had a pale yellow to gold luster. His eyes were pure gold, and his skin was rather fair. His facial features were deep, and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked rather similar to the people of the northern continent. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab the ordinary-looking cross. His eyes gradually recovered from their dazed state as the corners of his mouth curled up. He then said in a deep voice, "Let there be light." In an instant, the pitch-black surrounding the grayish-white building was pierced through by the bright light, revealing its true appearance. This was a deep valley where one couldn't see the top, and endless light filled every corner. Hence, there was light in the world. The scene flashed and jumped to the next scene. A drop of golden blood that emitted light and heat dripped down and landed on the silver cross. Following the blood upwards, there seemed to be a figure formed from pure light. His face, which couldn't be seen clearly, was facing upwards. There was a corporeal pain and warped expression. His gaze was cast above the grey fog, at Klein, who was sitting on the fool's high-back chair. The deep voice sounded again, "Mysteries." Suddenly, Klein's thoughts exploded without any warning. P.S. Klein's various expressions are very obvious, and it's easy to read his thoughts. Wasn't the reason stated clearly earlier? Put down the thick mask and don't disguise yourself unless necessary. Chapter 1060. The boundless grey fog began to boil as the ancient and majestic palace burned everywhere. The blazing flames condensed into a ball, as though a bright white sun had risen in this mysterious space. The howling hurricane overturned the long mottled table and snapped the thick stone pillars, causing half of the palace to collapse. Sitting in the fool's seat, Klein's head was first boiling before many holes appeared. Charred maggots crawled out from the fractured surface. He didn't die. He even calmly extended his right palm and tapped the armrest of the high-back chair. The mysterious space above the grey fog began to tremble. Layers of power surged out, calming the hurricane and extinguishing the flames, causing the blazing white sun to rapidly dissipate inch by inch. The thick stone pillars stood erect once again, and the long mottled table returned to its original state. The magnificent and holy palace seemed to have never collapsed or been damaged. Klein's head instantly recovered, and the maggots that had drilled out lost their charred black color and returned to being transparent before crawling back. "It's indeed stronger than the dragon of imagination Ankwelt." As Klein muttered to himself, his expression couldn't help but warp. He couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his forehead. "It hurts. The pain is clearly stronger." As he muttered, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table, causing the mysterious space above the grey fog to tremble again. Amidst the tremors, a pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground of the palace. The shadow twisted and struggled, but it was eventually swept clean by the grey fog's power, leaving nothing behind. After nearly a minute, Klein finally calmed down and recalled the scene he had just seen. That should be the ancient sun god, the city of Silver's creator, Amorn and Adam's father. From the cross accessory he wore and the words "Let there be light," he is most likely the first transmigrator. Perhaps he's a European or American, and he might even have a church background. He uses a language that can stir the powers of nature. It's similar to Jotun, but also different. Furthermore, it's not Elvish, Dragonese, or ancient Hermes. Yes, it's similar to the ancient Faesak of the northern continent and the Jutanese of the southern continent. Even though I haven't grasped this language, I can barely understand what he is saying. This is the language he grasped in that strange greyish-white building. He transmigrated there and inherited a rich inheritance. The second scene is the scene of him being betrayed and being eaten by the 3 archangel kings of White, Wisdom, and Wind. For a god who claims to be the creator, the physical pain and distortion would probably only appear in such a state. Yes, the divine blood that she dripped before her death fused with the silver cross, changing the latter's form, making it a sealed artifact of a rather high level. From the looks of it, this unshadowed crucifix has either been obtained by one of the 3 archangel kings of White, Wisdom, and Wind, or it has fallen into the hands of Amorn or Adam. To them, this is an important relic of their father. The former possibility isn't too high. The positive and negative effects of this crucifix are very useful. Furthermore, its origins are a secret that has to be concealed. No one would give it to the Augustus family. From the looks of it, it was really arranged by Adam. Why did he naturally and reasonably give the unshadowed crucifix to mismagicians or misjudgment? Through certain observations, he has discovered that the two ladies believe in the fool. This crucifix is for the fool who doesn't belong to this era. He wants to know where his father, who similarly doesn't belong to that era, came from. But the problem is, how does he plan on raising the question, and how does he obtain the answer? That City of Silver creator's level is really very high. He actually sensed my prying across a long period of history. He cast his gaze above the grey fog, onto this mysterious space. Furthermore, apart from the destruction on the surface, there's also the corrosion in the dark, producing a strange shadow. He nearly lurked here. Does this mean that after grasping the authority of multiple domains, a deity's level will also undergo a qualitative change? What does this whisper mean by mysterious? Is it referring to me, or the original owner of this mysterious space? Questions flashed through Klein's mind, making him have many guesses, but he was unable to obtain a final answer. Due to his fear of Adam, he felt that it was better for the unshadowed crucifix to be shattered by the City of Silver's god-level sealed artifact and reassembled into a pure Beyonder characteristic. Reining in his thoughts and suppressing the questions in his mind, Klein conjured a new pen and paper and wrote down the knowledge he had gained from looking straight at the City of Silver creator. Sequence 4, Unshadowed main ingredients, 1 drop of sun's divine blood, or 3 tail feathers of an adult sun divine bird, and 1 piece of holy radiant stone. Supplementary ingredients, 60 milliliters of sun divine bird's blood, 30 milliliters of holy radiant stone accompanying liquid, 7 drops of mutated fingered citron juice, 10 grams of heart of magma powder. Ritual, extract the strongest and most unwilling to give up emotions, then consume the potion and inject these emotions in the process. Sequence 3, Justice Mentor, Sequence 4, Black Knight, Sequence 3, 3 Chiefs Templar. After doing this, Klein picked up the bronze-green crucifix again and examined it with a solemn expression. Then, he threw the unshadowed crucifix into the junk pile and used the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog to suppress it. He didn't want the paper figurines he cut to begin praising the sun the next time he came. In front of an ordinary house in Sherwood Borough. The mailman on a bicycle braked and stopped at the door. He then parked the bicycle, took out a letter from the bag in the backseat, and glanced at the address to see if it was correct. It's here. 40. The mailman quickly walked to the mailbox and threw the letter in his hand. Then, without any delay, he got back on the bicycle and pedaled away. After a while, a layer of pitch-black flames suddenly rose from the mailbox. The flame burned quietly and quickly disappeared. Empress Borough, in the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey, who had just returned to the hall after leading Susie for a stroll in the garden, saw her father, Earl of Hall, enter. As he took off his hat and scarf and handed them to his valet, he frowned slightly, seemingly in deep thought. "Dad, did something happen?" Audrey asked in concern. This was the most basic observation. There was no need for her to hide anything. Earl of Hall restrained his troubled expression and smiled. "It's nothing too important. I just didn't expect Hvin Rambais to be a member of a cult." "He's a member of a cult?" Audrey appropriately expressed her surprise. She knew that Hvin Rambais was indeed a high-ranking member of the secret organization Psychological Alchemy, but she didn't understand how this matter had suddenly been exposed. Earl of Hall nodded solemnly. "Yes, he's wanted by the 3 churches. I'm not sure which cult he's involved in." "Has he been caught?" Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she asked curiously. "No, he disappeared before he was wanted." Earl of Hall sighed. "It's really hard to imagine that he's a cult member. He has an excellent demeanor and is very knowledgeable. His views on all aspects are rational and pertinent, and is filled with wisdom. That's just a side he wants you to see." Audrey mumbled inwardly. Then, as usual, she entered the small prayer room at home before dinner. She faced the sacred emblem of the Evernite goddess and assumed a praying posture. But what she murmured was this: "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting the honorific name, Audrey reported concisely, "Vin Rambis has gone missing. He's been labeled as a cult member and is wanted by the 3 churches." After saying this, Audrey was just about to seriously pray to the goddess when a large swath of greyish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of her. In the middle of the greyish-white fog, a blurry figure sat on a chair, looking down from above and nodding gently. "I got it." Just as this hidden existence said that, the scene in front of Audrey suddenly changed, revealing a figure who was focused on praying. "Honourable Mr. Fool, the Church of Evernight has obtained information from Cona's Kilga. It has confirmed that King George III is hiding a huge secret. For the Blood Emperor's ruins in the Stravan segment of the Tussock River, he colluded with the Demonist sect and the psychological alchemy to traffic humans and create missing persons cases, leading to the tragedy of the Great Smog of Beekland. The representative of the Demonist sect was Despair Nightingale Panatia in the early stages. Later, it was Saintess of White Katerina. The psychological alchemy is Vin Rambis. Please remind Miss Justice to be careful when she encounters Vin Rambis again. She has to be prepared to seek help at any moment. His Majesty." Audrey's eyes widened slightly as her heart stirred. She couldn't control herself. On the one hand, this news was too shocking for a noble like her. On the other hand, it was because the lie accessory she wore had an amplifying effect on her emotions. Almost at the same time, a report flashed in Audrey's mind. It was a report that left a deep impression on her. According to preliminary statistics, more than 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent spread of the plague killed nearly 40,000 people, including young children and strong young men and women. So that's how it is. What exactly is the king plotting? The 3 churches likely haven't obtained any actual evidence, otherwise, Father wouldn't only be vexed to that extent. Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of anger and sadness. It was as though a certain principle she had adhered to in the past had been mercilessly trampled. It was as though a certain set of values that had been established for a long time had silently collapsed. She subconsciously lowered her head and closed her eyes. Right on the heels of that, she took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. World." After the prayer, Audrey sat in the silent darkness without moving for a long while. Chapter 1061. In a 2-bedroom apartment in Beekland's East Borough. Force was holding a fountain pen and writing on an open piece of paper. This was a letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. She told him that due to a certain danger, she had no choice but to move out of her original residence. She also told him not to send her previous letter there again. If she did, she had to change her address as soon as possible. It was best if she even changed her identity. After writing a bunch of words, Force put down the fountain pen, folded the letter, stuffed it into an envelope, and stuck a stamp on it. Then, she changed into her clothes for going out, took the letter, and left the room. She didn't really want to go out, but this was her new residence. Ignoring all kinds of alcoholic beverages, there wasn't even coffee beans, instant coffee, black tea leaves, the newspapers of the day, the latest magazines, or books. For these, she had no choice but to personally send the letter and go out of East Borough to do some shopping. As for Zio, she had long gone out. She wanted to send the matter of Viscount Stratford's true loyalty is to the king back to her rented apartment. She wanted to see if she could force Shermaine's overseer to take action. Seriously, the fear after the matter was so intense that I nearly forgot to write to teacher. If I had done it earlier, I could have gotten Zio to send it together. Force wore a bonnet with a veil draped over it, walked down the slightly dark stairs, and walked all the way to the bottom before walking out of the apartment. This was one of the borderlands of East Borough. The residents were mainly skilled workers and low-level managers. The public security here was relatively good, and there were even paperboys around. Force listened to the occasional jingle of the bell as she slowly walked down the street. At this moment, a postman stopped his bicycle, took out a stack of newspapers from his bag, and entered the apartment beside it. Force casually glanced at it and discovered that the top of the stack of newspapers was News at Sea. People here actually subscribe to such newspapers? Their jobs are related to maritime trade? Force retracted her gaze and muttered in surprise. However, this wasn't something worth paying attention to. After seeing the mailbox on the street, she quickly walked over. The postman entered the apartment, found a few targets from the rows of mailboxes, and stuffed the corresponding newspapers into them. Not long after he left, one of the boxes was opened and the newspaper inside was taken out. The person who took out the newspaper walked up to the third floor, opened one of the rooms, sat on a simple reclining chair, and began to read while swaying. Beside the reclining chair was a black wooden table, on which were stacked messily with newspaper after newspaper. Some of these newspapers were neatly folded with the front page facing up, while others were asymmetrically bent to reveal one of the pages. They all displayed the corresponding report: breaking news, crazy adventurer becomes a wanted criminal, crazy adventurer reappears, an unbelievable hunt, the man closest to the king of the sea, an adventurer worth £90,000, the story of German Sparrow and the 3 female pirate admirals, famous battle. German Sparrow assassinates Vice Admiral Ailment late at night. Not long after Force finished her shopping and returned to her rental apartment, Zio also ended her trip and returned. They had such a tacit understanding because it was already Monday, and 3 o'clock in the afternoon was approaching. Dang! 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 As the nearby cathedral bell reverberated, a crimson light surged in front of Force and Zio's eyes like a tidal wave. Within the grand and majestic palace, numerous figures appeared one after another and condensed into form beside an ancient mottled long table. As usual, Audrey stood up first and faced the end of the long bronze table. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Miss Justice is still in a rather low mood. From the looks of it, she's still affected by the news from last night." The Fool Klein nodded indiscernibly and responded to the greetings of the tarot members. At this moment, Audrey, who wasn't in a good mood, was the first to discover that there was a bronze cross on Mr. Fool's right hand. Where did this cross come from? For Mr. Fool to place it on the table, it's at least an item at the level of a card of blasphemy. Who did it come from? What's its use? Questions quickly surfaced in Audrey's mind, making her unable to contain her curiosity. This was the first time Mr. Fool had placed an item that wasn't a card of blasphemy in front of him. Following that, the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlear, and the other tarot members also noticed the bronze cross that was much more eye-catching than the cards. Just like Miss Justice, they couldn't help but guess the origins, level, and use of the item. Among them, son Derek vaguely felt an invisible summoning as he felt that the bronze cross was attracting him over. He then recalled a basic rule that was mentioned in many of the courses in the City of Silver: Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. This is a high-level sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway. Derek suddenly came to a realization. Magicians Force and Zio recognized the bronze cross as the sealed artifact they had sacrificed. Their pupils dilated slightly, as though they wanted to see it more clearly. Mr. Fool places so much importance on this item. It's more important than what Zio and I imagined. Force was taken aback and couldn't hide her curiosity. When it came to matters involving deities, her thoughts would never develop in the direction of romance. Zio and Force had similar thoughts, but they didn't say a word. They felt that Miss Justice would definitely take the initiative to ask about such matters. And just as Audrey was about to raise her hand slightly, the hermit Catlear closed her eyes and turned around to face the end of the long bronze table. Before she bowed and spoke, the Fool Klein suddenly chuckled. "Don't worry. The pair of glasses I conjured conceal your eye of mystery prying." He knew very well that Marum Hermit had already pushed open the door to becoming a demigod and obtained godhood, becoming a mysticologist. On the one hand, this was because Admiral of Stars Catlear had held the ritual. Before consuming the potion, she had prayed to the Fool, hoping that she could advance under his watch. This way, even if she ultimately didn't succeed, she would be blessed and wouldn't lose control or go crazy. She could then think of a way to expel the excess characteristics and start all over again. Regarding this matter, Klein actually didn't have much confidence. This was because he had never attempted it before, and his divination didn't provide any effective answers. However, he still agreed to Marum Hermit's request. He believed that if she failed and didn't die, it would definitely be thanks to Mr. Fool. If she lost control or went crazy, then she wouldn't have to care if Mr. Fool was a cheat. In short, Klein's main goal was to give her a certain level of confidence, allowing her state to be more conducive for her advancement. After all, Admiral of Stars couldn't find any other existence to provide her with such blessings. After witnessing Marum Hermit successfully advance to a demigod, Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he lampooned inwardly. At times, it's easier to act as a god than a human. When believers encounter danger, there are usually two outcomes. One is to live, and the other is to die. If they live, they will naturally be blessed by a deity. If they die, no one will care about their thoughts. On the other hand, after becoming a demigod, he could use more of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. This allowed the Fool Klein to easily see the astral projection states of the tarot members, and from there, he could read their current beyonder pathways and sequence levels. Katlear, who had taken the initiative to seal the Eye of Mystery Prying, heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. She respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, there's a page of Roselle the Great's diary this time." "There's a page of Roselle the Great's diary? She's done with Queen Mystic? But there aren't any abnormal changes in Beekland." No one noticed Amorn's invasion of Boklund Street or the demigod battle at Mega Manor. The Fool Klein nodded without batting an eyelid. "All right, you can think of a question or request." As he spoke, the Hanging Man, Alger, Audrey, and company acutely understood a piece of information from the conversation. Marum Hermit had been worried that the glasses she conjured wouldn't be able to seal her Eye of Mystery Prying, and she had never had such a worry in the many gatherings she had before. This means that Marum Hermit's Eye of Mystery Prying has been greatly enhanced. Why would there suddenly be such a huge improvement? She has advanced to a demigod. Our tarot has a second demigod member. Audrey made the connection to Katlear's purchase of a mythical creature's blood and immediately had a guess. She swept her gaze across the male members opposite her and discovered that Mr. the Hanging Man's sitting posture had subconsciously changed. He was a little defensive, as though he knew that Marum Hermit had become a demigod. Little Son's gaze was still fixed on the bronze cross without any reaction. Mr. Emlyn was a few seconds late as he looked up at Marum Hermit. Mr. Star was similar to Little Son, but his eyes were a little empty, as though he was waiting for the diary session to end. "Honorable Mr. Fool, can this question be accumulated for the next time?" At this moment, Katlear replied. "Accumulated for the next time. This is because Queen Mystic still doesn't wish to be affected." Then, why did she suddenly provide another diary page? What did she prophesize? In order to maintain his image as the fool, Klein didn't ask why as he nodded gently. "Sure." Katlear didn't say anything else as she conjured the diary page and watched it flash into Mr. Fool's hand. Klein casually scanned it and saw most of the contents. The 19th of July, the night of the blood moon. Mr. Dawes' answer has allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. Chapter 1062. According to Mr. Daw, the main difference between the second blasphemy slate and the first blasphemy slate isn't that the latter has many unique sequence names, but that the former has many more things. It's a secret that the ancient sun god saw in his later years. Alright, as a true god, he doesn't have any so-called later years. It's just that from his birth to his death, that period of time is indeed considered his later years. In other words, the creator of the second blasphemy slate was the ancient sun god? Regarding this question, Mr. Daw gave an almost affirmative answer. He told me that after the ancient sun god perished, the blasphemy slate was born. Does this mean that this is considered a key relic of the ancient sun god? Then, who was the creator of the first blasphemy slate? The original creator who truly created everything? And what additional knowledge was there on the second slate? Mr. Daw didn't answer. He only said that this involved too many secrets. It wasn't something that could be explained with just a few words. If he could return to the real world, he would be able to explain it in detail. Would I fall for it? Because of the mention of the blasphemy slate, I recalled two questions that had been troubling me for a long time. What does it mean to conform to the trend of the times? Who sets the trend of the times? Mr. Dawes' reaction was very strange. He laughed for more than 10 seconds before telling me to be careful of the spectator. What's the connection between this and my question? With his reminder, I seriously recalled the contents of the second blasphemy slate and discovered an unusual problem. As a beyonder with a savant background, my memory is something I can be proud of. I won't forget anything I've seen. However, I only remember that the spectator pathway sequence 0 is visionary. I have no impression of its apotheosis ritual at all. I remember the other 21 pathways apotheosis rituals very clearly. Only this one, not only do I not have any impression of it, I even subconsciously neglected it. I probed Mr. Daw, what's the apotheosis ritual of the spectator pathway? Mr. Daw laughed again and said in a teasing and leisurely tone, didn't you just say it? The apotheosis ritual of a spectator is to make the development of the times match one's expectations. Then, at the critical juncture, one consumes a potion to advance in the stipulated trend of the times. I think this is the truth. Compared to the era is a part of the original creator, and only when the era develops according to expectations can he draw power from it and be resurrected. This explanation is more direct and intuitive. I knew that among the founders of that ancient secret organization, apart from fanatics, there must be existences who have their own plans. Thinking about it carefully, this is really a terrifying thing. It's fine when you're at the middle and low levels, but once you're at a high level, it's very likely that a certain thought, a certain philosophy, or something you want to push forward doesn't conform to a certain existence's secret plan. You'll be unknowingly guided or suddenly destroyed. Be careful of the audience. How does Mr. Daw know about the second blasphemy slate and the various rituals to become a god? His answer is that he has seen the complete second blasphemy slate. Together with him are Solomon, Zaratul, Tudor, Trend-Sostal, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Castia, Zoroast, Stiano, Constantine, and others. These are all surnames that stand above all beyond us in the fourth epoch. The secrets contained in this diary page made Klein feel as though he was facing a mythical creature. His mind was being assaulted by a storm of knowledge. The apotheosis ritual of a spectator is to make the development of the times match his fantasies. If that's the case, Adam has been consciously preparing for this matter since the beginning of the fourth epoch. Therefore, the secret that King George III is hiding and the possible developments are in line with his expectations, and it might even be driven by him. When the tides of the times roll in, with no way to change it in a short period of time, he will ascend to godhood. If that's the case, the in-depth investigation of the Great Smog will be abnormally dangerous. Even though I'm currently a blessed of the goddess and have an official background, allowing me to cooperate with angels at any time, I still can't guarantee my safety. After all, the goddess probably won't be able to descend for a very long period of time. Klein's thoughts raced as he momentarily had the intention of retreating. If this were in the past, he could feel at ease after reporting this matter to the Church of Evernight. He could even leave Beekland for a vacation. But now, as a blessed of the goddess, he had already promised to search for Hvin Rambis and Saintess of White Katerina. It was very difficult for him to escape. It had to be said that there was always a loss for every gain. Furthermore, Klein didn't know how Adam wished for the times to develop. If something like the Great Smog of Beekland were to happen again, he really wouldn't be able to extricate himself. There were people he cared about here, and there was peace he yearned for. At the very least, I have to know what the king's secret is before deciding what to do. Apart from the Beyonder pathways and sequence potions, what other secrets are there on the second blasphemy slate? Klein retracted his gaze and made the Roselle diary in his hand vanish. Then, he looked around with a calm expression and smiled. You may begin. At this moment, Justice Audrey didn't hide her curiosity as she raised her hand slightly. She raised her hand slightly and asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, does the cross beside you have any special meaning? If the answer requires an equivalent exchange, you can directly make a request. Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix on the table, waiting for the members of the tarot to ask questions so that he could inform Little Son and the hanging man who might use the cross. After all, it was impossible for Mr. Fool to take the initiative to mention such matters. Therefore, he smiled at Miss Justice. This question is nothing. It's a relic of the ancient god of the sun, the ancient god of the sun. The ancient god of the sun? The creator that the city of silver believes in? This cross actually has such a background. A captain of the royal guards who's only a sequence 6 or 5 actually has a relic of the ancient god of the sun? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Magician's Force almost couldn't believe her ears when she heard Mr. Fool's answer. At this moment, the fool Klein casually mentioned, its level isn't too high, and it only corresponds to an unshadowed. Its level isn't too high, and it only corresponds to an unshadowed. Its greatest use is to remove the mental corruption in a beyonder characteristic, helping people who consume too many potions expel the excess characteristics, allowing people who don't wish to stay in the mysterious world to return to normal. This power is amazing. It's no wonder Mr. World previously asked me if I was willing to completely escape the mysterious world if I were given a chance. Audrey immediately felt that her curiosity had been satisfied. No wonder. It really is an item that makes me feel uncomfortable. He made a judgment and turned his head to look at a particular Sunday. Derek, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. He felt like his dream had come true. His dream was to free all the residents of the City of Silver from the curse and return to the sun, no longer having to constantly suffer madness, pain, and torture. And if such a dream could be realized by inheriting the relic of the ancient god of the sun, the creator that the City of Silver believed in, it would truly give him a sense of destiny and inevitability. He spoke before the hanging man could. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to exchange for this item? As long as you can pay the price. Klein nodded slightly. Mr. Fool is really great, too great. Sun praised from the bottom of his heart. As long as I pay the price, I can exchange for it. The hanging man, Alger, gained inspiration from the usage of Miss Magician's travels. He then asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, can I rent this cross for a day or a few hours at a certain price? He had no intention of renting it at the moment. As the wind-blessed potion was digested relatively quickly, he planned on consuming the additional ocean songster potion before considering the problem of expelling the excess beyonder characteristics. Sure, the fool Klein answered simply. I can rent it. Leonard had previously obtained quite a bit of benefits from borrowing Leymano's travels. After hearing Mr. Fool's answer, his mind jolted as he seriously analyzed if he could use the relic of the ancient sun. A few seconds later, he realized that he didn't have such a need. Not only was the sun pathway good at dealing with wraiths and specters, but the Evernite pathway was also very good at it. Furthermore, when he returned to Beekland from Tingen, Leonard had an additional 4 flaring sun charms. He planned on giving half to Klein, who had provided him with information, and the other half for his own use. As for expelling the excess beyonder characteristics and withdrawing from the mysterious world, he had no need for it. He was about to hold a ritual to become a spirit warlock. At this moment, Magician's Force glanced at Zio, feeling a little regretful. She didn't regret sacrificing the cross to Mr. Fool, but she regretted that she didn't attempt to rely on herself or use Leymano's travels to record the corresponding powers before sacrificing it. Of course, this was mainly because she was rather timid. Without being able to use an astrologer's means to figure out the effects and effects of the cross, she didn't dare to rashly attempt it. After all, I can still rent it from Mr. Fool in the future. She tried her best to be optimistic. Seeing that no one made any requests, the fool Klein retracted his gaze and gestured for the members of Tarot to begin the transactions and exchanges. In fact, the unshadowed crucifix currently had a potential user, and that was the Fogsea's strongest hunter, Anderson. After this fellow boarded the Golden Dream, he had undergone all sorts of experiments under Vice Admiral Iceberg's arrangements in an attempt to digest the foreign substance in his body. He had already achieved some results, but he hadn't completely eliminated any latent problems. I'll get Danny's to ask later. With this in mind, Klein muttered silently. At this moment, Audrey made a request for a transaction. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have the heart of a dream catcher, the crystal of a mind phantom, or the complete brain of an adult mind dragon? Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1063. After hearing Miss Justice's words, son Derek replied rather enthusiastically, our City of Silver's warehouse should have the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. Our City of Silver's warehouse should have the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. I'll let you know after I confirm it. He originally wanted to say that even if there was an adult mind dragon's complete brain, it would most likely be filled with crazy and distorted mental corruption. However, after looking at the bronze cross, he felt that it wasn't a problem. It's that simple. Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that. Her depressed mood from last night had turned a lot better. Indeed, compared to the outside world where there are fewer and fewer dragons, the City of Silver, which has been passed down from the Second Epoch, is more likely to have the corresponding ingredients. It's mainly because they don't have the high-sequence formulas of the spectator pathway. Even if they had the ingredients, they wouldn't be able to use them. Furthermore, they lack an artisan, so there's no way for them to turn beyonder ingredients into the mystical items they need. Sometimes, they'd rather just store them like that. Audrey instantly thought of many things as she asked with a faint smile. If there is, what do you need to exchange it for? I haven't thought about it yet. Son Derek immediately felt a little embarrassed as he nearly raised his hand to scratch the back of his head. His biggest goal and main motivation was to exchange for the Creator's relic from Mr. Fool, but he didn't have anything of equal value. If it were in the past, he would definitely be worried, but now, amidst his vexation, he quickly had an idea. I'll try asking the chief. He's definitely very interested in the Creator's relic. Due to this thought, he really didn't know what to get Miss Justice to pay. He planned on figuring out other matters first. Okay, then confirm it first. It's best if you see if there's any adult mind dragon blood. Audrey didn't press further as she nodded slightly. That was the most difficult supplementary ingredient to obtain in the Dreamwalker potion formula. Audrey then looked around, indicating that she had completed the transaction. You don't need to look at me. Although I do have quite a bit of savings, there's nothing I want to buy. It's mainly because teacher hasn't given me the Traveler potion formula. Among the first 5 sequences of Apprentice, my favorite is Traveler. I've always yearned for the beautiful scenery and delicacies of different places, but I've always been stopped by the long journey, the crowded or simple means of transportation, the inns I don't know if they're clean, or the bulky luggage. When I become a traveler, none of this will be a problem. Magician's Force thoughts gradually wandered as she fantasized about her future life. Zio pondered for a moment. Everyone, help me keep an eye out for the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 6 Judge and Sequence 5 Disciplinary Paladin potion formulas. She had a chance of obtaining the Judge formula from MI9's liaison, but she believed that Viscount Stratford's death would definitely cause a storm in Beekland. When that happened, many things might change. Therefore, she planned on making additional preparations on the tarot. After all, she was only asking everyone to keep an eye out for it and not gather it. Furthermore, Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 were definitely considered mid-level in MI9. If the intelligence personnel wanted to obtain the potion formula, there was a high chance that they would have to pass a new inspection. This wasn't something that the liaison, who was very friendly to her, could help her avoid. To Zio, who was eager to raise her sequence and figure out the king's secret, there was no doubt that she couldn't just place her hopes on the military. Okay. The hanging man Alger was the first to respond. Due to its influence on the royal family and the military, it was very likely that the Church of the Storm had some potion formulas for the Arbiter pathway. Of course, this wasn't something a Sequence 6 captain in charge of acting as a pirate would know. Only when the hanging man became a Sequence 5 and was summoned back to the church or assigned to more important matters would he have a chance to come into contact with it. Immediately following that, the hermit Catlear said, "That's right. As the Arbiter Pathways potion formula is strictly controlled by the royal families and military of Ruin and Fainapotter, it rarely appears in the outside world. However, I can try to help you obtain it, but I can't guarantee success. Also, if you need it, I can provide a mystical item of the Judge pathway. It will be the corresponding main ingredient after it is shattered and reassembled." When the words shattered and reassembled were mentioned, Catlear subconsciously wanted to turn her body, indicating to misjudgment that she could seek Mr. Fool's help, but she ultimately controlled herself. As for the method to obtain the potion formula, it was actually very simple. It was to take the initiative to listen to the hidden sage's ravings and accept the knowledge him imbued into her. After reaching sequence 4 and becoming a demigod, her tolerance had undergone a qualitative change. However, the hidden sage wasn't an existence without intelligence. He might very well add some negative influences to his ravings and knowledge. He might even descend through space and corrupt the listener. Therefore, such matters were still dangerous. And the reason why Catlear had the courage to attempt it wasn't because she was rash or arrogant, but because she was a member of the Moses ascetic order. As an ancient organization that believed in the hidden sage, while the upper echelons of the Moses ascetic order were influenced by this existence, they had also gradually figured out a relatively safe method of listening. Similarly, the hidden sage's malice towards the members of the Moses ascetic order wasn't exaggerated. He rarely took the initiative to harm them. Most of the time, he simply imbued them with knowledge and made them pursue believers. To Catlear, as long as she controlled the frequency and number of times, she could obtain knowledge from the hidden sage in a relatively safe manner. She suspected that the influence and corruption that came with it could be easily and naturally removed every time she participated in a tarot gathering and entered the world above the grey fog. The only problem was that she couldn't control what knowledge she obtained each time. It all depended on the hidden sage's mood and thoughts at the time. In a sense, this was a passive and irresistible secret deed ritual. And the mystical item of the judge pathway that Catlear was willing to provide came from the Fogsea's strongest hunter, Anderson. It was a button. After becoming a demigod, some of the items she had were of little use. One of them was this button. After hearing her words, Zio didn't hesitate to agree. "All right, I'll consider buying the judge potion formula when I obtain it. I hope that by then, I'll have advanced to another sequence. The power above the grey fog that I can wield will no longer be close to the level of an angel, but at the level of an angel. Only then will I be able to shatter items and reassemble the characteristics. Otherwise, I'll have to trouble Maram Oriana or Will or Septin. Yes, if Mr. Azik wakes up, things will be much simpler. I wonder if the unshadowed crucifix can make an items beyond a characteristic seep out. It doesn't seem possible. It will repel those items and prevent them from approaching. Removing this limitation, in theory, it should be possible. I'll then try to use the grey fog's powers to force the unshadowed crucifix to be placed next to other mystical items." Klein, who was listening to the tarot members' conversation, thought in thought. After discussing Miss Judgment's matter, the other members didn't seem to have any need for a transaction. Leonard had already made up for his shortcomings in mystical items. The hanging man Alger was working hard to legalize his strength. Son Derek was only thinking about the Creator's relic. As for Emlyn and Catlear, they had just advanced not long ago, so they didn't have anything they wanted for the time being. Among them, Catlear had the intention of renting the crucifix to see if it could remove the remnant corruption in Artisan Chav's body. However, the Roselle diary she had gathered came from Queen Mystic. She needed to exchange for answers, so she wasn't able to produce anything that Mr. Fool would be interested in, she believed. After that, I'll try to gather the diary of other emperors at sea. As Catlear secretly made a decision, Emlyn thought for a moment and looked at the magicians. Maram, I might need to rent that travel notebook in the next 2 weeks. No problem. Magician's Force had originally planned on spending money to get Mr. Moon to add abyss shackles and other beyonder powers to the spellbook. Now, she was naturally very willing. This meant that not only did she not need to spend money, but she could also receive a sum of money. With this in mind, she couldn't help but add, try not to record a full moon. If Leymano's travels was mostly filled with the effects of a full moon, she would be very troubled. When Emlyn nodded in agreement, the hanging man Alger interjected as though he was in thought. The Sanguine's hunt of the important members of Rose School is about to begin? Yes. Emlyn didn't hide anything. Once the plan is finalized, I'll get everyone's help in providing suggestions. No problem. The first person to answer him wasn't the hanging man, but the silent German sparrow of the world, who was sitting at the bottom of the long bronze table. He has a certain level of interest in this. It wasn't only Emlyn. No matter how slow-witted the other members were, they had such a realization. With the hanging man, the hermit, and Justice agreeing to help Mr. Moon with the Sanguine's plans, the tarot transaction came to an end, and it was time for the exchange. The World German Sparrow sat up slightly and looked at Leonard. Help me ask if that person has seen the second blasphemy slate. Blasphemy slate? Audrey and the other members instantly grasped this unusual term. Following that, shocked thoughts flashed through their minds. The second blasphemy slate? Mr. Starr isn't as simple as he seems. Someone he knows has actually seen one of the most important items in myths and legend. Apart from being a member of the church and an official beyonder, he has other secret. It's no wonder he can join the tarot. Leonard was also shocked. He never expected Klein to make such a request. After a few seconds of silence, he exhaled. All right. Chapter 1064. After answering, Leonard came to a realization and grasped the hidden message in Klein's request. Does he mean that old man has once seen something like the blasphemy slate? Without giving Leonard a chance to think further, World German Sparrow surveyed the area and mentioned something else. The Church of Evernite obtained information from MI9's deputy director, Konas Kilger, confirming that King George III of Ruin is hiding a particular secret. He secretly sent people to excavate the Blood Emperor's ruins and colluded with the Demonist sect and the psychological alchemy. Klein controlled the dummy and described in more detail what he had previously told Miss Justice. At the end, he even specially added two sentences. The three churches don't seem to have found enough evidence. With Hvin Rambise's disappearance, the matter seems to have calmed down on the surface. There's some reason to suspect that there might be traitors among the upper echelons of the three churches. Such a major incident actually happened in Beekland this week. Klein seems to have obtained information from the church. Why don't I know anything about it? As he listened, Leonard looked at World German Sparrow with an odd expression. He was momentarily in a daze, unsure who was the red glove of the Church of Evernite, the person who was about to be groomed by the upper echelons. Looking back, he had vaguely grasped something, but he was unable to truly grasp the inspiration to form an idea. Zio, who had originally planned on sharing Viscount Stratford's encounter and confession on the tarot to seek help, was surprised to discover that Mr. World's investigations overlapped with her own goals. If I had known this would happen, I would have sought Mr. World's help when I followed Viscount Stratford to the warehouse in the dock area. That way, I might have been able to bypass the restrictions and obtain more clues. Zio looked around and deliberated over her words, preparing to speak. At this moment, the hanging man Alger was shocked. He recalled the few tarot incidents 3 to 4 months ago, before the Star and Judgment had joined. Back then, World German Sparrow had sought the help of the tarot members to pay attention to Konas Kilger's information and testify that Hvin Rambise was the mastermind behind Kuaron's suicide. Indeed, a simple case like Kuaron's suicide wouldn't make the world put so much effort into it. The people he's investigating might very well involve secrets that affect the world's situation. Also, there might be traitors in the upper echelons of the three churches. Which cardinal or high-ranking deacon would this point to? Alger sensed the turbulence of the undercurrents and smelled an opportunity. Normally speaking, as a member of the Church of the Storm who wasn't highly regarded, a beyonder who acted as a pirate for a long period of time, the best outcome for him was to become a Sequence 5 ocean songster and return to the church to be a deputy to the upper echelons of the mandated punishers. It was almost impossible for him to wield a holy artifact and become a demigod. Only when the situation changed and things happened frequently would he be able to rely on the tarot to show sufficient talent and make great contributions, allowing him to be treated as a target for nurturing. Similarly, Katlear seemed to be able to see the dark clouds gathering in Beekland as the winds gathered momentum. She vaguely understood why the Queen had stayed there for the past half a year. Emlyn frowned, once again feeling that Beekland was no longer a suitable place for the sanguine. I can only hope that this doesn't spoil the hunt for the important members of Rose School. Also, it's best if Father and I aren't as busy as last year's Great Smog. Emlyn thought back to the past as his frown deepened. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Sun beside him and discovered that the youth was sitting upright, but his eyes were rather blank. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. I'll take note of Hvin Rambise's whereabouts. Audrey broke the brief silence and took the initiative to speak. Zio also looked at the World German Sparrow and said, I'm investigating something that also involves the king's secret. I'm investigating a matter that involves the king's secret. If you need my cooperation, please don't hesitate to do so. Having said that, she briefly mentioned the problem regarding Shermaine's monitor. All right. Klein knew that it was Demonis Trissy. He made the fake world nod and chuckle hoarsely. Be it taking note of Hvin Rambiza's whereabouts or investigating the king's secret, you have to take note of the many coincidences around you. If there are, please inform me immediately. He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order and Adam, worried that Miss Justice and the others wouldn't be able to help themselves from overthinking things in private. It was inevitable that they would be overly nervous, thus exposing a problem and attracting attention. Too many coincidences. Magician's Force and the other tarot members repeated this phrase inwardly, each having their own guesses. After about 10 seconds of silence, Sun said, after a period of adjustment and preparation, I'll follow the exploration team to the afternoon town camp. After a period of adjustment and preparation, I will follow the exploration team to the afternoon town camp. This time, we might try to enter the giant king's court. To Audrey and company, this wasn't something too unexpected. They had long known that after Sun advanced to Sequence 5, there was a high chance that the City of Silver would carry out such an operation. Therefore, at this moment, they weren't surprised or stunned. Instead, they had the feeling that they had been waiting for a long time. It was as though the curtains to an ancient myth were slowly being lifted in front of them, presenting the truth. The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and vaguely reminded him, when the time comes, listen to your chief's arrangements and try your best to pray to Mr. Fool. If you encounter any problems, you can request for a small-scale discussion like the moon. All right, Mr. the Hanging Man's son didn't find it difficult. This was something he usually did or wanted to do. After discussing this matter, the hanging man Alger turned to the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. After discussing this matter, Alger turned to face the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. After discussing this matter, the hanging man Alger turned to the end of the long bronze table and bowed piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have an answer to the matter you previously asked me to investigate. Under the puzzled and curious gazes of the members, he continued, there were a total of 5 colonels from the Fasak Empire who participated in the Conotop Sea battle in 1338. 2 of them died in that battle, and 1 of them was discharged due to old age. He died 2 years ago due to excessive drinking. 1 of them was promoted to Brigadier General and transferred to the Royal Naval Academy, becoming the Deputy Dean. The other has already become a Rear Admiral, and is currently the commander of the 2nd Squadron of the Fasak Conquest Fleet. Just as he said that, Alger applied for the authority and conjured a piece of paper filled with detailed information. The fool Klein made it flash into his palm and quickly scanned through it. He got the hanging man to investigate the Fasak colonels who participated in the Conotop Sea battle in 1338, mainly to find the original owner of Creeping Hunger. That naval officer had captured the second mate of the Inmat, Andy Hayden, and grazed him. He was one of the absolute victors, so it was impossible for him to have died on the spot. And the subsequent discovery and encounter with the hanging man on the primitive island made Klein suspect that the person who gave Zillings the glove was the Twilight Hermit Order. Be it an official member or a peripheral member, it's unlikely for them to die so easily. Furthermore, they died from excessive drinking. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of them being silenced. Klein's thoughts raced as he memorized the 3 names on the piece of paper. Boris. Died in 1347. Cause of death, excessive drinking, Suzdal. 48 years old, Brigadier General, Deputy Dean of the Fasak Royal Naval Academy. Dmitriev. 45 years old, Rear Admiral, Commander of the 2nd Squadron of the Fasak Conquest Fleet. Retracting his gaze, the fool Klein nodded gently and said to the hanging man, continue gathering detailed information on the latter 3. Continue to collect detailed information on the other 3 and figure out their life experiences. Yes, Mr. Fool. The hanging man Alger agreed without any hesitation. This was also an opportunity for him. Once the mission was completed, he could attempt to apply for the cross. After a short exchange, this week's tarot gathering ended. Leonard returned to the real world. Sitting on the sofa, he hesitated for a moment before putting his legs on the coffee table. Then, he lowered his voice and said, then, he suppressed his voice and said, "Old man, have you seen the second blasphemy slate?" In his mind, Palez Zoroaster's slightly aged voice sounded. No, the person who saw the second blasphemy slate was my great-grandfather. Heh, who mentioned this? Leonard didn't answer Palez Zoroaster's question as thoughts echoed in his mind. The blasphemy slate really exist. Old man's great-grandfather had seen the second blasphemy slate with his own eyes. It's no wonder he can become an angel. After a few seconds, Leonard asked curiously and expectantly, "Old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher? Old man, do you know the potion formula for Night Watcher?" Naive. According to my great-grandfather, the situation back then was urgent, and the opportunities were limited. The blasphemy slate could automatically teleport away at any moment. Every smart person knew that it was best to first grasp a complete beyond a pathway before browsing the others. In addition, the knowledge on the blasphemy slate is presented in essence and not in words. Every viewer needs time to decipher it. By the time the blasphemy slate was taken away, not everyone could truly memorize a complete beyond a pathway, much less take into account the others. I do have many potion formulas for other pathways, but they were gradually gathered by my family over the years. There aren't many high-sequence formulas. Is that so? Leonard laughed dryly and asked, "Who took the second blasphemy slate away?" Palez Zoroaster fell silent for a moment. If my great-grandfather's description isn't wrong, it should be the King of Angels, Adam. The 7 deities, no, it should be the 6 deities back then. Didn't they participate in this matter? Leonard pressed in surprise. Palez Zoroaster chuckled with an inexplicable meaning. At least not on the surface. P.S. There will be a bonus for the 1st August monthly pass tomorrow, so it's still better to have 2. Chapter 1065. A bolt of lightning streaked across the deep sky, illuminating the entire city of Silver. However, it didn't last long before it quickly faded away, returning the world to darkness. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately got out of bed and ran for the door. As he walked, he slowed down his pace, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. How am I supposed to mention the Creator's relic to the chief? Tell the chief directly that I've taken a fancy to an item? No, that won't do. Although according to Mr. the Hanging Man, the chief has a tacit understanding towards such matters, I have a nagging feeling that I shouldn't be so direct. Derek had always been a thin-skinned youth. Even when his parents were alive, he rarely reached out to ask for things. He stopped where he was and seriously recalled the performances of Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and the other members of the Tarot who were good at conversation, hoping to find a reasonable excuse by imitating them. After simulating for a long time, Derek gritted his teeth and decided to be more direct. He picked up Thunder God's Roar, opened the door, entered the street, and walked all the way to the Twin Towers in the north of the city. Along the way, many City of Silver residents walked out of their homes with smiles on their faces as they gathered in the direction of the training grounds. This period of time was the season for the black-faced grass harvest. It was a festival for the City of Silver to offer sacrifices to the Creator. It was also one of the rare days of the year when people who were struggling to survive in the darkness felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the children who were still skipping and the adults who were wearing the black-faced grass amulet and rings, listening to their discussion and the occasional singing, Derek gradually calmed down, and his footsteps became more and more determined. After arriving at the spire in the middle of the Twin Towers, he was notified and met Colin Iliad, the chief of the 6-member council, in a room at the top of the spire. This demon hunter was the same as usual. His white hair was rather messy and unkempt. The wrinkles on his face were rather heavy, and there were old scars that were either deep or twisted. His light blue eyes were deep and experienced, as though they could see through one's heart. When Derek was done bowing, he nodded. "How's your mastery of the Priest of Light potion?" This referred to the spiritual restraint and proficiency in the corresponding divine arts. Derek answered frankly, "That's right. Just a little more. Well, there's no need to rush. The other members of the exploration team are not ready yet. They still need some time, just like Lovia. She's still collecting and searching for materials to advance, Colin Iliad said casually. Indeed, Elder Lovia will also participate in the exploration of the giant king's court. She's attempting to open the door to becoming a demigod. Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before he asked without hiding anything, does Elder Lovia have the follow-up potion formula? This was a problem that had always troubled the shepherd elder, causing her to be unable to become a demigod for many years. Yes. Colin gave an affirmative answer, but did not give an explanation. He asked, what's the matter this time? Derek felt a little anxious when he heard that. He didn't make a request, but he still said rather directly, don't worry. Your Excellency, I discovered a relic of the Creator. It corresponds to the sequence 4 unshadowed of the Sun pathway. The tall and muscular Colin Iliad, who was dressed in a linen shirt, focused his gaze as the look in his eyes changed. It contained extremely complicated and indescribable emotions, causing Derek to stand rooted to the ground, forgetting what he was about to say. Amidst the indescribable silence, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, Relic? Relic? Derek's pupils constricted as he realized that he had accidentally said something serious. He had agonized over the fact that the Creator might have been devoured and completely perished, never to return for a long period of time. It was to the point that he had the illusion that it was common knowledge. Faced with the chief's question and gaze, Derek fell silent, momentarily at a loss for an explanation. He hesitated for a few seconds before he finally opened his mouth with great difficulty. Yes, relic. The kings have betrayed the Lord. He subconsciously used the term the ecclesiastic in Afternoon Town used to address the kings of angels. Colin looked at Derek. Just like that, his light blue eyes seemed to lose focus for a moment. The demon hunter didn't say a word for a long time. After nearly a minute, he calmly said, that's right. After nearly a minute, he calmly said, I got it. His voice unknowingly turned a little deep. He didn't ask where the Creator's relic Derek had discovered was, what it looked like, or what it was used for. His eyes regained their deepness. He didn't continue the topic just now, but changed the topic. Instead, he said, you've already become a Sequence 5. You have the right to know what kind of saint-level sealed artifacts the City of Silver has. Once you can reign in your spirituality and completely grasp the theurgical spells, I'll give you the corresponding information and lead you to the place where they are sealed. If you can be compatible with a particular saint-level sealed artifact and reduce its negative effects, then you can wield it. The compatibility here referred to Derek's psyche being sufficiently similar to the remnant psyche mark of a high-sequence beyonder in the sealed artifact, allowing him to reduce the terrifying negative effects through a certain degree of deception. In the City of Silver, there was no lack of commonly used beyonder characteristics and ingredients. Furthermore, everyone had grasped the acting method. The main thing that prevented them from advancing was the difficulty of fulfilling the ritual's conditions. Sometimes, not having a potion formula didn't stop them from advancing from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7, or from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6. As long as they advanced through the correct method of consuming a potion and had completely digested it, they could attempt to directly consume a beyonder characteristic to advance if they were willing to take the risk. The chances of success weren't too low. And from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5, without the aid of a ritual, the chances of success were extremely low. Therefore, in the City of Silver, there were many Sequence 6, and Sequence 5s became rare. They were a class that was highly valued. Why did the chief suddenly mention this? Does he mean that I can use a saint-level sealed artifact to exchange for the Creator's relic? I haven't expressed my intentions in this regard. Yes, I'll first sacrifice the information to Mr. Fool and see which one can please him. Derek was stunned for a few seconds before he came to a realization and nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Excellency. He didn't say anything else as he bade farewell and prepared to participate in the harvest festival. Demon Hunter Colin watched his back disappear through the door before he slowly walked to the window and cast his gaze at the altar near the training ground. There were already many people gathered there. They were surrounding the Creator's altar, either using ancient dances to please the deities, or opening their throats to sing praises of the great existence. They had obvious smiles on their faces, and their eyes were filled with longing and anticipation. It was as though the Creator would return in a few more years, and all their suffering would end. Such expectations had been shattered time and time again in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, but they would rise again and again, supporting people's hearts to resist the despair and repression. Colin Iliad stood by the window, watching intently and seriously. Beekland, Bokeland Street. After returning to the real world from above the grey fog, Klein felt a little heavy. The diary page from Roselle the Great had allowed him to pry into the secret of a spectator. He understood how dangerous it was to continue investigating the king. Even with the Church of Evernight backing him and the goddess's blessings, it wasn't that safe. It's mainly because the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She won't be able to descend for a very long period of time. I hope that the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery can respond in time. No matter what, with Mara Moriana, Will or Septin, and Palez Zoroast, even if I face a king of angels, it's not certain death. Even if I die, they still have a chance to snatch my corpse back. The longer I hold on, the higher the chances of me surviving. Klein used a self-deprecating method to relieve his stress. Previously, above the grey fog, he had already decided on the focus of his investigations. It was to pursue Saintess of White Katerina and Demonis Trissi, whose sequence was unknown. As for Hvin Rambis, as long as he didn't take the initiative to contact Miss Justice, he would try his best not to search for him to prevent any accidents he couldn't fend off. On the one hand, I'll wait for Miss Judgment's reply. On the other hand, I'll try to see if I can find Vice Admiral Ailment and use the bloodline connection to lock onto the Saintess of White. The possibility isn't too high. The three churches will definitely think of such a solution. The Demonis sect won't be unprepared. I'll get Danny's to attempt to gather items related to Vice Admiral Ailment later. I'll rely on the Grey Fog's divination that can block out interference. Yes, I can also get him to ask about Anderson's situation. There's no rush. The unshadowed crucifix is undergoing experiments. Klein reined in his thoughts and got out of bed. He had already used the grey fog suppression to bind the unshadowed crucifix and the mystical item, Broken Finger, together. He wanted to see if a Beyonder characteristic would appear the next time he went up. After resting at home for a while, Klein changed his clothes and went out with his valet, Inuni. He planned on heading to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray before heading to the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation. This valet wasn't actually Winner, but Kona's Kilger. The real Inuni had long used the flower of blood ring to transform into flesh and blood and hid in the Earl of the Fallen Stomach. At that moment, the weather in Beekland was seasonally gloomy. The gas lamps on both sides of the road, which were surrounded by iron grills, hadn't been lit. There were a few sparsely lit lamps in the houses on the left and right. Klein watched all of this without any expression. He took a carriage from Bokeland Street to Phelps Street and prayed at St. Samuel Cathedral. Then, he put on his top hat, picked up his cane, and walked to the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation. As he approached the door, he heard the sound of bells. He saw Miss Audrey riding a modified bicycle that didn't have a crossbar. It was rather exquisite as she came out from a small alley. She was wearing a plain white dress and a pair of black leather shoes. Her blonde hair was tied up in a simple bun, and her blue eyes were focused on the road. On the seat behind her was a large golden retriever that could maintain its balance no matter how the bicycle swayed. Upon noticing the elegant gentleman with white sideburns in front of her, the corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly. Her smile was clear as she greeted him briskly. "Good afternoon, Tilda, Mr. Dantes." "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. You seem to be in a good mood." Klein watched as she braked the bicycle and propped herself up with her feet. Audrey pursed her lips as her smile brightened. "You're right. I'm indeed in a good mood. After riding a few laps like this, I feel like all my troubles have disappeared. P.S. I've received double. Seeking monthly tickets Tilda, there's another update tonight. PS2, recommending a new spy novel from the Republic of China, Spy Tracks. It's written with great sincerity. Forensic Dr. Lin Jiangbei accidentally transmigrated to the Republic of China and became a military agent. He used his identity to pursue Japanese spies and help the underground organizations. In this era of war, he wrote a hot-blooded legend of Chinese men. Chapter 1066. Not bad. A spectator's ability to adjust themselves is quite strong. Klein praised inwardly. He looked at the golden retriever on the back seat of the bicycle and sized up the bicycle that was different from the ones on the street. He then casually asked, "What's up?" He casually asked, "Is this a new bicycle specially designed for women?" "What do you mean by specially designed for women?" "If you wish to ride it, you can ride it too." Audrey replied with a smile. "I'm only telling the people at the bicycle company to consider different groups with different needs. This is their latest product. It hasn't entered the factory yet, so let me try riding it and give some suggestions." "What a great idea." Klein praised with a smile before asking in thought, "You know the owner of the Beekland Bicycle Company?" Audrey's eyes curved as she replied, "Of course. I'm one of the main shareholders of the Beekland Bicycle Company." "Main shareholder? I forgot about that." She still succeeded in the end. Klein seemed to understand something as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "So that's how it is. My imagination is still lacking. How was it? How did it feel after the test ride?" Audrey held the bicycle's head as her eyes darted around. As she recalled, she said, "It's great. It's very suitable for women." "Honorable lady, that's not what you said just now." Klein pricked up his brows, but he didn't interrupt the girl's words. Audrey smiled again as she continued, "To me, it allows me to adjust my mood and release my stress. It's just like riding a horse. However, riding a horse requires special clothes. I have to go to a racecourse or the suburbs. It's impossible to let a horse gallop at home or on the streets. It lacks the necessary feeling. However, a bicycle doesn't have such a problem. I can even go to alleys that aren't accessible by horse carriages. It allows me to see different scenery. When I rode past a family's house, I saw a few flowers blooming in their garden. I felt especially happy. Well, when I meet other cyclists, I am also very happy. They are working hard to live, with a little hope. Although they are busy and in a hurry, they are not numb at all." "Okay, don't laugh at me. I know you are going to say that those who can afford a bicycle are definitely not at the bottom of this society. I am just happy for them. I hope that one day, I can ride my bike through every street in Beekland." Klein listened quietly, his mood improving bit by bit. With Miss Justice's description, the scene seemed to appear before his eyes, and this was a negligible change he had brought to this world. He laughed and said, "No, I have no intention of refuting. This sounds interesting. This is what I hope to see in Beekland. The more the merrier. I used to have some doubts about certain things, but now it seems to have lessened a lot." Having said that, he pointed at 22, Phelps Street, the door of the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation. "Let's go in. It looks like it's going to rain soon." "All right, I'll park the bike." Audrey got off the bicycle and pushed it and the golden retriever towards the back door. There was a specially designated parking spot for bicycles. It was located inside the house, and it wasn't afraid of the rain. In organizations like the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation, more and more staff members who needed to head out often rode bicycles. Of course, no one dared to rely on such a means of transportation to enter East Borough. There, everything could be stolen. Just as they were approaching the back door, the golden retriever, Susie, jumped off the bicycle and looked back at the spot from before. She said in puzzlement, "Audrey, that Mr. Dantes' tone is a little complicated when he heard that you are one of the major shareholders of the bicycle company, but I can't decipher what he really means." Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled. "I previously heard that Mr. Dantes was one of the people who competed with Hibbert for the bicycle company's shares." "I understand." Susie revealed a bright smile, happy that her observation was accurate. Inside the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation, Klein waited for Miss Audrey to return with her Beyond a Dog companion before heading to the second floor with them. At this moment, a staff member came forward and said to Audrey, "Miss Director, Principal Portland Moment of Beekland University is waiting for you in the reception room." "Miss Director, Chancellor Portland Moment of Backlund University of Technology is waiting for you in the reception room." The staff member first greeted Director Dawn Dantes before answering, "Why is Principal Moment here?" The staff member first greeted Director Dawn Dantes before answering, He didn't say. He didn't say. Before the staff member could finish his sentence, the tall, rosy-cheeked Portland Moment walked out of the reception room as he combed his white hair. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. "Honorable Miss Audrey, please forgive my abrupt visit." In Ruin, after getting to know each other, one would address a noble lady by her surname and address a lady by her first name. "It's my honor," Audrey replied politely. Portland Moment was a principal who was more focused on academics. Without any flattery or small talk, he directly said with a smile, "It's like this. I wish to add a mechanical laboratory to the technical university. The goal is to invent and promote all kinds of machinery that are beneficial to industry and life. I wonder if you're interested in donating or investing?" Heh, Dawn, how about it? Do you have any thoughts of cooperation? Don't worry, I'll definitely get a grant from the Higher Education Commission. It's a good idea, but Beekland, and the entire kingdom, might fall into a maelstrom. After hearing Principal Moment's words, Klein was momentarily dazed. Audrey nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information." "It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information. This is my responsibility to myself and to all of you." "I have the same thoughts," Klein said. Portland Moment laughed heartily and said, "No problem. I'll organize some things for you when I get back." Fogsy, on the Golden Dream. German Sparrow is actually concerned about Anderson's situation. Also, what's the meaning of gathering items related to Vice Admiral Ailment? Many pirates have been frantically pursuing such items, but they have never succeeded. After receiving German Sparrow's message, Danny's was filled with puzzlement. But no matter how puzzled he was, he still carefully and seriously thanked Mr. Fool. Following that, he put down his fishing rod and turned to enter the cabin, heading all the way to the room where Anderson lived. After knocking on the door and opening the door in one fell swoop, Danny's crossed his arms and stood at the door. "What do you think? How's the digestion of the thing in your stomach?" Anderson put down his paintbrush and shot a glance at Danitz before replying with a heavy tone. He replied with a heavy tone, "It already knows how to call me Daddy." Danny's subconsciously took 2 steps back. Anderson immediately regained his composure and smiled. "I'm just joking. It's not bad. Your captain has ideas and actions. The only problem is that he has failed too many times. The thing in my stomach has been isolated. It won't affect me for a long time." He rubbed his stomach as he spoke. Danny's raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "It was supposed to be affected?" Andrew Sun sized up Danny's. "You should have heard that certain Beyonder characteristics or potions will seep into objects if they are in prolonged contact with them, transforming them into sealed artifacts that are difficult to use. And the human body is just a relatively special item. Sometimes, I suspect that you obtained your Beyonder powers through contact with potions and not ingesting them. This resulted in your brain being corroded." In the past, Danny's would have been furious, but now, he just snorted. "In other words, if you don't isolate yourself, the thing in your stomach will gradually infiltrate and transform you, including your brain?" Andrew Sun clicked his tongue in wonder. "Very good. Continue. Don't stop. I think you can attempt to advance to sequence 6. Yes, you're usually quite skilled at setting fires." Danny's replied disdainfully, "I'm just lacking some ingredients. I'm just lacking some ingredients." Recalling German Sparrow's instructions, he pressed unwillingly. "How do we deal with it after the quarantine?" Andrew Sun rubbed the first button on his shirt and chuckled. "There are 2 ideas. One is to find a demigod like an unshadowed to help and let that thing slowly seep out. In this aspect, your captain knows someone. The only problem is that at the same time that thing seeps out, my Beyonder characteristic might also seep out, causing my sequence to regress, or even become an ordinary person. The second idea is to think of a way to obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula and prepare the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients. I want to see if I can take the initiative to contain that thing and use it to become a demigod." "That sounds very dangerous." Danny's gave a pertinent evaluation of the latter idea. Anderson's smile became more obvious. "Indeed, it's very dangerous. I don't even know if it will work. But, Don't you think that such a difficult and challenging thing is very interesting? At least this is more in line with my taste than the first one. Danny's shook his head seriously. I don't think so. He then asked in a half-provoking and half-probing manner, have you not an estate, nay, property somewhere? I can help you send the ashes back. Anderson wasn't angry at all. He nodded solemnly. When the time comes, you can consider eating my ashes directly. Why isn't this fellow provoked at all? The corners of Danny's mouth twitched as he decided to give up. He would find the captain and ask how he could obtain items related to Vice Admiral ailment. Late at night, at 160 Bokelund Street, Klein was just about to sleep when he saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. One of them was biting a thin letter that had been stuffed into an envelope. Who sent it? Klein asked out of habit and reached out to take it. Rionette Tynker's 4 heads opened their mouths one after another. I don't like nicknames. Of Sharon, P.S. The first monthly ticket in August will be updated. Seeking monthly tickets during the double period tilde. Chapter 1067. Sharon, who doesn't like nicknames? How did she know? She's communicated with Miss Sharon before. Upon hearing Rionette Tynker's answer, Klein was first taken aback before questions surfaced in his mind. From his point of view, under normal circumstances, the messenger and the sender wouldn't communicate. The entire process was to appear, take the letter, and leave. Besides, when did Miss Messenger need to seek the other party's permission for a nickname? Did Frank Lee and Patrick Bryan express their approval? A few seconds later, Klein instinctively guessed that Miss Messenger and Miss Sharon definitely had some sort of connection, and Rionette Tynker didn't wish to hide anything. Reining in his thoughts, Klein tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and quickly scanned the contents. There's something I wish to receive your help with. I'll discuss the details with the brave. Compared to before, Miss Sharon isn't as stingy with her words. She's slightly better. Is this a change from advancing to a demigod? Klein thought for a moment before walking to his desk. He picked up a fountain pen and wrote on the letter, "When do you wish to meet?" Just as he put down the fountain pen, he glanced at Rionette Tynker, who was standing by the side, seemingly waiting for him to write a letter. Klein felt a little more certain. He folded the letter, handed it over, and said in a seemingly casual manner, for Miss Sharon. One of the heads that Rionette Tynker was holding bit on the letter as the other 3 said, "You, this time. You. Paid. Postage, no. Paid. Postage." Klein cleared his throat, took out a gold coin, and handed it to Miss Messenger. Seeing Rionette Tynker vanish, he revealed a thoughtful expression. He walked to a reclining chair and sat down, patiently waiting. Less than a minute later, the messenger in the dark and complicated dress walked out of the void once again. She was biting on the letter from before. Klein didn't ask as he received the reply and unfolded it. "If you don't have any problems, it's best to do it tonight." "Tonight?" Klein nodded thoughtfully and flicked his wrist, causing the letter to burst into crimson flames and quickly turn black. The flames expanded and engulfed his body. By the time the flames subsided, Klein's figure had already disappeared from the reclining chair. The embers hovered in the air and fell into a trash can not far away under the influence of an invisible wind. In Beeklands North Borough, Sherwood Borough, and the bridge area, the gas wall lamps in the buildings that weren't connected brightened a little before returning to normal. Before long, Klein appeared in a room he had privately rented at the edge of East Borough. He changed his clothes, put on his gold-rimmed glasses, and left as Sherlock Moriarty. He arrived at the Brave. This time, he didn't look for Ian, who was playing board games with a group of people in the chess room. Instead, he listened for a few seconds before he pushed open the door of one of the billiard rooms and slowly walked in. Just as he locked the door, he saw the outline of a silhouette on his left and right. Sitting on the high stool on the left was Sharon, who was wearing a small bonnet and a regal dress. She had pale blonde hair and blue eyes. Compared to before, her face wasn't as pale as before. She only looked a little like she had lost some blood. This made her deviate from the image of a female ghost and closer to a doll. Standing beside the billiard table on the right was Marek. The young man who liked to play cards with zombies was increasingly pale. The malice in his eyes that needed to be restrained wasn't obvious, but it gave off a repressive feeling. "Good evening, both of you." Klein smiled as he took off his hat and bowed. "Good evening, Mr. Detective." Sharon's body seemed weightless as she floated up slightly and returned the bow seriously. Marek did the same. At that moment, the billiard room felt like it was haunted. Klein casually pulled a high stool and sat down. He chuckled. He chuckled and said, "What's the matter this time?" "I'm sorry. I might have to trouble you again." Sharon bowed again. Marek hurriedly said, "We've reached an agreement with the Sanguine. We've come to an agreement with the Sanguine to cooperate against the important members of the Rose School of Thought in Backlund. We'll definitely leave the details to us, including how to lure them out, how to ambush them, and how to take action. I just hope that you can watch the entire process and lead us away when an accident happens. Feel free to mention whatever you want. We can discuss it. That also means that I'm a contingency plan to prevent any accidents. What if Emlyn gets the world's help in secret? When the time comes, their plan is to have 2 demigods as backup. Ah, that seems doable. I'll be Sherlock Moriarty and get Kona's Kilger to be German Sparrow." Klein thought for a few seconds and didn't directly respond to Marek. Instead, he said, "Let me ask a few questions." Marek glanced at Sharon and nodded slightly. "All right." Klein looked at Sharon, who was sitting on the high stool like a doll. "The Tutensis 2 mummy you previously obtained was prepared for you to advance to Sequence 4 puppet. And are you sure that you've become a demigod?" This was something he had learned from their conversation and letters. His main goal was to confirm it and start the conversation. Sharon looked back at him quietly. Her voice was a little ethereal and inhuman as she said, "You're right." "Yes." Klein nodded slightly and asked directly, "What's your relationship with Rionette Tynker?" "What's your relationship with Rionette Tynker?" Sharon's blue eyes moved imperceptibly. "She is my teacher." "Teacher? She?" Although Klein had some guesses, he nearly drew a gasp as he felt his teeth sting. In the blink of an eye, although his expression didn't change, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Miss Messenger was originally an angel. I actually used an angel as a messenger. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? She is even Miss Sharon's teacher. Back when she applied to be my messenger, it probably wasn't that simple. From the looks of it, she is definitely at odds with the Mother Tree of Desire. Did she sign a contract with me because she covets me? No, she's definitely my enemy. It's no wonder Miss Sharon was able to easily obtain the puppet potion formula and the corresponding ingredients. So it's because of my teacher's help. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to ask a question and use the process of Miss Sharon or Marek's answer to calm himself down. He deliberated for a moment. "What's the exact situation?" This time, it was still Sharon who answered. She was even more inanimate than Horomic's robot. In the early 5th Epoch, death perished. The southern continent's Star Plateau, Paz Valley, and other places experienced a wave of resistance against the Balaam Empire's rule. During this process, the Chained God appeared, and the Rose School was born. My teacher was originally the daughter of the ruler of the Highlands back then. Later, she became a blessed of the Chained God and helped her father establish the Highlands Kingdom. After that, she became a Sequence 2 angel, one of the leaders of the Rose School. She advocated temperance and used a life of poverty and low desires to resist madness. 922 years ago, the Son of God, Swa, was born. Everything began to change. Indulgence in desires and bloody sacrifices gradually became mainstream. Originally, Teacher was able to barely maintain it, preventing the temperance faction from being affected. But as time passed, the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire grew. Swa also successfully advanced a few years ago, becoming a true abomination. An internal war erupted. Teacher protected us as we escaped from the highlands, the river valley, and the grasslands. As for me, I watched her perish under the siege of Swa and the other upper echelons. However, she didn't completely die. She had made certain preparations beforehand and resurrected in a special state in the spirit world. She yearned for the integrity of her body. Is that so? In other words, Miss Messenger only has the nature of an angel, but she doesn't have the corresponding powers. She's in a weak state. It's no wonder she wasn't able to easily deal with Rose School's demigod, Jack. Wait a minute, although I've worked with many angels, they're all incomplete or very weak. Apart from Mara Moriona, all of them are in such a state. Mr. Aztec, Palez Zoroast, Will or Septin, Miss Messenger. Is there something wrong with my title of the Fool? Could it be that they are waiting for me to give Scholar of Yore the corresponding charm? Klein was enlightened as he felt wistful. He didn't ask Rionette Tynker why she yearned for money. After thinking for a moment, he said, Miss Sharon, Rose School definitely doesn't lack the potion formula for puppet. After you obtained the Tutensis II mummy, they likely treat you as a demigod. In addition, Marum Rionette Tynker had once appeared in front of Rose School's demigods and fought them. This also means that Rose School definitely knows that she is still alive and will definitely be wary of her. And your teacher-student relationship with her isn't a secret on their side. Under such circumstances, isn't it too idealistic for you and Marek to use yourselves as bait to fish out the important members of Rose School in Beekland? Do you think they will only send 1 or 2 demigods to deal with you? What level of help can the Sanguine provide? Also, I previously mentioned that due to a certain identity of mine, the Mother Tree of Desire places great importance on me. She even got Abomination Soir to directly take action. As for your teacher's cooperation with me, they are also very aware of it. Putting all of this together, it's not hard to guess what kind of blow you will receive if you appear. Having said that, Klein's expression turned serious. The entire billiard room turned abnormally silent, but Sharon's expression didn't change at all. The entire billiard room instantly fell abnormally silent, but Sharon's expression didn't change at all. P.S. Update first, then change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period tilde. Chapter 1068. After a few seconds, Sharon calmly replied to Klein's question. It's not bait, but a lure. Just as Klein was about to ask what the difference was, Marek explained in detail. In the past, when we were pursued by Rose School, we discovered quite a number of their members in Beekland. However, due to our lack of strength and fear of traps, we didn't take action against them because we didn't want to attract the attention of the churches. This time, we plan on choosing one of the more important ones to take action. We will also deliberately miss out on some, allowing the hidden ones to escape secretly and pass the news to Rose School's person in charge in Beekland. And in secret, the Sanguine demigods will keep an eye on them. Through the information chain, they will find the person in charge. This person will definitely be an important member of Rose School. Once they're killed or captured, we'll take the next step based on the key information obtained through interrogation. That's rather reasonable. It's mainly using my understanding of Rose School to formulate a plan and not using myself as bait. This will allow me to effectively control the situation and not destroy Beekland. Klein nodded slightly. If that's the case, I can participate in it. He didn't mention that he needed to consider it first and return to determine the level of danger. This was because this matter wasn't something that Sharon and the Sanguine needed to do in the near future. When he divined that something went wrong, he could stop it as a participant. What kind of payment do you need? Marek's standing posture relaxed a little as he asked. Klein smiled. If there aren't any accidents throughout the process, I wish to receive Marum Rionette Tynker's help once. If I have to take action, I'll add the right to choose the spoils of war first. You can discuss it with Marum Rionette Tynker first before writing to me. In fact, he was still a little puzzled. He believed that since this was the plan, there was no need to seek him out. With Miss Messenger hiding in the dark, it was enough to prevent any accidents that Sherlock Moriarty could deal with. There's no need. Sharon, who was as pale as a doll, shook her head. I can promise you right now. Has this been discussed with Miss Messenger? Klein thought for a few seconds and asked honestly, then why didn't you ask Ms. Rionette Tynker for help to prevent accidents from happening? Sharon's pale blonde hair seemed to be tightly bound by the small bonnet. It did not move at all. Her voice was ethereal as she replied, he doesn't want the bloodbreeds to discover his existence. I see. Klein deliberated for a moment and raised another question. You people advocate abstinence. Why would you actively seek to deal with a key member of Rose School? Is revenge not within the scope of restraint? Sharon looked at him with her blue eyes and said, in the past few decades, Rose School has been working hard to make the mother tree of desire descend into reality. This will bring about unimaginable disasters. In addition, Master also desires to have a complete body. If the mother tree of desire really descends into the real world, it would be an unimaginable disaster for me. However, what does this have to do with Miss Messenger's complete body? Her body was once torn apart, and it was in the hands of different key members of Rose School? Or could it be that the bodies or characteristics of high sequence beyond us of the same pathway can become a part of her body through some ritual? Klein mumbled inwardly and probed, what's the matter? Abstinence is a sequence one of the mutant pathway? Then what are sequence 2 and 3 called? He had once asked Miss Sharon the first question, but he had only received a rather vague answer. Sharon answered without any hesitation. She didn't speak too quickly, but she still had the ethereal and inhuman feeling. I wasn't too sure in the past, but now, I can confirm that sequence 1 is abstinence. Sequence 2 is ancient bane. Sequence 3 is known as cursed object in ancient times, now known as disciple of silence. Does this mean that you weren't sure the last time I asked? That is to say, only after you summon Miss Messenger will you acknowledge her and learn more secrets. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Then I have no more questions. Write to me after you've decided on the time for the operation. Thank you. Sharon floated up once again as though she was weightless and bowed. Marek pressed his hand to his chest and bent his back slightly. There's no need. Klein stood up from the high stool and wore his top hat with a smile. This time, there wasn't a smacking sound as the scarlet flames soared up and engulfed him. Under the night sky in Backland, countless lights were silently lit, as though the starry sky had descended to the ground after being covered by layers of clouds. As the few stars twinkled, Klein returned to the rental apartment at the periphery of East Borough. Just as he changed his clothes and prepared to return to North Borough's Boakland Street, he heard stacked illusory prayers. It came from a man. Nodding in thought, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He extended his spirituality towards the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star. As he expected, this corresponded to Emlyn. This vampire, who was already a viscount, prayed piously, Honourable Mr. Fool, I wish to request for a small-scale gathering. Honourable Mr. Fool, I wish to request for a small-scale gathering. The participants will be me, Mr. Hanged Man, Marham Hermit, Miss Justice, Mr. World, to Emlyn. These are the representatives of Tarot's intelligence, experience, knowledge, and observation skills. Poor Leonard. Klein chuckled inwardly as he leaned back in his chair and responded to Emlyn's request. Above the greyish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, 5 crimson beams of light simultaneously rose from both sides of the long bronze table, condensing into different figures. Mr. Moon, has the Sanguine's plan been finalized? Audrey first greeted everyone before asking with piqued interest. Emlyn surveyed the area and said frankly, yes, the exact plan is this. Yes, this is the exact plan. Through 2 Temperance faction members who defected from the Rose School of Thought, he recounted the plan that Sharon had described to Sherlock Moriarty from another angle to the world, German Sparrow, and company. Finally, he said, if we can obtain effective information, we Sanguine plan on seizing the opportunity to raid Rose School's headquarters, hoping to snatch away an important item. What important item? Catlear asked curiously. This is an item that can make an ancient faction attempt to attack the headquarters of a secret organization. It's definitely not simple. Her importance might even exceed that of an ordinary angel. It's even stronger than some grade 0 sealed artifact. Emlyn didn't hide the truth. It's a holy artifact left behind by our Sanguine ancestor. Due to an accident, it was obtained by Rose School. I'm not sure what it is exactly. A holy artifact left behind by Lilith. In the hands of Rose School. The Sanguine places great importance on it. This time, key points flashed through Klein's mind as he acted as the world, German Sparrow. Combined with the many secrets he had learned, He quickly came up with an uncertain guess that might be the key to the mother tree of Desire's corruption and control of a portion of the Moon Domain's authority. This is something that Miss Sharon and company didn't mention. The Sanguine are also holding back, and they're quite ambitious. Yes, it can't be described as ambitious. That ancestor Lilith, whose identity is unknown, seems to have foreseen the chaos of the situation and the arrival of the apocalypse. Therefore, she made the Sanguine change their ways and be more radical in order to seek more support. This is snatching the lifeline of the apocalypse. Klein didn't say a word as he listened quietly. The others were also pondering over the important information revealed by the moon. Alger was no exception. He pondered for a few seconds before saying, "That's right." He pondered for a few seconds before saying, "In other words, in this operation, you Sanguine will hide in the shadows and won't be targeted by Rose School?" "Yes," Emlyn replied in a relatively relaxed manner. The Sanguine's plan was jointly decided upon by Duke Olmer, Marquis Nibbs, and a few earls in Beekland. Without a doubt, many of the problems had been considered repeatedly. No matter what, even a pig that had lived for more than 1,000 years would definitely have sufficient wisdom and experience. The hanging man Alger nodded gently. "I have another question. How can you be sure that the person in charge of Rose School in Beekland is only a saint, and that there aren't more demigods or even angels hidden? You should know very well that the situation in Beekland is very complicated. It's not impossible for Rose School to increase the number of powerhouses and conspire against certain matters. If that's the case, you'll be like thieves who wish to steal something but end up barging into Civilau's Yard." Civilau's Yard was another name for Beekland's police department. Emlyn became increasingly relaxed. This time, Duke Olmer will personally observe the entire process. Even if an angel descends upon Rose School, we'll still be able to easily escape. In addition, regardless of which side it is, none of them wish to create a huge conflict in Beekland. Without an overwhelming advantage or the confidence of not causing a huge commotion, they will naturally stop fighting. Upon hearing his answer, the hermit Catlear curled up the corners of her mouth indiscernibly. She reminded him, to Beyonders who aren't demigods, even a slight collision between angels will produce a shockwave that's enough to destroy them. Emlyn snapped out of his pride from witnessing the Sanguine's powerful strength and was momentarily at a loss for a response. At this moment, Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as though she was thinking about something. "Mr. Moon, what do you need to do in this plan?" "What do I need to do?" The one in charge of monitoring the secret members of Rose School and locking onto the true target through the transmission of information is Earl Mistral. The ones who take action are Marquis Nibbs, Earl Mistral, and the demigod from Rose School's Temperance faction. The one watching everything in secret to prevent any accidents is Duke Olmer. I seem to only need to contact that wraith named Marek and maintain communication between the two sides. The more Emlyn thought about it, the odder his expression became. It doesn't seem like there's anything I need to do. At least, there's nothing particularly important. P.S. This chapter's reviews seem to have closed. It'll take a few days. PS2, requesting for monthly votes on the last day of September. It would be a waste if you don't vote tilde by the way, requesting for recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1069. Emlyn's eyes shimmered as he leaned back in his chair. He spoke in an unhurried manner as he answered Miss Justice's question with a smile. "What I need to do is very simple. What I need to do is very simple. I need to ensure that both sides can smoothly push things forward. Then, you probably don't need to directly participate in the battle, right?" Audrey originally wanted to press him further, but after sizing up the moon and rethinking what she had just said, she smiled faintly. "In that case, there's only one thing you need to do. Ensure your own safety. Makes sense. I can't let this matter affect me. After all, there's nothing I need to do. I'm not in charge of the parts that require me to take risks. After renting Leymano's travels and spending money to get the world to record a few pages of teleportation, there won't be any problems with my safety." Emlyn thought for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Very good suggestion. As the other parts of the Sanguine hunting operation didn't involve the Tarot members, it wasn't controlled at all. This private exchange quickly came to an end as the participants returned to the real world. Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. After his figure vanished, he appeared on the fool's seat again. He beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix and the marauder pathway mystical item, broken finger, which were tied together. At this moment, the surface of the grayish-white forceps that seemed to be polished from 2 finger bones had already surfaced. Grains of sand that appeared pitch-black and deep because they had absorbed all the surrounding light. They slowly flowed and gathered, as though they were about to reassemble into a new form. As for broken finger itself, the grayish-white color turned translucent as it reflected some light. Tiny cracks appeared on it. The unshadowed crucifix can actually make the beyonder characteristics of mystical items and sealed artifacts slowly precipitate and reform. Of course, the premise is that there's a power similar to the mysterious space above the gray fog that suppresses it, making it willing to come into contact with other items that contain beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the grayish-white broken finger suddenly buzzed and let out a passionate voice. "Oh, my son! Praise you! Praise the sun!" As the tweezer-like item sang, creaking sounds came from inside, as if it would break into pieces at any moment. But this did not affect its praise of the sun. Klein looked at this scene with his mouth slightly agape. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of expression to show. After a few seconds, he sighed and separated the unshadowed crucifix and broken finger. He threw them to the edge of the junk pile in different spots and used the gray fog's power to suppress them. Then, he prepared to leave this place and return to the real world. At this moment, the point of light that represented the fool's only believer and had been marked emitted rings of light as it emitted overlapping prayers. Klein restrained his various thoughts and spread his spirituality over. Immediately, the scene of Danny's praying in his room appeared before his eyes, and the corresponding voice echoed in his ears. "Honorable Mr. Fool, your humble believer requests that you pass the following words to German Sparrow. According to my captain, there are many things at sea that are rumored to be Vice Admiral Ailment's personal items, but all of them are fake without exception. And ever since she was injured in that attack, this pirate admiral has placed great importance on keeping her itinerary a secret. She rarely plunders. The last time her fleet appeared was 2 months ago, on the Ross Island west of the Berserk Sea. After that, she sailed into the vast sea, and no one knows where she went. The foreign object in Anderson's stomach has already been under initial control. It has been isolated from his body to a certain extent, and it won't seep into his flesh for a very long period of time. There are 2 ways to completely resolve this latent danger. One is to seek the help of a sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway, but there's the possibility of his beyonder characteristic being greatly purified. The second is to find the Hunter Pathways sequence 4 iron-blooded night potion formula. Through the help of rituals and ingredients, he can directly absorb the foreign object. Anderson is more inclined to the latter plan. He's willing to take the risk. It's obvious that Danny's is imitating Vice Admiral Iceberg's answer. This doesn't seem like his normal speaking style. However, some of the words aren't accurate enough. Could it be that Danny's secretly changed it and used synonyms that he can understand better? He's worried that German Sparrow won't understand? Klein pricked up his brows and focused his attention back on the content itself. Vice Admiral Ailment has followed the instructions of the Demonist sect and is hiding during this rather critical period. If that's the case, it's basically impossible to capture her in a short period of time. And in another month or 2, the matter might blow up completely, and there's no need to find her. I'll first send Danny's to try and find her to preserve some hope. I'll shift my focus to finding Demonist Trissy. I have her contact details, and I can consider using the excuse of working together to deal with Saintess of White Katerina to get her to meet German Sparrow. I'll see if I can control her and use her to bait out Katerina. I can help Anderson with the 2 methods to eliminate the latent danger. Since he's inclined to take the risk and use his advancement to absorb the foreign object, then I don't need to use Danny's to promote the short-term usage rights to the unshadowed crucifix. That's pretty good. At the very least, I don't need to worry about the crucifix Adam gave me meeting with the foreign object Adam left behind. As for the iron-blooded night potion formula, with Anderson's important role in luring Insangwell out, it's not like I can't give it to him. The foreign object in his stomach is a reward from Adam. Yes, I can't directly give it to him. He's not a believer of the fool. German Sparrow also has no reason to give him such a high-level item. As his thoughts raced, Klein quickly made a decision. He conjured World German Sparrow and made him take a praying pose. Fog Sea, inside the Golden Dream. Bang! The wooden door was pushed open and slammed heavily into the wall. Amid this commotion, Anderson paused his fingers that were flipping through the pages of his book. He looked at Danny's, who was standing by the door with a normal expression. I have a very good mission for you. Danny's, who was draped in a cloak and without gloves, raised his chin and chuckled. Anderson sized up the pirate in front of him and clicked his tongue. You seem very pleased with yourself. What mission? Danny's glanced at him. Accompany me to the Ross Island and help me search for Vice Admiral Ailment. In addition, help me gather the Beyonder ingredients that Conspira needs. Heh, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Anderson nodded thoughtfully. So, what's the reward? The corners of Danny's mouth curled up bit by bit as he said in a condescending manner, Iron-Blooded Knight's supplementary material list and advancement ritual. Anderson did not respond or speak. He stared intently at Danny's for nearly 10 seconds. Then, as if he couldn't wait any longer, he threw away the book in his hand and stood up. With a bright smile, he said, When are we leaving? Beekland, East Side, in a 2-bedroom rental with the curtains drawn. Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress, packed her luggage and prepared to head to the next hiding spot. Her slightly round face was a little thinner than before. Apart from her sweetness, there was an indescribable elegance to her. Even though she was in the dirty and chaotic East Side, she didn't seem to be tainted by any dust. Trissy didn't immediately carry the black suitcase. After looking around, she walked to the desk, spread out the letter, and picked up a fountain pen. Mr. German Sparrow, I've already obtained the information I need from the captain of the Royal Guards. He's truly loyal to King George III. You should understand what this means. Next, my goal is to figure out what this king is up to. For this, I plan on making the Demonis sect's Saintess of White, Katerina, my enemy. She definitely knows the corresponding secrets. She's a Sequence 3, a Demonis of agelessness. She's extremely difficult to kill or capture. I have to admit that my strength alone isn't enough to deal with her. If you're interested and confident, we can try cooperating. You know how to contact me. Trissy. Putting down the fountain pen, Trissy folded the letter and began to set up the ritual to summon German Sparrow's messenger. She had only written to this crazy adventurer at this point because she was worried that he would use the messenger to lock onto her hiding spot. Then, he would directly teleport over with helpers to deal her a blow. Therefore, she only made this attempt when she was about to move. Although Trissy wasn't sure what German Sparrow's intentions were, nor was she able to determine if he would suddenly attack her, she was habitually cautious and chose the process that could guarantee her safety. After handing the letter to the messenger, I'll leave and wait for German Sparrow to contact me. I'll try my best not to meet him until the very last moment. I don't know what faction is hiding behind him either. I have to focus on mobilizing and making use of him. I can't trust him too much. This is indeed troublesome, but it's safe enough. As Trissy thought about it, she ended what she was doing. She took 2 steps back and looked at the candle flame. She chanted in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. Just as she said that, the candle flame swelled up and turned abnormally pale. Right on the heels of that, a figure stepped out of the candle flame. She wore a dark and complicated black dress and held 4 blonde, red-eyed, and bright heads in her hands. The 8 scarlet eyes on the 4 heads turned at the same time as they cast their gazes at Trissy. Trissy's pupils dilated as if she had seen something extremely terrifying and impressive. P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the end of the month. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday. It will be updated in the wee hours of the morning. PS2. Recommended book, Monsters Will Die If They Are Killed. This was an era of madness. Anomalies and evil creatures walked the land, and the souls of the past returned to the human world. The shadow of the end was constantly approaching. But there seems to be something different. If you want to kill me, kill me. If you want to cut me up, cut me up. Don't come over. Brother Jew, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, this evil demon will die. Brother Jew, forget it. Let them go. It's too tragic, Su Jew, it doesn't count. After all, monsters would die if they were killed. Chapter 1070. Beekland, St. George Borough, in a room filled with junk in a factory. The mirror with obvious cracks flashed as its surface turned dark and deep, as though it was connected to another world. Suddenly, a white hand reached out from beneath the mirror, as though it had penetrated through layers of water. A figure walked out of the mirror. It was none other than the sweet and beautiful demoness Trissy, who was dressed in a black dress. Her face was unusually pale, as though she had lost all color. Her forehead was covered in sweat. With a thud, the suitcase in Triss's hand fell to the ground. She could no longer suppress the horror in her eyes. Following that, she muttered to herself with a blank expression, "His messenger is actually an angel. His messenger is actually an angel." At that moment, Trissy felt a chill run down her back as though a cold wind had blown past her. She had never expected that summoning a messenger would be so dangerous. Thankfully, the woman with the 4 heads didn't do anything after watching silently for a while. She just received the letter and left. North Borough, 160 Beauclund Street, inside Dawn Dantes' manor. Who sent it? Klein asked with anticipation as he received the letter from Miss Messenger. Rionette Tynker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads said one after another vessel of filthy darkness. Darkness, this nickname. Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He was momentarily unable to immediately figure out who Miss Messenger was referring to. His mind quickly flashed to the people who had the method to summon messengers as he filtered them one by one. In just a few seconds, he had a conjecture. Trissy. According to what Klein knew, this demoness who had been renamed Trissy Cheek was very likely one of the mediums for the Primordial One's awakening or descent. In such a situation, it wasn't impossible to call her a vessel. And anyone who knew enough about the mysterious world knew that the primordial demoness was an evil goddess. She was known as the Terminator who ended everything. Her goal was to create the apocalypse and destroy everything. Furthermore, she wielded the authority of emotions and emotions related to desires. She was described as filthy and dark. It wasn't too appropriate, but it was understandable. Similarly, filth and darkness could also describe Trissy, who had been corrupted to a certain extent by an evil god. As expected of an angel, to dare speak of the primordial demoness in such a manner. Klein marveled inwardly and was about to open the letter to read it quickly. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at Miss Messenger. How did the sender react to you? She's very scared. Rionette Tynker's 3 heads spoke one after another. The one that didn't get a turn could only open its mouth. Klein's expression turned slightly solemn as he deliberated and asked, "What's the matter? Did you mark her?" Rionette Tynker's head, which hadn't been able to speak, spoke first. No, the remaining 3 golden-haired, red-eyed heads added. Because she has the aura of the primordial. Klein was silent for a few seconds before he nodded. I understand. After watching Miss Messenger step into the void and leave, he unfolded the piece of paper and quickly scanned through Triss's letter. She's actually looking for me to deal with Saintess of White Katerina. Isn't that exactly what I wanted to do? Klein's eyes flickered a few times as he immediately found a black blob that resembled paste. Right on the heels of that, he transformed into German Sparrow and evenly smeared the blob onto a small mirror in the room. After patiently waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Klein failed to contact demoness Trissy even after the black blob completely evaporated without leaving anything behind. Indeed, Trissy, who has been corrupted by the primordial demoness to a certain extent, recognized Miss Messenger's level. She was frightened by the angel who delivered the letter. For the time being, she probably won't be contacting German Sparrow. Sigh, if I had known that Miss Messenger was an angel in a special state, I definitely wouldn't have let her appear in front of Trissy. Or I would have exhorted her to send her letter along with the demoness summons. Klein sighed silently. All he could say was that he was really unlucky. At this moment, he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. In a dark alley in the Beekland Bridge area. Zio hid wintry blade and entered as she warily looked around. Not bad. You're getting more and more experienced. As a deep male voice sounded, a figure walked out from the darkness around the corner. He was tall and wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. He was none other than the MI9 member who had previously contacted Zio. Why did you contact me so urgently? Zio took the initiative to ask. The golden-masked man did not exchange pleasantries either. You seem to be monitoring Viscount Stratford's surroundings. Have you noticed anything unusual recently? Zio thought for a moment. Yes. He had intimate contact with a woman of unknown origin. He had asked her to come to his mansion late at night several times. I tried to follow the woman, but failed twice. Also, Viscount Stratford suddenly went out 2 nights ago. I don't know where he went. I couldn't follow him. The golden-masked man tersely acknowledged and asked for all sorts of details. As for Zio, she answered according to what she had seen back then. She only hid the fact that she had met Shiamane in the carriage and had followed Viscount Stratford to the warehouse. Not bad. Your persistence has paid off. The golden-masked man nodded slightly, as though he didn't doubt Zio's words at all. He exhaled and changed the topic. With this matter, your contribution points will increase by quite a bit. To be frank, if this continues, it won't take long for you to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a Sequence 6 potion. However, before that, there will definitely be a strict qualification review. As for your background, there's no need to doubt it. I know very well that your background definitely won't pass the review. Actually, there's no need for you to seek the truth. I know that this is the motivation for you to persist in the mission related to Viscount Stratford, but my personal advice is to let go of this matter. With your current sequence and abilities, it's enough for your mother and brother to lead a good life. Don't worry, no one will come looking for trouble with you. And if you insist on persisting, I can't guarantee what will happen. Although Zio had already expected such a speech, she still couldn't help the palpitations and surging emotions in her heart when she heard it. She blurted out, "That's right." She blurted out, "Who are you?" "I'm just an ordinary mid-sequence beyonder." The golden-masked man smiled and said, "You might not know this, but the position of Captain of the Royal Guards has the corresponding authority of MI9. It's equivalent to the Deputy Director in charge of matters related to the royal family. When your father was still alive, I was his subordinate, and I received his help in various aspects. After he passed away, I, who didn't commit any mistakes or know of any secrets, was excluded from the core authority of MI9. You see, I can only be in charge of peripheral intelligence agents like you." Having said that, the golden-masked man sighed. "Your father has helped me a lot, so after I recognized you, I deliberately made you an intelligence agent under me. I'll provide you with some help within the limits of my authority. However, I have my own family and my own life. It's impossible for me to do anything too dangerous or take on too much risk for you. How about this? I'll help you get the Judge Potion formula. After that, you don't need to accumulate contribution points or seek advancement. Instead, you should exchange for something that will make your life better. As for what you plan on doing in private, I don't know, nor do I want to know." Zio fell into a daze as her lips quivered. "My father, what kind of person is he?" The golden-masked man replied with a sigh, "He's a truly heroic, noble, and just noble, but he's not perfect. He's impulsive, impatient, irritable." Zio listened quietly. She wanted to ask something else, but all she said was a phrase. "Thank you. Go back. I'll leave a message for you to meet me after I get the formula for Judge." The golden-masked man waved his hand. After Zio's figure completely disappeared from the alley's exit, the golden-masked man was about to turn around when he suddenly heard an ethereal voice. "She's lying. It is certain that she followed Viscount Stratford near the scene of the crime." The golden-masked man was silent for a moment. She was probably just worried that it would arouse suspicion. With her sequence, how can she defeat Viscount Stratford? Furthermore, wasn't it said that Viscount Stratford had a Grade 1 sealed artifact? I believe it's very likely that she didn't even dare to get close. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived. The ethereal voice replied, "That's right. Regardless, since there are suspicions, we have to conduct further investigations. Don't ask about the subsequent matters." Outside the alley, Zio was calmly walking along the street lamps. She had deliberately not mentioned that she had followed Viscount Stratford. This wasn't to hide it or to clear herself of suspicion or to avoid trouble. Her true goal was the opposite. Before the tarot incident, her original plan was to say that she had followed Viscount Stratford to a warehouse in the dock area and had been frightened away by a terrifying tornado. This would be more convincing, more believable, and less likely to arouse suspicion. However, after knowing that the world, German Sparrow, was interested in this matter, she had secretly changed her mind. She decided to leave her story open to suspicion. She felt that at her level, it was very likely that she would need another 3 to 5 years, or even longer to investigate the king's secrets. Perhaps there was no hope forever. And with the help of the world's strength, she might succeed this time. For this, she was willing to take the risk and place herself in the middle of a torrent. And today, before meeting the golden-masked man from MI9, Zio had prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to pass on her thoughts to the world, German Sparrow. P.S. Early update on the first day of October. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket tilde. Chapter 1071. Without this chapter, I didn't even feel like writing a summary. I facepalmed. I went on 2 trips in September. One was to Chengdu for a meeting, and the other was to Canada to participate in an exchange forum and sightsee. I probably spent half of my time outside, but I didn't stop updating or ask for leave. This was all thanks to my chapters. However, it's been more than a week since I came back, and I'm still jet-lagged. I wake up frequently at night, and when I wake up, it takes a long time before I can fall asleep. It's like taking an afternoon nap. When I lie down in the afternoon, I want to wake up at the scheduled time, but I can't even open my eyes. I just want to sleep again. This has caused my work and rest schedule to be a little abnormal. I feel very tired. Yep, I should be able to adjust soon. The chapters in September were mainly unfolding. I cut in from different angles and characters. My goal was achieved, but there were still some problems. These were actually 2 problems with the overall structure. After the 4th novel ended and the 5th novel began, Klein was actually in a state of missing a goal. This would cause the overall tension of the plot to decrease, but I couldn't just throw him a goal all of a sudden. He needed to experience it himself, to witness it, and to build it up bit by bit. In addition, because he became the blessed of the night, his short-term safety was guaranteed, and the sense of danger was also reduced. The sense of ups and downs required for the story also decreased a little. This wasn't the first novel, so he could easily write about his daily life. Back then, my goal in designing the 5th novel was that the rhythm of the later parts would be tense and urgent, like a surging flood. Hence, it was better to relax and be safe in the beginning. It wasn't good to always be tense. In October, I won't be going out. Focus on writing. As for holidays, they basically don't exist for web novelists. I'll update as usual on the 11th, but I'll rest for half a day on the weekends. Yep, if my work and rest schedule can return to normal, I'll try to add more chapters to the September monthly votes on the first weekend. Here, I thank everyone once again. Curly-haired baboon seems to have a birthday already. It's next April 1st. Also, I only said that the length of the next 3 novels would be shortened. The 5th novel's length is about the same as the first 4, at least 200 chapters. So don't worry, take your time to read. The chapters have been updated in advance. Please guarantee the monthly votes. It's currently the double period, so don't wait, you can vote now tilde. Chapter 1072. I'm going to watch the military parade today and celebrate the motherland's birthday. I really don't have time to write. The second chapter will be posted at 7 p.m. today. Hee. Also, my QQ group and public account are all free. Anyone who joins will have to pay. Those who use all sorts of methods to ask for money and advertise must be fake. Everyone, please be vigilant. Finally, I wish the motherland a happy 70th birthday. I wish everyone a happy National Day. I'm begging for monthly votes tilde Lord of the Mysteries is obsessed with the military parade. The noon chapter is at night, begging for monthly votes. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1073. Above the boundless grey fog, inside the magnificent and ancient palace. Klein held the unshadowed crucifix in one hand and the sea god scepter in the other. He was looking at the real world through the crimson star that represented judgment. In his spiritual vision, there was another person hiding in the sinister alley other than the short Miss Zio and the golden-masked MI9 personnel. It was a man in his 30s. He didn't have any special features, and he was a typical person from north-central Ruin. Not only did he blend into the shadows, but he also had a trait that made it hard for others to ignore him. If not for him being above the grey fog and having a true vision, Klein suspected that he wouldn't have been able to discover this person immediately even if he was present. It was only when the other party did something abnormal that he could rely on his spiritual intuition to form the corresponding image in his mind. Hiding in the shadows and psychological invisibility, half relying on items, and the other half relying on a sequence. Combined with everything else, this isn't a demigod, that's right. In the eyes of the king's faction, Miss Zio is only a sequence 7. She doesn't have any mystical items. If Viscount Stratford's matter is really related to her, then there must be a supporter behind her, or even a faction. With such turbulent undercurrents, directly getting a demigod who knows too much to investigate might very well lead to them falling into a trap. And if a demigod who doesn't know the whole story were to appear, the news would most likely be leaked to the 3 churches, causing the investigation to be dominated by them. This way, a sequence 5 or 6 with strength and trustworthiness, but one that doesn't know too many secrets due to the restrictions of one's level would be a good candidate. Klein silently muttered to himself as he gave up on the idea of using his identity as German Sparrow to teleport over to capture the person. He temporarily couldn't obtain any useful information. He decided to wait patiently for the situation to change. Of course, it was impossible for Klein to constantly stay above the grey fog to monitor the situation. If that happened, his body in the real world would be in an unprotected state for an extended period of time. He wouldn't be able to withstand any accidents. For this, he created a batch of charms and handed them to Judgment, magicians, and the other tarot members. If they discovered that something was amiss, they could immediately activate the charms and receive aid from the world. This would be faster and simpler than directly reciting the fool's honorific name and having him convey it. This was the inspiration that Klein had obtained from the Evernite coat of arms provided by the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernite, Oriana. It was equivalent to a solidified ritual that pointed to oneself. From a mysticism point of view, the principle wasn't complicated. The difficulty in realizing it was that the one being pointed at had to be able to receive information remotely and respond. That was to say, if it was limited to a certain area, a sequence 3 saint could do it. Without any restrictions, it had to be at the level of an angel. As a newly advanced demigod, German Sparrow was able to make the charm effective because he had used the corresponding honorific name and symbol of sea god Cavituis when he created it. And sea god had used the grey fog to allow himself to respond to the entire world. This sounded complicated, but to put it simply, Klein was taking advantage of his other identities. As for the materials for the talismans, they were mainly made of tin, which was very easy to obtain and cheap. In the Beekland Bridge area, Zio had her hands in the pockets of her brown jacket as she strolled leisurely on the streets. Under the illumination of the street lamps that were separated by a distance, her expression was relatively calm, but her mind was abnormally tense. One of the palms in her pockets was touching the hilt of wintry blade through a tear, while the other was holding a charm made of tin with slight force. It was the summoning talisman provided by German Sparrow, the world. As she walked forward and circled around several streets, Zio didn't receive any attacks. The night was quiet. She was initially worried that the king's faction would directly capture her through MI9 and other official organizations and bring her back for investigation. If that were the case, summoning Mr. World would only put him in an extremely awkward and dangerous situation. It was equivalent to becoming enemies with all the official factions in Beekland. But later, she realized that this wouldn't happen. This was because it would expose her existence to the 3 churches. When the time came, the one leading the investigation definitely wouldn't be the King's faction in MI9. The investigation will definitely be done in secret. The people involved might not even be from the military. They're still observing. Are they afraid that I'm bait? Mr. World said that I shouldn't trouble him if I can resolve it myself. Zio looked around and didn't dare to relax. She didn't continue loitering outside as she returned to the periphery of East Borough and entered the apartment she rented. To be frank, she wasn't willing to involve force in this risky attempt, but the two of them were the ones tailing Viscount Stratford. This also meant that force had also been included in the investigation. Although MI9 might not be able to find force as long as she hid in East Borough and didn't go out often, that would result in the corresponding investigation being expanded. Her past experiences, family, friends, and correspondence partners would definitely be investigated. It would easily affect others. Furthermore, if the two of them hid separately and didn't live together, the scent of bait would be too obvious. It would be difficult for the target to take the bait. After obtaining force approval, Zio finally chose to face the subsequent developments with her friend. When she opened the door and entered, Zio had just taken off her cap when she saw Force put down the magazine and stand up. She tucked her hair and asked with a smile, "You weren't followed, right?" This was a secret signal they had agreed on ahead of time. On the surface, it was a show of concern if she was being tailed, but in fact, she was asking if she had encountered any investigations. No. Zio shook her head seriously. Force didn't continue the topic as she began nagging about how there weren't any good tea leaves or alcoholic beverages in the nearby area. They could only be discovered after walking far away. This warm and peaceful atmosphere lasted until late into the night. The two entered the bedroom and lay on the bunk bed. After the candlelight was extinguished, Zio was just about to say something when a holy and pure light suddenly appeared in front of her. The light instantly condensed into a human figure, with 12 pairs of scarlet flame wings growing out of its back. The figure suddenly descended as layers of wings closed and enveloped Zio. Mr. Fool's angelic blessing. Zio instantly came to a realization. This was also something she had solemnly prayed to Mr. Fool when she contacted the world's German Sparrow. This was because she already knew that the King's faction was cooperating with not only the Demonist sect, but also the psychological alchemy. And Beyonders of the Spectator pathway were not only capable of hypnosis, but they could also walk through dreams. She had to be wary of investigations that used these two abilities. If she didn't make preparations, Zio suspected that even if she was being investigated, she might not be able to sense it, much less inform Mr. World. Everything quickly calmed down. Zio opened her mouth and said to Force, "Good night." "Good night." Force didn't react in time, as though she was about to fall asleep. This made Zio understand that she had also obtained the angel's blessing. As time passed, the two of them fell asleep one after another. After an unknown period of time, the dazed Zio suddenly became clear-headed. She knew that she was dreaming. Right on the heels of that, she felt a shadow-like object wandering in the grey sky. Deep in her heart, all sorts of thoughts surged out, forming a dream. Among these thoughts, the things that had left the deepest impression on her recently were mainly matters, including the night when she broke into the warehouse and the details of Viscount Stratford's attack. Zio was a little frightened at first and wanted to wake up from her dream, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape from this state. It was as though she was still seeing a dream when she opened her eyes. She quickly calmed down and attempted to control her thoughts, only to discover that it wasn't difficult. Hence, the memories of directly attacking Viscount Stratford were concealed. However, after some consideration, Zio deliberately didn't do it cleanly and left behind some clues. In the dream, she and Force discovered something abnormal in the warehouse, but it wasn't the tornado that tore open the roof as mentioned to MI9. Furthermore, they didn't immediately flee. Zio believed that this would make the intruder sense the problem, but there was no way to resolve it. Later on, the investigators were able to confirm that a demigod or faction was hiding behind the two of them. They believed that it wasn't that difficult to deal with because the level of concealment wasn't too high. This way, it was very likely that they would send a demigod to deal with the aftermath. And this was the development that Zio was looking forward to. After all, every demigod held an important position, and there was a high chance that they knew the king's secret. At this moment, Zio's dream began to scatter, as though it had lost some sort of guidance. She knew that this was a sign that the intruder had left. For the rest of the night, she and Force didn't encounter any abnormalities. The sky lit up as the first rays of dawn spread along with the thin fog. After breakfast, Audrey boarded her carriage as usual with her golden retriever, Susie, her maidservant, Annie, and her bodyguard. She headed for the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street in Northborough. Jingles sounded from time to time outside the window, bringing with them a strange liveliness. It made Audrey turn her head to look at the streets and admire the people passing by. This made her feel tranquil and more energetic. She felt that the entire world was filled with vitality. At this moment, Audrey saw an additional figure in the carriage from the corner of her eye. The figure was wearing a black three-piece suit and a dark red bow tie. He held a top hat in his hand, and his hair was completely white but still lush. His light blue eyes seemed to hide infinite wisdom. This was Finn Rambies, a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Council, a demigod of the spectator pathway. All of a sudden, Audrey fell into a trance, as though she had lost all her vigilance and defenses. Inside the carriage, Susie, Annie, and the rest had blank looks in their eyes, as though they had entered a semi-sluggish state that lacked focus on their surroundings. Finn Rambies's gentle voice sounded. 2 things. First, don't you know Force and Zio? Arrange a meeting with them and hypnotize them. P.S. Update first, then change later. The second chapter will be delivered today. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1074. That gentle voice seemed to resonate with the thoughts deep in Audrey's heart. She only had a slight resistance, but she felt that it was her true thoughts. Finn Rambies looked at her emerald green eyes and continued unhurriedly. Second, in the following banquets and balls, stop resisting the prince's advances. Second, in the banquets and balls that follow, you will no longer be so resistant to the prince's advances. Also, praise them in front of Earl Hall and his wife. This is the reflection of your subconscious. Then, forget that I've ever been here and said these words to you. Forget that such actions are abnormal with your original behavior. Don't attempt to seek blessings, and deviate from the key points of the Church of Evernight's Mass. After saying that, Finn Rambies retracted his gaze from Audrey's eyes and turned to hint at Annie and the others, so that they wouldn't be surprised by their mistress's subsequent abnormal behavior. After taking care of these matters, his figure disappeared from the carriage just like that, not causing a single sound. Ding-ling-ling. Another bicycle passed by outside the carriage window. Audrey's slightly unfocused eyes regained their luster. She glanced at the people and carriages on the street and suddenly let out a small cry of Aya. Then, she turned her head and said to Annie and the others in embarrassment, I forgot something. I forgot something. I have to go to Glaint's place first. At that moment, the carriage had yet to leave Empress Borough, so it wasn't too far from Viscount Glaint's residence. Annie and the other servants didn't find it strange or awkward. They hurriedly instructed the carriage driver to turn into another street. Audrey only arrived at Phelps Street at 9:40. She stepped onto the second floor of the Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation and walked into her director's office. She watched as her personal maidservant, Annie, and the others tidy up the file racks or use the spring water they brought with them to prepare black tea. Audrey opened the door to the small lounge with her golden retriever, Susie. She seemed to want to check her face again to determine if she needed the maidservants to touch up her makeup. During this process, Audrey glanced at the keyhole and asked Susie in a relaxed manner, Was there anything abnormal about my behavior today? This was a habit she had developed in the past few days, ever since Finn Rambies disappeared. She knew that Mr. Fool's Angel's blessing wasn't permanent and could only be maintained for a short period of time. Furthermore, she couldn't predict if Finn Rambies would come looking for her or when he would come. She couldn't pray to Mr. Fool in advance and make the corresponding preparations. Therefore, based on her understanding of psychology and mysticism, as well as her cautious attitude, not only did she examine her actions 3 times a day to see if there were any abnormalities and if there were too many coincidences in what had happened to her, she also specially exhorted Susie to pay attention to her condition and be her mirror. This was to prevent him from being hypnotized or cued by Hvin Rambais without realizing it. The golden retriever, Susie, sat at the side and thought seriously. Yes. Audrey's smile froze. She looked at Susie and waited for her explanation. Susie's nose twitched, and she looked around before continuing. That's right. You didn't have any plans to visit Viscount Glaint when you left, but you changed your route midway. You would inform me of your general itinerary in advance over the past few days. You also said that you would discuss with me if there were any last-minute additions or changes to your plans. After hearing Susie's answer, Audrey's expression turned solemn. She still didn't find anything abnormal about this matter, but this state was the most abnormal. This made her come to a conclusion that was almost certain. Hvin Rambais had been here before, right after she left and before she went to Glaint's mansion. He had already used cues and hypnosis to eliminate all traces. However, he didn't exhort a dog to make it feel that everything he saw was normal. Audrey subconsciously wanted to get Susie to leave so that she could pray to Mr. Fool, but she became hesitant. Could my current actions be monitored by Hvin Rambais? Could he be sitting somewhere in this room, quietly watching me? No, if that's the case, he would have already noticed that something was wrong when I asked Susie. Praying wouldn't result in anything worse. Even if he's really here, Mr. Fool would have discovered it. I can promise future sacrifices and pray for him to directly send down divine punishment. But why don't I want to pray or ask for help? Audrey stood there, all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. She instinctively wanted to escape. This made her feel conflicted, and she discovered a little resistance in her heart. From a psychological and mysticism point of view, she had a vague guess. She hurriedly dismissed the thought of asking for help and allowed herself to be in the state of praying to the goddess without any desire for a response. This reduced the conflict in her heart by more than half. Audrey immediately became certain. She gestured for Susie to leave before looking into the mirror and hypnotized herself softly. You're not asking for help. You're just praying daily. You're not asking for help. You're just praying daily. After repeating this several times, the light green vortex in Audrey's eyes that could attract souls slowly dissipated, and her eyes returned to normal. She then raised her hands, clasped them between her mouth and nose, and chanted softly in ancient Hermes. She softly chanted in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I might have already met Hvin Rambais. In her words, she didn't mention that she wished to receive help. All she did was describe what she had just discovered. After waiting for a while, a crimson light surged in front of Audrey's eyes, drowning her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, her thoughts became clear, and a series of scenes flashed through her mind. It was Hvin Rambais, who was sitting in the carriage, sitting opposite her in a black three-piece suit. It was the elder who had exhorted her with a gentle voice. It was the demigod of the spectator pathway whose light blue eyes seemed to hide endless wisdom and vortexes. At the same time, those words rang in Audrey's ears once again, making her recall everything that had happened. When the crimson light vanished, what appeared in front of her was a long, mottled bronze table. Sitting on the high-back chair at the very top was a mysterious figure shrouded in greyish-white fog. Amidst the lingering fear, horror, and panic, Audrey stood up, lifted her skirt, and bowed at the mighty existence. "Thank you for your blessings, Honorable Mr. Fool." Klein nodded slightly and smiled approvingly. "You handled it well." Upon hearing this, Audrey suddenly felt at ease. She was no longer as terrified as before. She sat down and calmly described what had happened to her. As the Fool, Klein couldn't directly discuss it with Miss Justice, analyze it for her, or give her any suggestions. All he could do was smile and say, "This is a test that fate has for you." Test? Only by passing this test will I have the qualifications to become a demigod. Only then will I be able to protect the people I want to protect in the complicated situation of Beekland. Audrey interpreted Mr. Fool's hint and nodded seriously. "I understand." Klein didn't say anything else as he sighed and smiled. "Go back and welcome it." Audrey was just about to express her gratitude again when a crimson light appeared in front of her. Everything she saw became a blur. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the real world, but she no longer forgot or ignored anything. Test. Does it mean that I have to resolve the danger from Hvin Rambais while ensuring that my secret isn't exposed? Even if I cause Hvin Rambais's death, I won't be suspected by the psychological alchemy. What should I do? Audrey looked at the abnormally beautiful blonde girl in the mirror, turned her head slightly, and glanced diagonally across her. There was a large lounge in that direction, which belonged to the directors who didn't hold a position in the Foundation. Nearly 10 minutes ago, when she was going up the stairs, Audrey saw Mr. Dawn Dantes inside. Above the grey fog, Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he analysed what had happened to Miss Justice and Miss Judgment last night and this morning. That's not right. Adam has already given me the unshadowed crucifix through Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians. How can he not know who's backing them? Why is there a need to probe? Last night, I thought that the investigation of Miss Zio was purely an operation of the King's faction, with only a mid-sequence beyonder from the psychological alchemy being seconded. And due to certain reasons, Adam didn't share the matter regarding the Fool with the King's faction and the Demonist sect. After all, he still wishes for me to provide some feedback, but from the looks of it, this probe also has a portion of Adam's will. Otherwise, Hvin Rambais wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Even for the Twilight Hermit Order, a saint is rather precious and important. It's impossible for them to be abandoned or sacrificed so easily. What is Adam trying to probe? To probe if Miss Judgment's actions are purely due to her own reasons, or is it because of the Fool's will? If the Fool were to obtain the unshadowed crucifix and realize that the King's secret is related to Adam's scheme, he would still insist on getting his subordinates to investigate. That would be making an enemy of the Twilight Hermit Order. And Adam knows the true identity of the German Sparrow, but with Adam's powers, there's no need for him to probe anything. All he needs to do is sit beside Miss Judgment and listen to her thoughts to grasp the true situation. There's no need to go through so much trouble, unless he has already left Beekland, or rather, he doesn't dare to enter this city due to certain taboos and can only investigate through his subordinates. Did my warning to Mara Moriana and the Church of Evernight take effect? Adam sensed the danger of a deity's descent. There's a high chance that's the case. Although he knows that German Sparrow is related to the Death Consul, he probably hasn't sensed that something is wrong with artificial death. Even the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction hasn't discovered this point. Therefore, with the augmentation of the authority of concealment, he doesn't know that the goddess won't be able to descend for a long period of time. Next, I have to deal with Hvin Rambais. I have to make Miss Justice clear of any involvement and not be suspected. Just as Klein thought of this, through the corresponding prayer light, he saw Miss Audrey enter the director's lounge in search of Dawn Dantes. He hurriedly reined in his thoughts and returned to the real world. P.S. Update first before making changes. Seeking monthly votes during the double period ~PS2, recommended a book, Losing Money to Become the Richest Man Begins with the Game. It's a very interesting book. Just from the title, one can roughly guess the content. It's a little similar to the richest man in Tomato who works hard to lose money by investing in crappy projects. It's quite fun. Chapter 1075. Good morning. Where's Mr. Dantes? Audrey smiled politely as she asked the young servant of Ruin and East Balam. Inunai bowed. He went to the washroom and will be back soon. Honorable lady, do you want to wait here? Okay. Audrey found an armchair and sat down. Her mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts. To be frank, if it was just to deal with Hvin Rambais, she already had a concrete idea. It was to hypnotize herself ahead of time, and when Hvin Rambais came to obtain feedback, she would activate the charm given to the world by German Sparrow without any malice. Then, she would cooperate with the crazy adventurer to hunt the demigod. H. In order to ensure that there aren't any problems, I can also seek Maram Hermit's help. She's already a demigod, so she can hide in the shadows and join forces with Mr. World at the critical moment. In that case, Hvin Rambais probably won't be able to escape, right? Audrey pursed her lips and resisted the urge to bare her teeth. As for how the hermit could come to Beekland, she didn't find it problematic. She could rent Leymano's travels and get Mr. World to record the teleportation before praying to Mr. Fool to pass it to her. But this way, even if Hvin Rambais failed to escape and revealed the murderer, Psychological alchemy would have sufficient reason to suspect that the last person this demigod came into contact with was Audrey herself. And this meant that there would be countless troubles in the future. Audrey's eyes shifted slightly as she tried to calm herself down. At this moment, Dawn Dantes, who had white sideburns and a scholarly air, returned from the washroom. He smiled and greeted the noble lady who was waiting for him. After getting his valet, Inuni, to guard the door, the tycoon looked around before finally landing his gaze on Audrey. "You seem to have encountered some difficulties." Audrey didn't try to decipher Mr. World's words and actions. Yes, she described the key points of her previous encounter and said, "That's right. What should I do to solve this problem?" The true meaning of solving the problem was to not leave behind any future troubles. Klein smiled. "Why don't you discuss it with those two ladies?" "That's right. Just like Mr. Moon, I can request for a small private exchange." Zio and Magician's Force, who are already embroiled in this matter, definitely have to participate. Apart from them, I have to invite Mr. World, Mr. the Hanging Man, Marum Hermit, and Mr. Moon. Forget about Mr. Moon. Audrey felt a baffling sense of excitement. At this moment, she felt that she was not fighting alone. "I understand." Audrey nodded with a smile on her face. She immediately thought of another question and took the opportunity to ask, "Why did Hvin Rambais get me to stop ostracizing the princes and praise them in front of my parents?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "It might be a show of friendliness on the surface. It might be a show of friendliness on the surface to rope in your father and hint to the Church of Evernight backing him. Regardless of the secret the king has, whether it succeeds or not, he will ultimately need the support of at least one Orthodox church to divide the opposing forces." "Is that so?" Audrey didn't reject Mr. World's explanation too much. This was because peeling away the outer shell of Beyonder powers was essentially the politics she was familiar with. She didn't stay any longer and returned to her office. After dealing with her daily matters, she seized the afternoon break to pray to Mr. Fool and request for a small gathering. Above the endless grayish-white fog, dark red beams of light rose around the mottled, ancient bronze table. Audrey surveyed the area and stood up to bow at the other members. "Everyone, I have something I wish to hear from you." "It sounds urgent," the hanging man Alger replied with a nod. Audrey sat down and said, "Yes. Yes." She then looked at Zio and the Magician's Force. "I met Hvin Rambais this morning. He hypnotized me to do two things for him and forget he came. Fortunately, I was rather cautious and careful. I quickly discovered something amiss, and with Mr. Fool's blessings, I recalled everything. One of the things Hvin Rambais wants me to do is to arrange a meeting between Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians and take the opportunity to hypnotize them. I'll learn from them about the mastermind behind their recent actions and get them to leave Beekland as soon as possible." "What?" Magician's Force was initially only worried about Miss Justice's safety, but she never expected things to go one full circle and end up involving her and Zio. He actually used Miss Audrey to make a move. It was really hard to guard against. Being targeted by a semigod. Force felt even more astonished and afraid after her initial astonishment. She couldn't help but glance at her friend, only to see Zio sitting there calmly, but her hands had unconsciously clenched into fists. Katlear was somewhat puzzled as she frowned. Psychological alchemy, or should I say Hvin Rambais, discovered that Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians are members of our tarot? This was a very serious and crucial matter. Audrey shook her head. "No, it's just because I know them in the real world." At this point, she no longer attempted to hide her identity from Force and Zio. In fact, from the moment Zio joined the tarot team and obtained the judgment card, Audrey knew that she would be exposed sooner or later. Through repeated observations, she confirmed that her two friends had already guessed it, but they tacitly didn't expose her. "You know them?" Katlear nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and asked in surprise. Audrey nodded. "Yes, they were actually recommended to the club by me. Mr. the Hanging Man can testify." Didn't we chant Mr. Fool's honorific name in order to save ourselves and get pulled here? How did we end up being recommended?" Magician's Force looked at Miss Justice before looking at Zio with a blank and puzzled look. Zio also revealed a rare similar expression, because the word recommendation had exceeded her knowledge and guesses. Audrey was a little embarrassed. She blinked her eyes and explained to her two friends in embarrassment, "That's not the case." "Test? That's a little embarrassing." She blinked and explained to her two friends in embarrassment, "Because of your uniqueness, and because I wish for tarot to develop and strengthen, he recommended the two of you to Mr. Fool. However, this is only a chance for you. If you hadn't passed Mr. Fool's test, he wouldn't have pulled you here." "Test? What kind of test did I undergo?" Magician's Force remained confused, but Zio thought of many things, especially the origins of the piece of paper with Mr. Fool's honorific name, as well as the encounter that made her frantically seek someone to exorcise the evil. "It's no wonder I felt like they knew each other. It's no wonder Miss Judgment only joined the club after so long. It's likely that the tests they underwent were different. Each of them has their own uniqueness. This uniqueness is the selection criteria for tarot. Do I have it too?" Catlear came to a realization and had her own guesses. Having already made his judgment, the hanging man Alger, who wasn't surprised at all, chuckled when he saw this. "We can talk about these matters in the future. Miss Justice, the question you wish to ask is how to deal with Hvin Rambais." "Yes." Audrey returned to the topic at hand and asked seriously, "Not only do I have to deal with Hvin Rambais, but I also have to prevent psychological alchemy from suspecting me. What should I do?" Alger didn't have the experience of dealing with a demigod, so all he could do was use the thoughts he had developed over a long period of time to deliberate. All he could do was rely on his long-developed train of thought and say, "Lock onto Hvin Rambais's whereabouts and take action after he makes contact with others." "How do I do that?" Audrey raised the question and answered it herself. "After obtaining the answer from Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians, when I see Hvin Rambais again, I'll wait for him to leave before chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and asking him to cast his gaze on this demigod. In theory, it's possible. My true vision above the grey fog has a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. As long as Hvin Rambais doesn't know how to teleport, I'll be able to determine his whereabouts and trajectory for a short period of time. Then, I'll return to the real world and directly travel over there. This requires the help of divination. But the problem is that the Fool has personally interfered." Klein, who was using the identity of the world's German Sparrow, said hoarsely, "Let me remind you of something. Miss Judgment and Miss Magicians mentioned Adam in the real world. Psychological alchemy originated from the excavation of Hermes's ruins. Hermes was a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and one of the founders of the Twilight Hermit Order was Adam. And Mr. Fool doesn't wish to directly become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order over this matter. Even if we want to do something, we should try our best not to let it be known." The amount of information contained in this series of words made the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlear, and company feel like they were experiencing a brainstorm. Zio and Magician's Force were even more shocked. "So that organization is called the Twilight Hermit Order. Mr. Fool doesn't wish to become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order over this matter because he had just worked together with the Angel of Imagination Adam to plot in Sangwell's matter? I never expected psychological alchemy to be related to the Twilight Hermit Order. Wait, Hermes? He's still alive? He's actually a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. Are the members of this organization really important figures that we can't imagine?" The hanging man Alger first glanced at the world German Sparrow before he couldn't help but look at the hermit Catlear. He discovered that the latter was equally shocked, and she didn't hide it. "Twilight Hermit Order. Is this the ancient secret organization that Roselle the Great once joined?" The hermit Catlear seemed to mutter to herself as she asked in search of confirmation. The world German Sparrow gave the answer yes. "After you return to the real world, it's best not to recall such matters. It's very easy to be sensed. If you're worried about yourself, you can get Miss Justice to give you some psychological cues. P.S. Update first, then change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period tilde." Chapter 1076. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, after the world's German Sparrow finished speaking, no one spoke for a moment. There was silence. "The one who cooperated with the king's faction to investigate me and Zio is psychological alchemy. Psychological alchemy was established from the excavation of Hermes's ruins. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, and the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order is Angel of Imagination Adam. And Zio and I have mentioned Adam in the real world. We're being watched by a king of angels. This. In the world of mysticism, just making a slight mistake will cause one to encounter such danger. Magician's force mind was filled with the world's German sparrow's warning. She was extremely alarmed and flustered. Although she had experienced many things in the past, she had never clearly understood the dangers of the Beyonder path. Any mistake could lead to extremely terrifying consequences. I have to be careful in the future. Of course, the premise is that I can survive under the watch of King of Angels Adam in this matter. May Mr. Fool bless me. Force seriously reflected on herself and silently prayed. Zio similarly didn't expect her situation to be so difficult. She never expected that a king of angels would be implicated in this matter. She couldn't help but be alarmed and fearful. However, she already had the thought of sacrificing herself to seek the truth, so she quickly calmed down. However, she couldn't help but turn her head to glance at the magicians, feeling guilty for dragging her friend into such a predicament. At this point, crying and repentance are no longer able to resolve the problem. All I can do is try my best to deal with it and let force live at the critical moment. Thankfully, I have Mr. Fool's blessings. Zio muttered inwardly as she cast her gaze at Audrey. Then what should I do next? She had mixed feelings regarding Miss Justice's recommendation back then. On the one hand, she knew that she had acknowledged Tarot purely out of good intentions. On the other hand, she felt that she had been watched by a secret existence for some baffling reason. Thankfully, it was Mr. Fool, otherwise, she would have died a tragic death without even having her soul freed. Yes, I was probably pulled in only by voluntarily chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name. There wasn't any coercion. In the end, I ended up sitting here mainly because of my own choice. It has nothing to do with Miss Justice. Also, if not for her recommendation, I might never have had such an opportunity. I wouldn't have been able to mature and pursue the truth. Zio pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Audrey knew about the Twilight Hermit Order, Hermes, and Adam, so she was the calmest. She just didn't expect that Force and Zio's casual mention of the Angel of Imagination would cause them to really pay attention to her. This made her truly realize, for the first time, the terror hidden in the phrase "all who speak of it will be known." After some deliberation, Audrey looked at the world German sparrow and attempted to interpret it. Mr. Fool is saying that he doesn't wish to directly become enemies with the Twilight Hermit Order at the moment. Does he mean that he can do it indirectly? Klein nodded slightly. That should be it. Does it indirectly include interfering with divination, watching, and prophecy? Audrey asked in thought. At this small gathering, the world German sparrow represented the Fool's will. Klein laughed and said in a low and hoarse voice, perhaps more indirectly. His answer was rather vague because the Fool hadn't thought of what to do. Their conversation seemed to have given Alger some inspiration. He looked at Justice, the magician, and Judgment in turn before saying, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find them. Which one of you is a believer of the Evernite goddess? He was almost certain that at least one of the three ladies believed in the Evernite goddess. After all, people from Ruin, residents of Beekland, female, and educated could filter out a large number of believers of other deities. I am. Judgment Zio didn't hide anything. Audrey raised her hand slightly. Upon seeing this, the hanging man Alger nodded slightly. We can try to mislead them and make it look like the matter of dealing with Vin Rambis was done by the Church of Evernite, and not Tarot. When he said this, Alger cleverly changed his pronoun. He was clearly only invited to be a consultant and wouldn't actually participate in the matter. He should have said whatever you do, but he used whatever we do. Throwing the blame to the Church of Evernite. This idea sounds familiar. Klein, who had transformed into the world's German sparrow, felt a baffling sense of humor. Then how should I mislead them? Audrey's eyes darted around as she hurriedly pressed. The hanging man Alger looked around and said, Vin Rambis only hypnotized you not to seek blessings or to be in a critical spot during the Church of Evernite's Mass to receive the baptism. However, He didn't tell you to avoid the Church of Evernight's Archbishop. You can totally create an opportunity to meet the Archbishop. Of course, there's no need to say anything. This way, when Hvin Rambais dies or disappears, the psychological alchemy will likely suspect that the Church of Evernight has sensed something wrong with you and set up a trap. Without waiting for Miss Justice's response, he looked at Zio. After you are hypnotized, before you leave Beekland, find an Evernight goddess cathedral nearby and pray seriously. You will act like a spy sent by the Church of Evernight into the tarot. This will make the psychological alchemy misunderstand that the matter regarding Hvin Rambais looks like it was done by us in tarot, but it's actually just a smokescreen. The mastermind is the Church of Evernight, acting like a spy sent by the Church of Evernight into the tarot. Klein felt a baffling sense of guilt when he heard that. He wasn't a fake blessed of the Evernight. And Leonard wasn't a fake red glove either. It should be said that the convener and host of the tarot, Mr. Fool, will also draw the crimson moon on his chest. Klein mumbled inwardly in amusement and exasperation. As a result, he gained quite a bit of inspiration. This can only fool ordinary beyond us. Without Mr. Fool's angel's blessings, the upper echelons of the psychological alchemy can easily figure out the truth, Catlear reminded him. The hanging man replied, therefore, the main point is to have Mr. Fool's indirect blessings. Therefore, the main point is to have Mr. Fool's indirect blessings. Otherwise, at our level, how can we deceive a king of angels of the spectator pathway, Adam? Also, misjudgment, mismagicians, when you go to the Evernight Goddess's cathedral to pray, it's best you pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to help you escape the hypnosis, so that you won't have to leave Beekland. Under such circumstances, Beekland is safer than anywhere else. All right, Zio replied seriously. Seeing that the discussion had reached this point, Audrey and company cast their gazes at the world, German Sparrow, waiting for his reply. Klein's train of thought had already taken shape. After some deliberation, he laughed hoarsely. Actually, there's a simpler way to interfere. What method? Audrey widened her eyes as she asked in concern. Klein looked at Miss Justice and pointed above his head. Once Hvin Rambais leaves, burn that hat accessory before activating the charm I gave you. That feather hat accessory? A hat accessory that can receive the response of a so-called death. Mr. World wishes to lure this person in to interfere with divination, observation, and prophecy. Audrey's green eyes rippled as she nodded thoughtfully. I know what to do. When the time comes, the response will be the power of concealment. This way, no matter what happens, Adam will only believe that the goddess has interfered. He will believe that she is protecting the Hall's family and that it has nothing to do with tarot. I wonder if the goddess will send Mara Moriona. If that's the case, it'll be very simple to deal with Hvin Rambais. If not, I'll give myself Angel's Embrace ahead of time. With a marionette that's essentially a dead person, my chances of winning are also very high. Klein mumbled inwardly and didn't say anything else. Audrey quickly perfected her plan as she muttered to Zio and Magician's Force, wait until Wednesday afternoon to find me. That way, I'll have a chance to meet the Archbishop of the Church of Evernight ahead of time. I'll pray for Mr. Fool's angelic blessings in advance. I won't be hypnotized by Hvin Rambais when I meet him. I'll take action once he leaves. Hvin Rambais is a cautious and conservative person. He'll likely choose to meet on the way to avoid being discovered or falling into a trap. Soon, under the discussion of the tarot members, a plan of action was formed. The world's German Sparrow rejected Catlear's suggestion of providing help. After all, he couldn't be certain that there wouldn't be any powerhouses from the Church of Evernight involved. As for the reward, all the spoils of war would belong to the world. Justice Audrey would also provide help for free according to his request. Wednesday afternoon, in Viscount Glaint's manor. After returning from the racecourse, Audrey, who had made a detour to the manor, was wearing a simple white shirt, trousers of the same color that made it easy for her to move about, and bright leather boots that reached her knees. She wore a black jacket that resembled a knight's suit. She stood in the Viscount's study and looked at Zio and Force. Who got you to investigate Viscount Stratford and pursue the king's secret? Her green eyes were like ancient pools deep in the mountains. They were quiet, deep, and clear, making one unknowingly lose themselves in them. At that moment, Zio and Force were truly hypnotized. The former replied in a daze, "It was me. I was investigating the cause of my father's death, however, I prayed for the blessings of a particular existence." Audrey raised a few more questions and received satisfactory answers. Then, she said in a gentle and beautiful voice, "Leave Beekland. Leave Backland. Leave this place. This doesn't belong to you. All right, you will wake up when you hear me clap." Just as she said that, Audrey clapped her hands lightly. Zio and Force's eyes instantly regained clarity. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zio and Force bade farewell and left. Audrey began waiting patiently. She planned on staying at Viscount Glaint's manor for another half an hour until Zio entered the nearest cathedral of the Evernite goddess and completed her prayers before heading elsewhere. This way, regardless of whether Hvin Rambais appeared midway or somewhere else, she would be prepared. Picking up the lady's bonnet with a white feather, Audrey walked out of the study. She planned on meeting up with Susie and Annie before finding Glaint to have a chat to kill time. Just as she took 2 steps, she suddenly heard a gentle and smiling voice. "Well done." Audrey's pupils dilated as she hurriedly turned her head. She saw the silver-haired, light blue, and neatly dressed Hvin Rambais standing diagonally beside the elegant wall lamp. This demigod was actually waiting in Viscount Glaint's manor for Audrey to complete her hypnosis and obtain the answer, and at this moment, Zio and Force might not have walked out the door yet. This completely exceeded Audrey's expectations and the hanging man's analysis. This meant that Hvin Rambais was at the scene, so there was no need to ask the target through Audrey. The risk of him being nearby and personally hypnotizing him was the same. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period ~PS2, recommended a book, I Became a Boss Ancestor. It's the story of an Earth transmigrator who founded a sect, fought against the will of the heavens, and finally became a Tao ancestor. Chapter 1077. How did this happen? Even if Zio and Force didn't have any delays along the way and maintained a relatively fast speed, it would take at least 15 minutes to reach the nearest Evernite cathedral. Fortunately, I was rather cautious. I prayed to Mr. Fool ahead of time to bestow me with an angel's blessing. I really hypnotized Zio and Force just now. The thoughts in Audrey's mind churned, but she quickly suppressed them. Her eyes were first lost before they revealed a look of enlightenment. It was as though she had finally woken up from a long dream and recalled the things she had forgotten and neglected. "Mr. Rambais, why are you here?" Audrey made her voice sound ethereal, as though she was still immersed in a dream. As she spoke, she used a psychiatrist's control over her emotions to make the inevitable anxiety flash through her mind like a normal thought. It didn't cause any abnormalities. This unexpected change left her at a loss as to how to proceed. Without a doubt, she knew that she had to first deal with Hvin Rambais's subsequent questions to prevent the demigod from having any suspicions. But if that was all, he might leave in a few minutes. As for Zio and Force, they definitely hadn't entered the Evernite Cathedral and hadn't completed the misleading step. When the time came, forcefully igniting the hat accessory and summoning world would easily cause a flaw in the completion of the matter, preventing her from truly resolving the latent problem. No, I'd rather miss it than push forward with the plan when I'm not fully prepared. Patience, forbearance, and caution are the keywords of the mysterious world. At the very least, Hvin Rambais will only be using me for a long period of time and won't directly harm me. Even if he wishes for me to marry the prince, the entire process will take more than half a year. I still have enough time to wait for a second, third, or even a fourth or fifth opportunity. The only problem is that I need to inform Zio and Force and get them to hide as soon as possible. When Audrey's eyes returned to normal, revealing a slight sense of wariness and fear, she quickly made up her mind. After observing her reaction and hearing her question, Hvin Rambais smiled and said, "This should be the first time you've truly hypnotized someone. I was worried that an accident would happen, so I specially came here to wait. Heh, with your background, it's true that you rarely have the chance to use such abilities." His voice was gentle and filled with concern. Unknowingly, the vigilance and fear in Audrey's eyes melted little by little. And in Audrey's spiritual world, she once again had her consciousness split. Part of her was elevated, and she felt like she was looking down at the island and sea. This made her realize that the favorable impression and sense of security she had just felt was the result of being guided. Seeing that Audrey had returned to normal, Vin Rambayz nodded slightly. "How did they answer your question?" Audrey said frankly. "Zio said that investigating Viscount Stratford and pursuing the king's secret stemmed from her own will. She was filled with suspicions about the cause of her father's death. Her father was the former chief of the Royal Guards, Earl Mason Dill. However, she mentioned that her actions were blessed by a certain existence." As she spoke, Audrey nearly paused. This was because, under the spirituality sky, she, who was looking down at the island of consciousness and the spiritual sea, saw a figure rapidly rising from the bottom of the sea. It followed the conjured staircase, penetrated the subconscious's domain, and ascended to the island of her body of heart and mind. The figure wore a black three-piece suit and had a head of silver hair. It was another Vin Rambayz. Vin Rambayz didn't have a smile on his face, and he had an extremely sinister aura. A portion of his skin was covered in grayish-white scales, and not only did his eyes turn from light blue to golden, they were even vertical, as though he was an animal. If she hadn't had such an experience in the past, Audrey might not have been able to pretend that she hadn't noticed anything at such an abnormally tense moment. She wouldn't have been able to stop herself from stuttering. In the real world, Vin Rambayz smiled at Audrey's pure and beautiful face. He asked further, "Which existence blessed you?" Audrey shook her head as the island of consciousness changed accordingly. At the mention of this matter, Zio and Force were very resistant. There were signs of them escaping the hypnosis, so I didn't dare press further. Of course, the blessings of a certain existence can be explained as Mr. Fool's attention, or it can also be understood as the goddess's gaze. Under the spirituality sky, Audrey, who maintained her lucidity, mumbled silently. Vin Rambayz continued asking about the details of the hypnosis. 2 to 3 minutes later, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. You do have the talent for hypnosis. When the recent matters are over, I'll give you the Dreamwalker potion and personally preside over the ritual for you. Yes, don't be too averse to love and marriage. You're not even 20 yet. It's the time to pursue and enjoy such matters. Your charm is enough to make everyone like you. You can enjoy their gazes and fawning over you." Vin Rambayz used indirect hints and guidance to make Audrey lower her resistance towards love and marriage. This despicable fellow. Under the spirituality sky, Audrey puffed up her cheeks and muttered angrily. She then controlled her consciousness on the island of consciousness to reveal some shyness and yearning. Vin Rambayz followed the principle of gradual improvement, and he didn't expect to succeed on his first try. Upon seeing this, he retracted his consciousness that had invaded her body of heart and mind, allowing his illusory self to leave the island. He then said, "Forget what I just said. Forget what I just said. They are spontaneous thoughts in your heart. When I leave this place and my back disappears from your sight, you will forget that I was here." Upon hearing this, Audrey couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. This meant that Vin Rambayz was about to leave. Although it had only been about 5 minutes since Vin Rambayz appeared, which wasn't enough for Zio and Force to enter the nearest Evernite cathedral, Audrey still hoped that Vin Rambayz would leave as soon as possible. The pressure of being in the company of a demigod in the spectator domain was unimaginable. There's still a chance in the future. As long as I retain my consciousness, there's still a chance. Audrey, don't be depressed, don't be anxious. Audrey, the noble lady, silently consoled herself as she watched Vin Rambayz turn around and walk to the hall. She didn't relax, didn't exhale, and tried hard to maintain her normal state. Suddenly, Vin Rambayz stopped in his tracks and turned around. His light blue eyes narrowed as he looked at Audrey. "Why were you so afraid when you first saw me?" I was so surprised that I couldn't hide my emotions well." Audrey felt her scalp tingle under her long blonde hair. Her mind was spinning quickly, and she asked with a puzzled expression, "Is that so? Isn't that normal? It's inevitable to have a temporary shock when someone suddenly appears beside you." Vin Rambayz nodded, seemingly agreeing with this explanation. He sized up Audrey and suddenly said, "You always carry a mystical item that can change shape with you. You always carry a mystical item that can change shape with you. Why aren't you wearing it today?" To a spectator, this was an abnormal detail. "Oh no, I clearly hid lie under my clothes most of the time. How did he discover that I didn't wear it this time? He had secretly read some of my memories that I didn't protect in order to appear normal. Faced with Hvin Rambais's question, Audrey felt like her thoughts were about to freeze. The reason why she didn't wear lie was simple. She was afraid that this accessory would magnify her emotions, making it impossible for her to completely hide her true thoughts when facing a demigod of the spectator pathway. And this meant that she had foreseen that she would encounter Hvin Rambais today. This was something that shouldn't have happened under normal circumstances. In an instant, Audrey grasped onto an idea and smiled blankly. It will magnify my emotions and lower the success rate of hypnosis. To prevent any accidents from happening, I removed it ahead of time. Hvin Rambais nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Just as Audrey was feeling a little relieved, this demigod of the spectator pathway suddenly narrowed his eyes. If it's just this matter, there's indeed no need to suspect it. However, when you first saw me, the fear that exceeded your limits, it doesn't seem that simple. As he spoke, Hvin Rambais's light blue eyes turned vertical as they were quickly dyed with a golden luster. The two golden vertical pupils clearly reflected the image of Audrey, who was wearing a knight's attire. With a hum, Audrey's thoughts turned extremely blurry. Only the her under the spirituality sky barely managed to maintain some lucidity. On the surface of the sea of consciousness around the island, waves surged and blanketed it. At the same time, the sinister and illusory Hvin Rambais returned to the island. He stopped beneath the seawater, allowing greyish-white dragon scales to fly into the foundation of the island, which was also the massive subconscious domain of humans. Audrey immediately felt her thoughts distort. She wanted to confess everything and confess all her secrets. Relying on the lucidity of the her under the spirituality sky, she barely controlled herself and didn't reveal any secrets. She also knew that there would definitely be problems if this continued. She hurriedly gathered a small amount of her thoughts and relied on the angel's blessing and her split consciousness to prevent Hvin Rambais from noticing it. This small amount of thoughts included reaching her hand into her left pocket. At this moment, Hvin Rambais, who had invaded the mind world, had an increasingly sinister expression. He snorted coldly. There's indeed a problem. If there wasn't a problem, Audrey would have revealed all her secrets and private matters one by one, starting from the most important ones, instead of remaining silent. Similarly, due to the rapid manipulation, Audrey didn't have the time to sort out all her secrets. Even if she wanted to hide something, she would be discovered the moment she opened her mouth. After confirming the abnormality, Hvin Rambais no longer hesitated. His eyes turned extremely cold as greyish-white scales covered the surface of his skin. The storm in the sea of consciousness suddenly turned intense, and Audrey, who was under the spirituality sky, immediately began to falter. The final defense of her consciousness domain was rapidly weakened by the waves of attacks and was about to shatter. Humph! Hvin Rambais increased the strength of the mind storm once again, and he was satisfied as he felt Audrey's entire island of consciousness tremble. This meant that he was about to completely control her. At this moment, he heard an ancient, awkward-sounding word, fate. In the real world, Hvin Rambais looked up in surprise and saw Audrey's green eyes being dyed with the brightest and most charming golden color. P.S. Update first, change later. Seeking monthly votes during the double period tilde. Chapter 1078. As the words that originated from ancient Hermes resounded, the spots where Audrey and Hvin Rambais were dimmed. It was as though someone had passed by, blocked the nearest window, and then quickly left. When the light was restored, in the illusory world, the island of consciousness that was enveloped by the terrifying psionic storm changed from Audrey's to Hvin Rambais's. The one who had invaded his body of heart and mind had changed from Hvin Rambais to Audrey. Fate Siphon Charm. This was a charm created using Amorn's Worm of Time as the material and the Fool's powers. It could steal the target's fate for a short period of time, swapping it with the user's corresponding future. This was the consultation fee Audrey received from German Sparrow when she treated Hazel's mental breakdown. With the help of this charm, she had grafted the future where the barrier of her consciousness was about to shatter and her mind was about to be controlled to Hvin Rambais. She had stolen the ability to control a psionic storm and open the door to the target's body of heart and mind, directly modifying and planting the corresponding consciousness's fate. In an instant, the situation reversed. Audrey went from the brink of collapse to gaining the absolute advantage. Of course, this advantage could only be maintained for a short period of time. To be frank, if it wasn't for the fact that she had thought about how to struggle and save herself when she was in a perilous situation, Audrey definitely wouldn't have thought of using the Fate Siphon charm. Or rather, by the time she thought of it, it was already too late. Similarly, at this moment, just as she had rehearsed it several times in her mind, she suppressed her shock at the effects of the Fate Siphon and quickly confirmed her condition. Using her present advantage, she made the psionic storm that was mixed with the effects of hypnosis sweep over, instantly opening the door to Hvin Rambais's body of heart and mind. Hvin Rambais immediately froze, as though he was an ordinary person who had placed all his attention on Audrey's golden eyes and had been hypnotized. Yes, at this moment, as a demigod of the spectator pathway, his mind was being controlled by Audrey, who was only a sequence 6. In that case, even if the effects of the Fate Siphon ended, it wouldn't change the fact. However, Audrey knew that she had only used the magical charm to open the door to his body of heart and mind using Hvin Rambais's own abilities and completed the initial control. If she wanted to do anything else, she would definitely suffer the corresponding repulsion. And with her sequence level, she had no way of resisting or controlling the stronger ones. Furthermore, she could clearly sense that Hvin Rambais was subconsciously resisting this state. His face in the real world was also beginning to show a small number of grayish-white scales. It won't be long before he'll be able to break free from my initial control over his mind. Audrey suddenly realized this. She then cast her gaze at Hvin Rambais's head, somewhat regretting that she didn't bring a powerful pistol with her. Otherwise, she could have taken the opportunity to fire several shots in an attempt to kill him. Soon, she recalled the dragon scales she had. She believed that Hvin Rambais definitely had them as well, and they were even more powerful and sturdy. It wasn't something that ordinary attacks could break through. Even most mystical items that corresponded to low and mid-sequence beyond us couldn't do it. And if she couldn't kill him in one strike, Hvin Rambais would definitely be able to use this opportunity to regain his senses and escape the control. Without any hesitation, Audrey, who lacked sufficient offensive means, quickly made a decision. Hypnotize him. He's best at hypnosis, and he has extremely strong resistance against it. He wouldn't have prepared any additional items to defend against it. I can't let him do anything that goes against his will. With the difference in our levels, I definitely won't be able to resist the corresponding subconscious resistance. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind as her lips turned slightly dry. She tried her best not to show any abnormalities as she looked into Hvin Rambais's eyes and said in a rather gentle voice, "Find a place to wait in Glaint's mansion. Find a place to wait in Glaint's mansion. Look for me in the garden in 15 minutes. The implantation of this subconscious thought didn't result in any obvious rejection. Audrey successfully completed the control. Hvin Rambais was indeed there to look for Audrey today, and the meeting location was also Viscount Glaint's mansion. Audrey's hypnosis had only changed the corresponding time and exact location. Furthermore, the difference was very small, so it matched Hvin Rambais's will. It didn't take much effort, nor did it encounter any strong resistance. "All right." Hvin Rambais replied to Audrey's words. Audrey didn't have the time to relax. She perked up and continued looking into his eyes. She gently said, "You'll only be looking for me in 15 minutes, so you haven't seen me today. Since you haven't seen me, everything that happened just now definitely didn't happen. It will be forgotten." As Hvin Rambais had already accepted the hypnosis, he followed the corresponding logic. Although there was an instinctive resistance, it wasn't too strong. Soon, it vanished into nothingness under the bright, golden, and enchanting eyes. "Yes, I haven't seen you. Nothing happened just now," Hvin Rambais repeated with a slightly dazed expression. The grayish-white scales on the surface of his skin increased in number. After settling this crucial step, Audrey resisted the urge to pat her chest and thought for a second. She thought for a second and said, "When you hear my singing, you will become quiet." She had wanted to use her charm to complement the hypnosis, but she realized that she didn't know how to make any seductive poses, nor was she able to make the corresponding expressions. All she could do was raise her hand to tuck her golden hair and tilt her head slightly. Her eyes swirled as her smile turned bright. Following that, she hummed the melody of Manna Under the Moon with a nasal voice. Hvin Rambais looked at the girl who was as beautiful as sunlight, flowers, and gems. As he listened to the ethereal voice, his heart gradually calmed down. He no longer had any feelings of resistance. Seeing that the other party was about to break free from her initial control, Audrey didn't delay any further. She pointed to the other side of the corridor. "Go there. Regain your clarity of mind when you see the stained glass and remove the dragon scales." She knew very well that on the other side of the corridor, in the direction of the main entrance, there were exquisite stained glass with a white background. This instruction didn't contain any danger, nor did it go against Hvin Rambais's will. He immediately took a step forward and quickly walked down the corridor before turning right. After his figure disappeared from her sight, Audrey slowly exhaled. She allowed the lingering fear, horror, and tension to surge up and wreak havoc in her heart. Her body trembled slightly as her mouth opened slightly. She began to inhale and exhale uncontrollably. After 10 seconds, Audrey used placate on herself to calm herself down. Then, she looked at the wall clock and stood there. She raised her hands, clasped them in front of her mouth and nose, and softly chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. She prayed for the angel's blessing once again and asked this mighty existence to inform the world German sparrow that she had confirmed when Hvin Rambais would come and that she would summon him 2 minutes in advance. She wanted him to silently calculate the time he would arrive and not be in a hurry to get too close to prevent Hvin Rambais from sensing an ambush. During this process, Audrey only briefly mentioned what had happened. She didn't describe it in detail to avoid wasting time. Then, she raised her hands and pressed them against her cheeks, returning her expression to normal. She then began to hypnotize herself to hum the melody the moment she saw Hvin Rambais. After doing all of this, Audrey headed to the hall and first found the golden retriever, Susie. She took back Lai's necklace and the alcohol nemesis diamond brooch from her. The latter could resist mental influence, but it could only be worn for half an hour at most. Otherwise, the damage to the liver and brain would be irreversible. Therefore, Audrey planned on wearing it after leaving Glaint's mansion to prevent Hvin Rambais from finding her midway. Susie didn't notice anything amiss with Audrey as she watched her put on the brooch and the necklace. After a few minutes, Audrey folded a black gauze glove and placed it in the pocket of her night's attire. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, she took a detour and entered Viscount Glaint's garden. Then, she looked at the clock on the steeple attached to the house and nervously tried to remember the time. To her, she was afraid that Hvin Rambais wouldn't come, but she was also worried that he would be early or late. As time ticked by, Audrey used placate twice to calm herself down. When there were 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, she took off the feather accessory on her hat and flicked her wrist. Scarlet flames soared up and ignited the white feather. This was Lai's flame-controlling ability. The flames turned pale as they burned. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the feather that was a byproduct of artificial death was reduced to ashes. Nothing changed in the surroundings. Looking at the clock again, Audrey took out a charm made of tin and chanted a word in ancient Hermes, lightning. The charm lit up as though there were many tiny electric snakes entangling it. This was the charm used to summon German sparrow. After the electric sparks dissipated, the charm completely disintegrated and fused into the void. However, the surroundings remained quiet without any commotion. Zio and Force should have already found the Evernite Cathedral and begun praying. Audrey calmed herself down and pretended to admire the remaining autumn flowers. She didn't look up at the clock again as she counted down in her heart. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. She slowly raised her head and surveyed the area, but she didn't see Hvin Rambais. He noticed something amiss and left. Audrey's heart tightened as she couldn't help but recall where she had missed out. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in her ear. "What are you looking for?" Audrey's pupils dilated. From the corner of her eye, she saw the silver-haired, light blue Hvin Rambais appear beside her at some point in time. There seemed to be a hint of doubt in his tone. Having hypnotized herself, she didn't hesitate at that moment. She followed her subconscious's response and hummed the beautiful melody of Manna Under the Moon. Amidst the ethereal voice, Vin Rambay's calmed down and listened attentively. Suddenly, he realized that the distance between him and Audrey had widened, and they clearly hadn't moved. Darkness shrouded the garden in the afternoon. A huge crimson moon rose from the roof of the nearest house. A figure stood there, wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. His face was blurred by the backlight. Chapter 1079. Upon seeing this scene, Vin Rambay's immediately broke free from his calm state, clearly realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Furthermore, he had already been affected to a certain extent. Without any hesitation, he bent his back slightly as his body visibly swelled up. His pupils turned vertical, turning from light blue to golden. His face, the back of his hands, and every inch of his skin that was exposed to the outside world grew ash-gray scales that were like stone. With a ripping sound, the white shirt, black vest, formal coat, and straight pants he wore tore apart, revealing the dragon scales beneath. In the blink of an eye, Vin Rambay's had turned into an abnormally massive monster. Apart from his head maintaining his human form, the rest of his body had completely mutated. He was like a greyish-white dragon that hadn't fully evolved and had yet to fully mature. The dragon had 2 greyish-white wings on its back, and its limbs were rather thick. The greyish-white scales on its surface were engraved with complicated and 3-dimensional mysterious symbols. They extended into its flesh and blood, extending into the surrounding void, as though they were interweaving into something that didn't belong to the real world. It left one in a state of confusion just by looking at it. Their thoughts would distort, and their spirit bodies would be tainted with all kinds of thoughts that seemed to come from the bottom of their hearts, wishing to tear or destroy themselves. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of the spectator pathway. To demigods of other pathways who hadn't reached the level of an angel, they needed extremely strong willpower and firm beliefs to fight in their mythical creature form. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control the inclination towards madness and loss of control. There was a high chance that they would directly lose their rationality and truly become a monster. However, the spectator pathway didn't need to be like that. They had Placate, a treatment that targeted the mind and mind. They weren't helpless against madness and loss of control. Therefore, as long as the battle didn't last too long, they could use their mythical creature form whenever they wanted. They could return to normal whenever they wanted. Whoosh! All the thoughts in Vin Rambay's subconscious domain boiled. They churned and differentiated, pushing out the parts of his consciousness that had been implanted and modified before melting into nothingness. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind surged around the greyish-white dragon that Vin Rambay's had transformed into. It seemed to come from reality, but also seemed to originate from an illusion. They carried some kind of will and blew in all directions. All the creatures that were caught up in them inevitably showed all kinds of abnormal states. Some trembled and stood rooted to the ground, some ran blindly and irrationally to the corner of the garden, some lost control of their bowels and urine, some lost control of their legs, some fainted and fell into a coma, and some showed a fanatical expression and became the followers of the giant dragon. This was a qualitative change that stemmed from a mythical creature's dragon might. It had gone from a simple ore to a mind deprivation with various effect. Taking the opportunity of dragon's might sweeping through the surroundings, Vin Rambay's combined his will with his thoughts, transforming into illusory and sinister figures. From the sea of collective subconscious that most beyond us couldn't see, he rapidly approached the German sparrow on the roof and Audrey Hall at the edge of the garden. As a spectator, he could determine that the assailant was German sparrow just because he couldn't see the person's face and bearing. At this moment, Audrey was already muttering to herself, hypnotizing herself, according to the results of the discussion above the grey fog and the 2 demigods, the world and the hermit. I can't see a thing, I can't hear a thing, I can't see a thing, I can't hear a thing. She was trying to prevent herself from having a mental disorder or even losing control from looking directly at Vin Rambay's mythical creature form. However, this also prevented her from seeing or sensing that one of Vin Rambay's thoughts had approached her body of heart and mind from the sea of collective subconscious. But suddenly, in front of Vin Rambay's eyes, the island of consciousness corresponding to the blonde, green-eyed girl vanished. Audrey felt a warmth on the surface of her body, as though she had returned from the cold and dark cave to the surface where the sun shone directly. She hurriedly dispelled the hypnosis and opened her eyes. She saw that the sun in the sky had penetrated through the not-too-thin layer of clouds and was shining brilliantly. Amidst the golden and clear feeling, the autumn flowers were quietly blooming, beautiful and peaceful. Audrey looked around in a daze, but she didn't see Hvin Rambay's, German sparrow, or the gigantic crimson moon. This made her feel as though everything she had just experienced was a dream. What a powerful ability! A battle between two demigods might not even touch a single flower. Audrey silently muttered to herself as she calmly left the garden and retreated to the corridor that connected the house to the house. She was afraid that her existence would make German Sparrow apprehensive and affect his battle. In the concealed world, one of Hvin Rambay's doppelgangers had simultaneously arrived at the German Sparrow's island of consciousness under the crimson moon. Just as he was about to ascend and open the door to the body of heart and mind to control the other party's subconscious and make him do all sorts of things that went against his own will, he realized that the illusory island that stood in the sea of collective subconscious was dead silent. There were no thoughts floating or flashing, making it impossible to affect it. Puppet. Marionette. Hvin Rambay's instantly made a judgment. Combining it with the information he had obtained in the past, he gained a deeper understanding of German Sparrow's situation. He wasn't alarmed, nor was he depressed. Instead, he felt a little more joy and confidence. This was because a demigod of the spectator pathway could easily distinguish the difference between a marionette and the main body. This greatly reduced the strength of German Sparrow's strongest abilities. Besides, do you think you can use a marionette to render my mind invasion and consciousness control ineffective? The sinister and illusory Hvin Rambay's swept the area with his golden vertical pupil and found the transparent channel that transmitted thoughts on the marionette's corresponding island of consciousness. This was the symbol of spirit-body threads in the mind world, in the consciousness domain. Right on the heels of that, Hvin Rambay's figure flashed as he followed the transparent channel and found another island of consciousness hidden in the distance. This was the source of the marionette's control through thoughts. In other words, it belonged to the main body. Found you. Hvin Rambai snorted coldly, stirring up a terrifying mind storm in the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, making them smack at German Sparrow's island of consciousness again and again. This caused the nearby meteorological phenomena to rapidly change. His spirituality's perception of the surroundings was greatly disrupted. Hvin Rambai took the opportunity to approach German Sparrow's island of consciousness and conjured a grayish-white staircase in an attempt to secretly invade his subconscious domain. This was his usual combat style. One in the open and the other in the dark, constantly attacking while the other secretly infiltrating. Using both at the same time, it was very easy to destroy the target's mind barrier and gain initial control over the target's body of heart and mind. At the same time, he flew up in his dragon form and circled in midair. He used dragon's might and breath to influence German Sparrow, complementing the battle in the mind domain. At this moment, the illusory Hvin Rambai, who had secretly invaded German Sparrow's body of heart and mind from the depths of the sea of collective subconscious, suddenly felt his vision blur. He saw an endless grayish-white fog, and the surrounding sea of collective subconscious and the mind island had all vanished. Hvin Rambai's heart tightened as he hurriedly analyzed his psyche, suspecting that he had been affected by an illusion. However, no matter how he dealt with it, the grayish-white fog didn't change. Of course, there were no accidents or dangerous eruptions. It was as though it was just a background. This was rather puzzling. Just as Hvin Rambai was about to stir up a psionic storm here, the grayish-white fog finally dissipated, revealing the island of consciousness belonging to German Sparrow. Hvin Rambai didn't hesitate as he hurriedly invaded the corresponding subconscious domain and attempted to modify his target's thoughts. However, those thoughts were all dyed with a clear light, filled with a sacred and solemn aura. They were unshakable and unaffected. Hvin Rambai instinctively looked up and followed the stone staircase that had appeared, looking at the part of the island of consciousness that floated above the sea of collective subconscious. Apart from the island itself, there was also a figure with 12 pairs of flaming wings on its back that emitted golden light. It seemed to be the projection of an angel's power. Since he was planning to deal with a demigod of the spectator pathway today, Klein had no doubt used Angel's Embrace on himself in advance. He had used the Red Priest card's level to mobilize the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. This was also the reason why he wasn't affected by the incomplete mythical creature form. And he hadn't directly used this because he was using Hvin Rambais as an experiment. When Hvin Rambais attempted to invade the island of consciousness corresponding to his main body, his marionette, Kona's Kilga, had used his powers to distort the enemy's target from Klein's body of heart and mind to the grey fog projection that enveloped Klein. This way, if Hvin Rambais could discover the island of consciousness in the greyish-white fog, it meant that there was a creature of unknown origins sleeping in the mysterious space above the grey fog. Klein had to be wary of it as soon as possible. If it wasn't for that, he could be a little more at ease. This was something he had long wanted to experiment with, but he hadn't dared to do so due to the great danger involved. Today, he finally had a chance to complete it. After all, even if there was any backlash, the one who would die would be Hvin Rambais and not him. He might even be able to use this opportunity to easily finish off a demigod. Seeing that the other party had an angel's blessing, making it impossible for him to infiltrate the other party's body of heart and mind in a short period of time, Hvin Rambais retreated without any hesitation. He left the area and returned to his mind through the sea of collective subconscious. Then, the gigantic dragon vanished into thin air, preventing Klein from using his spirit body threads to find it. Psychological invisibility. Hvin Rambais planned on using a psychological blind spot to hide in the shadows. As he continued using area of effect beyonder powers like mind deprivation and mindstorm to gradually weaken German Sparrow's angel-enhanced mental barrier, he used his sealed artifact to attempt an attack. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, although the dragon was very strong in melee combat, it still lacked the necessary beyonder powers with powerful offensive capabilities. It needed to be made up for through certain sealed artifacts. At this moment, an illusory book appeared in front of German Sparrow, who was unknown if it was his marionette or his main body. An ethereal voice sounded around him. I came, I saw, I recorded. What Klein wanted to use was the lightning storm recorded by the scribe in Creeping Hunger. For something like psychological invisibility, a full area of effect attack was enough to resolve it. It had to be said that against Beyonders with similar styles, the storm pathway was a pretty good choice. Chapter 1080. Boom. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, covering the area illuminated by the gigantic crimson moon with a silvery white forest. Lightning flashed as a destructive aura swept through, not leaving a single corner unscathed. The grayish-white dragon that still maintained its human shape protruded once again. Tiny bolts of lightning darted across its stone-like scales, causing some inconspicuous cracks to appear. Hvin Rambais's psychological invisibility couldn't be maintained under such an all-encompassing attack. After all, he would still interact with his surroundings, but he had eliminated his sense of existence. He was in a blind spot, and once the interaction intensified, he would inevitably be exposed. The moment he appeared, the lightning storm calmed down significantly. On the roof, German Sparrow's body instantly blurred as he appeared diagonally below the incomplete dragon. Right on the heels of that, the glove on the crazy adventurer's left hand protruded with fine black particles that were deep and dark. He opened his mouth and spat out words in the devil language that were filled with foulness and depravity. Slow. Hvin Rambais knew that his opponent was using Creeping Hunger and understood the true level of this item. He found German Sparrow's attack amusing. He immediately raised his left claw to hold the icy blue metal cylinder and aimed it at the enemy below. This was a sealed artifact of unknown origins called Rotting Meteor. Hvin Rambais had obtained it from a certain existence, and he only knew that a portion of the materials came from the cosmos. This icy blue metal cylinder could shoot out dark green, strange projectiles. Anyone who was hit by them would instantly be poisoned and begin to rot. Even spirit bodies wouldn't be spared. It was equally effective against demigods. Its negative effect was that the wielder had a chance of being stared at by the gaze cast down from the cosmos, unknowingly being corrupted. If it wasn't for a certain existence sealing it, Hvin Rambais definitely wouldn't dare to carry it with him. But even so, he tried his best to limit the number of times he used it to prevent himself from dying strangely or experiencing a mutation. This was the common outcome of many wielder of rotting meteor. At that moment, Hvin Rambais didn't believe that the language of foulness, which was at most a sequence 5, could affect him in his incomplete mythical creature form. He planned on using rotting meteor to directly finish off an enemy with a sealed artifact that posed a threat. But at this time, his movements really slowed down, and his whole body gave off a stiff feeling. On the pitch-black roof under the gigantic crimson moon, another German sparrow in a black trench coat and silk top hat had appeared at some point in time. He held a strange revolver with 6 barrels in his right hand and aimed his left palm at the German sparrow below Hvin Rambais. He clenched his fist and gently twisted his wrist. Earl of the Fallen, magnify. This was Klein's other marionette, a demigod of the lawyer pathway, Kona's Kilga, and with his magnification support, the beyonder powers that creeping hunger obtained from grazing souls could be maximized, raising it to nearly sequence 4, which was the level of a demigod. Of course, he couldn't magnify more than one at a time. He could only magnify one at a time. As Hvin Rambais was currently in his mythical creature form, no matter how slow was magnified, it couldn't affect him for too long. Therefore, the German sparrow, who was actually Inuni, seized this short opportunity to control Hvin Rambais's spirit body threads. Typically speaking, he needed 3 seconds to complete initial control. However, his opponent had already revealed his powerful mythical creature form, so time would definitely be dragged out. Perhaps it would take 6 to 7 seconds, or even more than 10 seconds to succeed. And by then, Hvin Rambais would have long escaped the effects of slow and returned to normal, allowing him to respond. At this critical moment, Kona's Kilga once again aimed his left palm at Inuni as he clenched his fingers. It was still magnification. It was magnification of the ability to control spirit body thread. Suddenly, Inuni's control of Hvin Rambais's spirit body threads became much easier, as though he hadn't revealed his mythical creature form. This also meant that he only needed 3 seconds to complete initial control. This was already rather impressive, but the problem was that Hvin Rambais, in his dragon form, didn't even need a second to escape the effects of slow. No, he had already broken free. At this moment, there was a gunshot. A bullet that lacked luster but didn't appear dim. It was engraved with many strange patterns and quickly hit Hvin Rambais, who had just escaped from his slow state. In another corner of the garden, another German sparrow in a black trench coat and silk top hat appeared. Hvin Rambais's dragon body stiffened once again. Not only did his thoughts seem to come to a halt, even the wings on his back froze and lost their effect. The entire dragon fell to the ground. Control spirit bullet. Klein had used his worms of spirit as material to carry the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog to create the control spirit bullet. It could even paralyze a sequence 3 saint for a second or two. At this moment, Hvin Rambais, who had revealed his incomplete mythical creature form, wasn't much stronger than a sequence 3 saint. And back when Amorn's avatar was hit by the control spirit bullet, it had also stiffened for more than a second. In addition, Klein could also get Kona's Kilga to magnify the might of the bullet, but he didn't have the time to do so in order to seize the opportunity. The series of cooperation just now had made Klein sigh at how terrifying a demigod of the lawyer pathway was as a support. It was very, very, very useful. Of course, under normal circumstances, the Earl of the Fallen's magnification could only enhance the effects and influence of certain actions, and it couldn't help others. But the problem was that as a marionette with a worm of spirit in his body, he was undoubtedly one with Klein and other similar marionettes. He wasn't strengthening others, but himself. Seizing the opportunity of Hvin Rambais falling into a state of paralysis, Inuni completed his initial control of the spirit body threads. Just as the incomplete dragon recovered from its stiffness, its thoughts turned sluggish, and its actions lagged. It had to be said that after a bizarro sorcerer obtained a powerful marionette, they could produce extremely terrifying strength through their cooperation. As for Klein, he still had the cheat-like control spirit bullet and other items. This was something that only he could create because only he could use the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. Of course, powerhouses like Amorn could also create similar charms and bullets, but the exact effects would be different. Seeing that Hvin Rambais was under initial control, Klein began preparing to interfere with his resistance, preventing him from escaping his current state until he became a marionette. But at this moment, his head suddenly ached as an irrepressible mania surged in him. Then, he became extremely depressed, as though he couldn't feel what happiness was. He was filled with disdain for himself, wishing that he could give up his life to prevent himself from causing trouble for others. In the blink of an eye, he became excited again. His vision seemed to turn blood red, and he was filled with hatred for everything. He wanted to destroy everything he saw. Not good. Before Klein's mental state rapidly deteriorated, he knew that he had been influenced by Rambay's at some point in time. His body of heart and mind was acting abnormally. He hurriedly tried cogitation to resist the abnormal mental state, but thoughts that seemed to belong to different people flashed through his mind. Let's just end it like this. F***ck, quickly think of a way to save myself. What the hell is wrong with me? I seem to have a serious mental illness, a mental illness that can be contagious. The strange mental illness that Miss Justice mentioned. This is indeed a high sequence beyond a power of the spectator pathway. What's the point of saying so much? There's a demigod-level psychiatrist on the other side. Turning him into a marionette will easily resolve this problem. Realizing that German Sparrow hadn't shot a second bullet, Rambay's grayish-white scale-covered face revealed a smile. Although he hadn't expected the powerful teamwork between German Sparrow and his two marionettes, causing him to quickly fall into a situation that bordered on despair, it wasn't as though he hadn't done anything previously. Before he retreated from the sea of collective subconscious, he had secretly planted contagious madness in his marionette. The marionette was essentially a dead person, so it couldn't be controlled by any means other than spirit threads. However, it didn't mean that he didn't have a mind island. It was just that it was dead silent. What Rambay's had done was to bury a seed in the name of madness. The seed was unable to affect the marionette itself, but it could secretly infect the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, causing the actual body to unknowingly be placed in an environment filled with infectious mental illnesses after switching places. Furthermore, this madness could also be spread through spirit-body threads. In addition, as this infection originated from oneself, it wasn't something that an angel's blessing could isolate. At most, it would weaken the effects and delay the onset. This was a high sequence beyond a power of the spectator pathway, the manipulator's mental plague. In ancient times, there would be people who had been in a repressed state for a long period of time showing abnormalities at the same time. And their abnormalities would affect the people around them, resulting in the so-called mass hysteria. Once, there was an ancient ballad that went like this: 7 girls danced a strange dance on the street, 9 men rolled on the ground laughing beside them, on a passing carriage, a noble slapped his face, outside a house by the street, children shed tears in a daze, people hurt each other, and the entire city went mad. If one thought about this ballad carefully, it would make one involuntarily feel fear. However, Rambay's knew that the scene described in the ballad had really existed before. It originated from an experiment by a demigod of the spectator pathway. A highly contagious mental plague. When German Sparrow's true body went mad, he would undoubtedly lose control over his marionette. That way, Rambay's would be able to escape his predicament. It wouldn't take long, just a few seconds. At that moment, as a manipulator, Rambay's wasn't afraid that German Sparrow had the charm that Audrey had used, a charm that could swap fates for a short period of time. This was because if the swap were to happen, the German Sparrow would be in a state where he would quickly become a marionette. His thoughts would be sluggish and his body would be stiff. And being infected with mental plague was a relatively easy problem for Rambay's to resolve. At this moment, Rambay's saw German Sparrow on the roof use his left palm to aim at German Sparrow, who was holding the black long-barreled revolver. He clenched his fingers lightly and turned his wrist slightly. Distortion. Klein had used Kona's Kilger's Beyonder powers to distort the extent of his mental illness, making it lighter and slowing down the deterioration. Taking advantage of this moment of lucidity, he raised Death Knell once again and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another control spirit bullet was fired and hit the gigantic incomplete dragon whose movements were sluggish. And at the same time, Kona's Kilger used Magnify. Rambay's had suffered an attack, but he didn't escape Inuni's control because he had fallen into a serious and prolonged state of numbness and stiffness. Klein silently counted the time and shot the third control spirit bullet before Hvin Rambais truly recovered. And before the effects of the third control spirit bullet's magnified effect ended, the grayish-white incomplete dragon's body trembled and returned to normal. It was no longer in a daze. P.S. There's one more update at 7 in the evening. There's an additional update for the first person with the September monthly votes. Chapter 1081. In the dim world, the gigantic crimson moon silently hung above the house. Everything in the garden seemed to be asleep. The despair in the incomplete grayish-white dragon's eyes faded as it retracted its wings that were covered in skin. It was as tame as a domesticated hound. Hvin Rambais, a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Council, a demigod of the spectator pathway, had lost his life and become Klein's marionette. Klein couldn't be bothered to appreciate it. He directly switched places with Inuni, who was beside the grayish-white dragon. He appeared as a German sparrow in a black trench coat and a silk top hat. Then, he controlled his new marionette to treat the mental plague he had been infected with. A gentle and cool wind blew over, crossing the sea of collective subconscious and seeping into Klein's island of consciousness. It made him feel as if there was something smelly, rotten, split, and contradictory in his mind and body. Bit by bit, it was being gathered into a ball and removed like a surgical incision. Klein's face immediately contorted as he revealed a grimacing expression. Once again, he felt the extreme pain of his soul being torn apart. Thankfully, in order to create control spirit bullets and yesterday once more charms, he was already used to this feeling. He didn't hold his head and roll on the ground. After the highly contagious mental virus was separated from the infected consciousness, the cool wind turned into a warmth that made one want to take an afternoon nap. It made Klein's injured spirit body relax, as though he was soaking in a bathtub. His body and mind were nourished as he began to rapidly grow and recover. After he recovered from his mental illness, the gentle wind that blew over suddenly turned violent. It swept in all directions, clearing away all the remaining viruses in the air. After doing all of this, Klein made the grayish-white dragon quickly shrink its body, restrain its guardhood, and return to its human form. However, as Hvin Rambais's clothes had been torn to shreds, the grayish-white scales on his body didn't retract. A few seconds later, the leader of the Church of Evernite Ascetics, Oriana, who wore a simple robe and a tree bark belt, walked out of the gigantic crimson moon. She stepped into the void and arrived diagonally above Hvin Rambais. The angel reached out his right hand and gently grabbed, causing Hvin Rambais's blurry soul to leave his body and float above his head. "Why are you helping George III?" Oriana asked directly. Hvin Rambais's confused expression turned serious. "This is the choice of the era. This is the inevitability of fate. We are only following the trend and making a certain amount of guidance so that the era will develop in the right direction." The standard answer of the Twilight Hermit Order. From the looks of it, even the demigods of psychological alchemy don't know what Adam's true goal is. Even the official members of the Twilight Hermit Order probably don't know. Klein thought without any psychological burden as he relied on the fact that he was hidden in the world. Oriana didn't reveal a surprised expression. "What's the next trend?" Hvin Rambais's eyes weren't focused, but he replied with a rather solemn expression, "A war. A war that engulfs the entire world. This. Isn't peace good?" Klein frowned slightly as he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He knew very well what kind of damage a war of the world would bring to humanity. He only hoped that he and the Church of Evernite could quickly grasp the crux of the matter and successfully prevent the war that the Twilight Hermit Order was trying its best to push for. Oriana fell silent for a second before asking, "What's George III's secret?" Hvin Rambais fell silent for a second before asking, "What's George III's secret?" A smile appeared on Hvin Rambais's face. "Every king is bound by the 3 great contracts. The highest they can reach is sequence 5. And with our help, he bypassed this obstacle. In essence, he already possesses a higher status. All he needs to do is wait for the tide of the era to come before he can successfully ascend to the position that belongs to him." 3 great contracts. What's that? Yes, it's understandable for a king to only reach sequence 5. After all, under the premise that mystery doesn't appear in the world, It's best for the king to be replaced normally. The people can understand if they live to 80 or 90 years old, but if they're still alive and kicking after 120, it will definitely cause speculation and panic. George III cooperated with the psychological alchemy and the demonist sect just to live longer. Normally speaking, this is only a restriction from the king. It wouldn't affect the other members of the Augustus family. They should have grounded angels among them, so there's no reason for them to support George III. Many questions surfaced in Klein's mind. George III isn't a demigod yet. He's only obtained a higher status through some means and acted ahead of time. Oriana asked unhurriedly. To the Church of Evernight, this was a rather critical problem. If George III was already a demigod, then they could directly contact the Church of Storms and Steam to capture him. This was because the king's existence was evidence. Vin Rambise's soul nodded. Yes. What's the exact method? Oriana continued asking. Vin Rambise slowly shook his head and said, I'm not sure. The person in charge of this matter is our president. I only remember him mentioning once that he wanted to make George III more talented. More talented. Upon hearing this description, Klein immediately acutely associated it with the contents of Roselle's diary. In the eyes of that emperor, the so-called talent was to make one's mind and soul more like that of an ancestor with a higher status. From there, one could obtain the recognition of the corresponding beyonder characteristic or the mental imprint in the sealed artifact, allowing one to easily overcome the negative effects of consuming the potion and wielding the sealed artifact. This wasn't a perfect method, and it could even be said to be extremely dangerous. This was because the mental imprint would change the soul of the consumer or wielder, causing them to experience a certain mutation. If anyone were to use such a method to advance to a demigod, it was very likely that they would become a stitched monster. Has George III been hypnotized by someone to actually accept such a method? No, if it's hypnosis, the Augustus family's angel or sealed artifact will definitely discover the problem. Klein became increasingly puzzled as he waited for the floating ascetic leader to ask another question. Oriana clearly knew what more talented meant. Without any change in expression, she asked, who's your president? Vin Rambise revealed a look of reminiscence. He has many identities and many names, but as long as I see him, I can confirm that he's the president of our psychological alchemy. His current identities and names are one of the 4 kings of the sea, king of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins. The former chancellor of Beekland Medical College, the royal family's medical consultant, the dead Paulie Durlow. The famous recluse of the central Sonia Sea, Eric Drake, king of the Black Throne. Only then did Klein realize that he had heard of this title before. However, he always ignored it and didn't take it to heart. He rarely thought about it. So this pirate king is from the spectator pathway. He nodded in enlightenment. Oriana listened quietly and asked, what secret is George III hiding in the Blood Emperor's ruins? What secret is George III hiding in the Blood Emperor's ruin? It's something very important. He wants to grasp it, and this requires a lot of sacrificial rituals. It's an extremely important thing. He wants to control it, which requires a lot of sacrificial rituals. What is it? Oriana asked without any hesitation. Vin Rambise was taken aback. I don't remember. He suddenly raised his hand and covered the head of his soul, appearing to be in great pain. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember the answer. Did Adam or an angel of the spectator pathway wipe that memory away? Klein watched with a solemn expression, increasingly feeling that the secret in the ruins might be more important than he had imagined. Oriana was silent for a few seconds before looking down at Klein. What do you want to ask? Klein thought for a moment and said to Vin Rambise, let's go. What are the names of the high sequence potions of the spectator pathway? Vin Rambise's soul's pain was alleviated as she slowly replied, I'm not sure. Sequence 4 Manipulator, Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, Sequence 2 Clairvoyant, Sequence 1 Author. He didn't mention Sequence 0 Visionary, so it was obvious that he didn't know. What is the Manipulator potion formula? Although Klein felt that his question was slightly vulgar compared to Mara Moriana's, he still spoke. Without any hesitation, Vin Rambise said in a daze, that's right. The main ingredients are the complete brain of an elderly mined dragon, or the crystallized heart of a tree mentor, or the beyonder characteristic of a manipulator. The supplementary materials are 80 milliliters of an elderly mined dragon's blood, 3 golden leaves from the tree mentor, and 1 drop of tears from 7 different humans or human-like creatures that are produced by intense emotions. The ritual is to consume the magic potion in a special occasion with at least 10,000 people while they resonate with their emotions. In comparison, the difficulty of the spectator pathway's demigod ritual isn't that high. That's right. A spectator can self-treat and analyze themselves. They can effectively resist the madness and loss of control brought about by the potion, so the ritual can obviously be simplified. Klein nodded in thought. What is the potion formula for Dreamweaver? I don't know. Hvin Rambais shook his head. All right. Klein then asked Hvin Rambais why she had personally come to Audrey and received the corresponding answer. Then, he said to Oriana, I have no more questions. Hvin Rambais couldn't answer the questions he had. Oriana gently pressed down with her right hand, allowing Hvin Rambais's soul to return to his body. Following that, the angel glanced at Klein and said calmly, Don't worry, Klein. Following that, the angel glanced at Klein and said calmly, Don't use him as a marionette. Don't use him as a marionette. Before his mental imprint is removed, it's best not to use his beyonder characteristic to create items. Of course, I don't wish for Adam to pay me a visit. Klein nodded sincerely. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mara Moriana. P.S. First place in September's monthly votes will be updated tilde 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 1082. After thanking him, Klein immediately gave up his control of Hvin Rambais, preventing him from maintaining his marionette state. Hence, this spectator pathway demigod collapsed to the ground and became a corpse. Oriana lowered her head to take a look, and the darkness in her eyes deepened. Hvin Rambais's corpse was instantly erased inch by inch like a pencil drawing, leaving only the icy blue metal cylinder. Then, specks of light seeped out of the void and quickly gathered together to form a strange object. It was the size of a fist and looked like a heart, but its surface was covered in grayish-white wrinkles, making it look like a different kind of brain. And on every wrinkle, countless symbols and strange patterns extended out, penetrating the surroundings and connecting to a certain world that beyonders of other pathways couldn't see. This was the beyonder characteristic left behind by a manipulator. Mara Oriana quickly extracted Hvin Rambais's beyonder characteristic through concealment and reverse concealment. Klein was taken aback for a second before coming to a realization. At this moment, Oriana said with a calm expression, The spiritual imprints inside have all been removed. Thank you, Madam Oriana. Klein was not surprised at all. He bowed as if he was prepared for it. He had decisively abandoned his marionette because he foresaw that something similar would happen. In fact, his original plan was to get Hvin Rambais above the grey fog in his marionette state and get him to use the unshadowed crucifix to slowly separate out the manipulator, dreamwalker, hypnotist, and other beyonder characteristics. This way, not only would Miss Justice not have to worry about where to buy the ingredients before she became a demigod, even her beyonder dog would have a chance of advancing. Previously, Audrey had mentioned to Dawn Dantes that Susie had played second fiddle to her escape from Hvin Rambais's control. But later, Klein considered that bringing Hvin Rambais above the grey fog definitely couldn't be done in the concealed world under Oriana's watch. That would directly expose the fact that he was the fool. And once he left, no matter where he teleported to, Adam might discover Hvin Rambais's existence. In that case, directly abandoning the marionette in front of Oriana was undoubtedly a better choice. At the very least, this angel had a high chance of helping Klein remove the spiritual imprint in the beyonder characteristic. And this didn't affect Klein's original plan. He could easily find some ingredients and turn Hvin Rambais's beyonder characteristic into a problematic potion. Then, he could pour it onto an ordinary item, allowing it to mutate after absorbing the potion. After obtaining such a sealed artifact, he could tie the unshadowed crucifix to it and grasp the timing. Then, he could make the corresponding beyonder characteristic appear. Slowly. As for the spiritual corruption produced during the process, there was no need to worry. The unshadowed crucifix could similarly purify it. Seeing Klein pick up Vin Rambise's Beyonder characteristic, but unable to stuff it into the iron cigar case, all he could do was randomly stuff it into his pocket. Oriana cast her gaze at the icy blue metal cylinder and said unhurriedly, "It comes from the cosmos. It's best you don't use it. Even try not to carry it with you. Otherwise, a gaze will be cast on you, causing you to be unknowingly corrupted and suffer from abnormalities." From the cosmos? This description sounded familiar to Klein. Soon, he recalled the source of the familiarity. This originated from Yellow Light Venethan's prophecy of the apocalypse recorded in the House of Abraham's sites in the spirit world. The gaze will be cast from the cosmos. The land will be torn apart, and everything in the world will cease to exist. Apocalypse. The origins of this sealed artifact are related to the origins of the apocalypse. What does the cosmos represent here? What does it have to do with the astral world? A series of questions formed in Klein's mind, making his expression turn solemn. Faced with his question, Oriana nodded slightly. Yes, the starry sky. Is it the starry sky above our heads? Klein pointed at the dark night sky with the giant crimson moon. Yes. Oriana gave an affirmative answer, but did not further explain. Klein thought for a moment and asked again, "There are many malicious existences there, existences that seek to destroy this world." Oriana's gaze swept across his face and finally stopped at his eyes. "I can't give you an answer. For some things, the more you know, the easier it is to be infected. Both your body and soul will be infected. When you become an angel, you can explore the specific answer. The more you know, the easier it is to be infected." Klein felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't asked Rhodes about the sealed artifacts Vin Rambise possessed, afraid that he would leave behind traces that would be discovered by Adam. Against such a king of angels, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. Seeing that Oriana wasn't going to reveal anything, Klein pointed at the ice blue metal cylinder. "What should I do with this item?" The description of the ascetic leader made him a little afraid of bringing the sealed artifact above the grey fog to disinfect it. Oriana calmly said, "My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. Combine it with your previous contributions, and exchange it for what you want." Klein nodded slightly. "I understand." After expressing his gratitude again, Oriana's figure was quickly wiped away, disappearing from the abnormally huge dark garden under the crimson moon. And this hidden world didn't collapse just like that. Klein watched silently for a few seconds before taking out the candles and other ritual items he carried with him in thought. He quickly set up an altar and sacrificed the ice blue metal cylinder to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, the ashes of the herbs and the surrounding soil rose up amidst the howling winds, landing on an empty spot on the altar. The ashes and soil were connected to each other, forming words. Sequence 3, Scholar of your main ingredients, a pair of eyes of a hound of Fulgrim, also known as a Sapphira Castlekeeper, a demonic wolf of Fog's heart. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of Hound of Fulgrim's blood, 30 grams of demonic wolf of Fog's white frost crystal, a large number of real ancient historical records, advancement ritual, completely separate from reality for at least 300 years. Consume the potion after becoming history and not belonging to the present era. This. Klein couldn't help but blink, suspecting that he had misread the description. The description of not belonging to the present era made him think of one of his honorific names, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've been hung on that strange door of light for more than 300 years. In a sense, have I already completed the ritual and am just waiting to consume the potion? The mysterious space above the grey fog is really closely related to the seer pathway. Could it be a manifestation of the uniqueness? Klein was instantly delighted and solemn. This was because he didn't know what price such a gift had. Phew, I really want to jump to a neighboring pathway at the step of becoming an angel and not follow the planned path. To other bizarro sorcerers, the greatest difficulty in this advancement ritual is likely to be how to live past 300 years. After all, this isn't a pathway that's famous for its long lifespans. Also, being separated from reality for 300 years can easily make a person go crazy. To a bizarro sorcerer who's at the forefront of having a split personality, the danger of losing control isn't too small. Klein looked at the scholar of your potion formula as thoughts flashed through his mind. After an unknown period of time, he ended the ritual and put away the corresponding items. As he walked out of the garden, the gigantic crimson moon and the pitch-black night sky faded away, disappearing inch by inch. Then, he saw the flowers that belonged to autumn. He saw the sunlight that scattered over them, and he saw the blonde girl waiting between the house and the garden. Audrey's eyes revealed a look of joy as the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Klein nodded at her as his figure was suddenly enveloped by scarlet flames. Elsewhere in the garden, there were also flames soaring into the sky, but it wasn't obvious. By the time the flames dissipated, German Sparrow's figure was nowhere to be seen. The remnant crimson moon and the night sky had also completely vanished. Audrey fell into a daze for a few seconds before retracting her gaze in thought and entering Viscount Glaint's mansion. When she left with Susie and her servants in a carriage and returned to her own home, she had a chance to be alone. As expected, she received an invitation from the world to meet. Above the grey fog, inside the palace. Audrey looked at the world, German Sparrow, and asked in a less urgent manner, what's Finn Rambise's true goal? She had long known from German Sparrow's calm behavior that Finn Rambise had been dealt with. Klein answered frankly, that's right. Firstly, it's to investigate if there's a mastermind behind Zio and Force actions. Secondly, in the process of the princes showing their closeness to the Earl Hall's family, they'll hint to you so that you won't be a hindrance. This is essentially a division of the three churches. Audrey and Mr. World had already discussed this matter, so there was no need for her to seek additional explanations. Then, why did a demigod like Finn Rambise come to me personally? Klein smiled. Therefore, it's best to directly get a demigod to do it. As for you, you know Finn Rambise and have interacted with him before, so you should be the least guarded against him. To fool the guards arranged by Earl Hall and hypnotize a hypnotist without causing any additional commotion, a sequence 5 might not be able to do it. To be frank, if you weren't careful enough and didn't have a helper like Susie, who hadn't been discovered, the entire matter would have proceeded smoothly without either of us noticing until next Monday. Audrey didn't wear her thick mask as she sighed with mixed emotions. So I'm already that powerful, only a demigod would have great confidence in dealing with him. You're more powerful than I imagined. You actually hypnotized a demigod who's good at hypnosis, Klein praised with a smile. Audrey subconsciously pursed her lips, and a smile appeared on her face. That's mainly because of the fate siphon charm you gave me. My hypnotist potion seems to have been completely digested because of that. Chapter 1083. Completely digested? That's understandable. This is hypnotizing a demigod. Although the fate siphon charm played a part, it only helped to open the door to the body of heart and mind. The subsequent modification and implantation of consciousness still needs to be handled by him. If he's not careful, he might trigger a strong rejection, leading to failure. Extreme acting will definitely speed up the digestion process. Klein nodded slightly and said approvingly, this is a good thing, and it is even more so in the current situation. Audrey understood what Mr. World meant. Under the storm that originated from the Angel of Imagination, Adam, and King George III, even though she was at the periphery, she felt her own weakness and powerlessness. She couldn't wait to improve herself. She grunted and said, yes. I'll urge Sun to give me the conditions to complete the transaction and advance to sequence 5 as soon as possible. When the time comes, I hope to receive Mr. Fool's blessings and maintain my lucidity in the dream. Klein was already prepared for this as he smiled. Actually, you don't have to wait that long. Tomorrow at the earliest, Friday at the latest, I can sell you a dreamwalker beyond a characteristic. Since it was a private conversation, Klein didn't pretend to be World and deliberately made his voice hoarse. He only sounded a little reserved. Really? Audrey's eyes widened, not concealing her surprise. Klein nodded. This actually came from Finn Rambise. Mr. Fool's newly obtained cross can allow the beyonder characteristic to be gradually purged. His explanation was very brief. He did not go through the specific steps, nor did he explain too much. He maintained a bit of the German Sparrow's coldness. Is that so? The corners of Audrey's mouth suddenly curled up as she beamed. She pressed her chest and said, Praise Mr. Fool tilde. Also, thank you, Mr. World. Double the gratitude. Klein chuckled in his heart, but on the surface, he said calmly, it's just a deal. You need to pay, he silently cursed in his heart. Audrey's smile didn't diminish. Then what do you need? A sequence 5 beyond a characteristic, £8,000. Klein chose the item that Miss Justice could gather in the shortest time possible. Audrey didn't care about the price. Her eyes turned slightly as she pondered. Can you sell me the hypnotist characteristic that you've separated out? At this point, she smiled a little embarrassedly. This is for Susie. It's all thanks to her this time. The higher her level is, the more help she can provide. I will also help her in return. No problem, for £1,000. Klein had already expected this and immediately quoted the price. In his plan, he could stop once he reached hypnotist. There was no need to separate it. He would place the unshadowed crucifix for a long period of time, allowing the remaining characteristics to separate and take form in one go. A total of £12,000. Audrey asked for confirmation, not feeling too much pressure. As she hadn't had any major expenses in the past few months, she had nearly £10,000 in cash. She just needed to gather some to satisfy her request. Seeing World's German Sparrow nod, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'll pay it before Friday. After settling this matter, she, who had relaxed a lot because Vin Rambay's had been finished off, felt even better. She said casually, I'm in a good mood. She said in a casual manner, I'll also buy the complete brain of an adult mind dragon from Sun, but it won't be that urgent. Susie won't be able to digest the hypnotist potion that quickly. At this point, Audrey glanced at Mr. World in embarrassment. What do I need to exchange for Vin Rambay's demigod characteristic? Klein smiled. I still don't know what I'll be lacking. Actually, apart from Vin Rambay's manipulator beyond a characteristic, I also have the corresponding potion formula. During the process of you digesting Dreamwalker, I'll slowly think about what I need. From time to time, I'll get you to do something and gather some supplies, so as to allow you to accumulate enough to exchange for their contribution points as soon as possible. Audrey's green eyes lit up when she heard this. All right. After answering, she continued to ask with great interest, is this the same as Zio accumulating contributions at MI9? Yes, that's the method used by the major churches. Klein gave an affirmative answer. Audrey nodded and asked curiously in the end, Mr. World, do you know the names of the high sequence Beyonder potions of the spectator pathway? Klein gave a simple answer. Manipulator, Dreamweaver, Perceptor, Author, and Sequence 0, Visionary. I'm looking forward to hearing these names. Especially Author and Visionary. Audrey thought for a few seconds and steered the topic back on track. Did Vin Rambay's say what the king's secret is? Also, why are they helping the king? On the one hand, she was asking on Zio's behalf, and on the other hand, she was very concerned. The king's secret. He wishes to bypass the 3 major contracts signed between the Orthodox churches and the various countries' royal families in ancient times to become a demigod. For this, he needs to go through a large number of sacrificial rituals to gain control of an extremely important item in the Blood Emperor's ruins. That's Vin Rambay's answer, but it might not be the entire truth. It might only be a portion of it. Klein gave his opinion as he answered. As for the psychological alchemy, or the Twilight Hermit Order, what they need is a war that engulfs the entire world. This is what they're trying their best to push for, and it's the trend of the times they wish to see. A war that engulfs the entire world. Audrey repeated softly as her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Her happy mood had turned gloomy again. Although she hadn't truly experienced the cruelty of war with her status and identity, she was no longer a flower in a greenhouse. She could already imagine it to a certain extent. After a brief silence, Audrey inconspicuously took a deep breath and tried her best to smile. I hope we can stop all of this. After exchanging a few more words, she left the world above the grey fog and returned to the real world. As for Klein, he busied himself with water, tree sap, herbal powder, thousand-faced hunter's blood, spirit world plunderer's powder, and other ingredients to dissolve Vin Rambay's Beyonder characteristic, concocting it into an unknown but definitely problematic potion. Then, he found an ordinary glass bottle and stored the potion inside to see what kind of sealed artifact it would eventually produce. This required quite a bit of time. Klein used the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to construct a spherical barrier around the glass bottle to prevent the products of the mutation from affecting the entire area. After doing all of this, he returned to 160 Beauclund Street and prepared to summon a Rhodes to inquire about the two Beyonder creatures, the Hounds of Fulgrim and the demonic Wolf of Fog. At this moment, with the passage of time, the clouds in the sky thickened. The sun was once again blotted out, and all of Beekland became as dark and gloomy as it was in the morning. Klein stood in front of his desk and looked out the window at the sky. For some baffling reason, he and the Church of Evernight had neglected an important problem. Their investigations had been relatively smooth during this period of time, and the information they had obtained was also gradually deepening. However, for some reason, it left him feeling uneasy. It wasn't because he was being influenced or misled, but because he really couldn't think of anything. Even going above the grey fog was useless. Divination would likely point to. Klein hurriedly reined in his thoughts, spread out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and prying. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full 8 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room turned dark. Aqueous light floated and condensed into silver words: exalted, great, and benevolent master, your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, is here to answer your summons. I seem to be late. I'm already considered a grade 1 sealed artifact. To bypass the quarantine, I need some time. I seek your understanding, great master. You're a grade 1 sealed artifact? Klein asked in surprise. He could already imagine the news that had been circulating within the Church of Steam recently. The mirror that liked to play question and answer games had suddenly gone crazy. On the full-body mirror's surface, the silver words squirmed and reformed, forming new words. Great master, is this considered a question? Klein originally wanted to answer no, but in order to maintain his image, he nodded. Forget it. A Rhodes immediately conjured lines of words. I'm not a real grade 1 sealed artifact. I've only enjoyed the treatment of a grade 1 sealed artifact in advance. This is mainly because a grade 1 sealed artifact needs to be reported to the other churches and have their numbers rearranged. The Church of Steam doesn't wish to do that. If that's the case, it's understandable. Klein nodded slightly. Got it. On the full-body mirror's surface, aqueous light floated again as new silver words formed. Supreme Master, what question do you have to test your loyal servant, a Rhodes? What do you know about the Hounds of Fulgrim and the demonic Wolf of Fog? Klein asked without any politeness, completely unaware that these were actually two questions. On the mirror's surface, the silver words squirmed as though they had a life of their own, changing their shape. The Hounds of Fulgrim are a unique spirit world creature. They live in the historical void. Even the Seven Lights can only know of them, but they can't really come into contact with them unless they leave the historical void and attempt to hunt. But even so, what we see might only be a projection of them from the past. The demonic Wolf of Fog is a high-level demonic wolf. It has experienced the fall of an ancient god, the Cataclysm, and the hunt by the Zaratul family, the Antigonus family, and the Church of Evernight. There are extremely few of them left, and all of them are proficient in anti-divination and deception techniques. It's not easy to find them. In other words, the Church of Evernight might have materials or items related to the demonic Wolf of Fog. And with this, I can head to the spirit world and use the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence and the Beyonder creature's instincts to fish the Hounds of Fulgrim. As Klein read on, he had a certain train of thought. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1084. After getting a rough grasp of the situation, Klein looked at the full-body mirror in the room and asked, what is the king's secret? On the surface of the mirror that seemed to lead to another world, aqueous light floated gently and gradually reflected a scene. It was a relic that was hidden in the depths of darkness and covered in the dust of history, but it was almost completely intact. This means that the king's secret is in the Blood Emperor's ruins. Does a Rhodes not dare to answer directly, or is this all he can see? Klein deliberated for a moment and said to the magic mirror, that's right. It's your turn to ask. The scene in the full-body mirror didn't change at all, but silver words appeared one after another. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Yes. Klein nodded without standing on ceremony. Where's the Saintess of White Katerina? In the mirror, the silver words quickly faded and disappeared. However, the background didn't change at all. It was still the ruins of the Blood Emperor. If it wasn't for the appearance and disappearance of words, I would have thought that the magic mirror had crashed. Katerina is hiding in the ruins of the Blood Emperor? The real one? Klein nodded thoughtfully. It's your turn. Above the scene, silver words condensed again. Merciful Master, why don't you leave Beekland? That's a good question. I originally had such plans. When I first investigated the Great Smog of Beekland, it was only because of my righteous indignation at the innocent deaths of Old Kola and the other poor people, as well as my confusion when my main goal was nearly destroyed. Later on, I was tied to the identity of a goddess blessed. After that, I wanted to prevent the disaster that was about to happen, so that the people I knew would be spared the pain of the ambitions of the upper echelons. I didn't want to drown in the tide of the times, so I was willing to take on a certain amount of risk. As for now, knowing that there might be a war that will sweep the entire world, and realizing that the advancement ritual of a scholar of yore is almost tailor-made for me, filled with traces of arrangements, I already understand that even if I really want to escape, I might not be able to do so. Or rather, even if I escape Beekland, I probably won't be able to escape the fate I carried from the beginning. In that case, I might as well take the initiative to take the risk and challenge it. I'll see if I can figure out the truth and find a possible opportunity to grasp my own fate. Klein's thoughts raced endlessly before they gradually settled down. Then, he calmly replied, leaving won't really solve the problem. After that, Klein began to ask questions. Where is Trissy now? In the full-body mirror, the scene finally changed. This time, it was pitch black. Occasionally, a thick object slid across the surface. Rhodes can't see Triss's situation either. Klein nodded slightly. It's your turn. Aqueous light floated in the mirror again, and wisps of silver light converged into a coherent sentence. Great Master, I have something to tell you. Can I say it? Go ahead, Klein replied curiously. The silver words wriggled and turned into new words. You must be careful from now on. He even used an exclamation mark. Rhodes smells something amiss. Klein thought for a few seconds. What do you think can threaten me? I don't know. It's a feeling. Rhodes reorganized the words, turning them from silver to grayish-white. It directly expressed the feeling of depression and self-blame. Without waiting for Klein's response, new grayish-white words jumped out of the mirror one after another. Great Master, I still have a scene I wish to show you. Can I? Sure, Klein said slowly. The aqueous light on the full-body mirror rippled as the pitch-black darkness changed. It became deeper, embellishing it with resplendent diamond-like points of light. It was a beautiful and vast night sky. Is the scene Rhodes is showing pointing at the goddess whose essence is a star, or is it a starry sky with a gaze? From the looks of it, it doesn't dare to express it directly. Klein thought for a moment and didn't attempt to ask any more questions. Let's end it here for today. All right. The grayish-white words were once again dyed silver. For some reason, the speed at which they protruded had slowed down. Great Master, why you haven't said that if there are any problems in the future, you will summon me again. Your loyal servant, Rhodes. What a ritualistic mirror. Klein said in amusement, of course, I will summon you again when I have other questions. Of course, I will summon you again when I have other questions. Yes, Master. Goodbye, Master. On the surface of the mirror, the silver words returned to their normal speed as they outlined a simple drawing of a constantly waving hand. After everything returned to normal, Klein burned the paper with the summoning symbol, pulled open the curtains, and stared at the cold and dark sky again. Empress Borough, in a small Evernite cathedral. Zio and Force received Miss Justice's message to Mr. Fool. They knew that the problem had been resolved, and they roughly understood the king's secret. How impressive. Force, who believed in the god of steam and machinery, opened her eyes in the dark and quiet prayer hall. She turned her head, suppressed her voice, and sighed. She originally wanted to directly say that Mr. World or German Sparrow was impressive, but she no longer made such a mistake. In the past week, she had the feeling that she had been floating in the mysterious world for more than a decade. Zio opened her eyes as well, but she first drew a crimson moon in front of her chest to repent for her disrespect towards the goddess. Yes, that's her. Before Zio could finish her sentence, her meaning was accurately transmitted into Force's mind. What she wanted to say was that Hvin Rambais was a true demigod, but from the moment she and Force entered the cathedral, he had been finished off by German Sparrow in less than 10 minutes. They were both saints, but there was such a huge difference. Perhaps an angel's blessing. Force made a vague guess based on her experience in Beyonder Matters and Creation. As the prayer hall was dark and quiet, making it unsuitable for communication, Zio didn't directly respond to Force's words. She nodded, stood up, and entered the aisle. The two of them left the prayer area side by side. When they approached the door, Zio exhaled. I really hope that I can be that powerful one day. I occasionally think so too, Force said with a smile. No matter what, you've already completed your investigations, haven't you? Although there's definitely more to the so-called secret that's worth unearthing, the general outline of the matter is already rather clear. Zio looked at the door in front of her and fell into a daze for a few seconds. But what's the point? I can't do anything about it, nor can I. No. Just as an enemy, that person's identity isn't too noble. At the very least, we can look at him directly. Force seriously consoled her friend. When you undergo a qualitative change, you'll realize that you have the ability to participate in this matter. At the very least, you'll be able to participate in something that doesn't involve higher-level matters. Force, who had joined the tarot long before Zio, had witnessed Mr. Fool's schemes. Through his blessed and the members of the tarot, he had destroyed the true creator's descent, uncovered Banz's secret, obtained a portion of the Storm Domain's authority, and interfered with 0-08's fate. Compared to the angels, kings of angels, and even true deities involved in these matters, King George III was indeed nothing. Zio slowly walked to the door and fell silent for a moment. I understand what you mean. We'll return to East Borough next. There's no rush to move. Once I obtain the Judge Potion formula, I'll hide completely. I believe that after today's matter, they probably won't dare to take the risk of investigating us again. Definitely. They're just shadows hiding in the darkness that can't see the light of day. Force hurriedly added, and then sighed. I only hope that teacher's reply can be delivered before I move again. Zio raised her hand to grab at her blonde hair. As she walked out of the cathedral, she said seriously, when I get the recipe, I'll buy that button and try to level up as soon as possible. Not bad, you've regained your fighting spirit. Force teased him with a smile. Zio didn't say another word as she continued forward with a solemn expression. After walking for a few dozen steps, she suddenly stopped and said without turning back, I don't think I have enough money to buy that button. When the time comes, lend me some, I will definitely return it. Force was stunned for a second before she burst out laughing. All right. If my guess is correct, I should be able to get the follow-up items from my teacher. At noon on Thursday, Klein excused himself to rest and returned to the master bedroom. He entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the grey fog. He believed that the glass bottle containing the potion had already finished absorbing it. Sitting on the fool's high-back chair, Klein waved his hand, removed the isolation, and pulled his target over. The transparent glass bottle was already dyed with a dark color. There were many grids on its surface, and it shimmered with a faint light. It gave off the vibe of a work of art. It was empty inside, without a single drop of the potion left. The relatively wide mouth of the bottle was covered in a layer of fog that floated with light. It made Klein feel like his gaze was being sucked in the moment his gaze landed on it. Vaguely, a voice sounded from inside the bottle, invest 100 gold coins and you can fulfill a wish. Invest 100 gold coins and you can fulfill a wish. Where did you learn this from? I have to say, this monotonous repetition is indeed helpful in hypnosis. If I really invest 100 gold coins, it's equivalent to opening the door to the body of heart and mind. I'll be controlled by the bottle and become its slave. After some analysis, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix. With the grey fog's pressure, He inserted it into the bottle's mouth. "You devil." The voice in the bottle screamed before it was blocked by the grey fog. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1085. After dealing with the mutated glass bottle, Klein took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and memorized the current time. He had to return in 3 hours and separate the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle of enslavement. Only by doing so could he obtain the manipulator beyond a characteristic alone, and not a product that was a combination of all the previous sequence characteristics. "It feels like I'm doing an experiment." Klein nodded slightly and put away his pocket watch. He returned to the real world and began his lunch break. At 4 in the afternoon, Inuni knocked on his employer's door under the watchful eyes of butler Walter. "What is it?" Dawn Dantes opened the bedroom door while rubbing his temples in his pajamas. Inuni bowed. "Sir, you accepted Madame Rihanna's invitation for afternoon tea last night." "It's today." "All right, give me 15 minutes to prepare," Klein said to Walter. Then, he instructed his valet, Inuni. "Come in and help me change my clothes." When he and his marionette were the only ones left in the room, Klein controlled the latter to bring clothes suitable for afternoon tea as he glanced at the wall clock from time to time. After about 10 minutes, after tying his bow tie and putting on his coat, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the grey fog. At this time, it had been exactly 3 hours since he last entered. Placed at the end of the long bronze table, the mutated glass bottle that had been firmly pressed together with the unshadowed crucifix by the grey fog's power had lost its original mesh-covered shimmering glow. It was as though it had gone from a work of art to a common item on the street. And at the bottom of the glass bottle was a large amount of greyish white. It flowed as though it had a life of its own, forming a heart-shaped object the size of a child's fist. Not only were there many wrinkles on it, but there were also cracks that resembled eyes. As for the complicated, 3-dimensional patterns, labels, and symbols that extended into the void, they were almost identical to what Klein had seen when he obtained Vin Rambizer's Beyond a Characteristic. "There's only a slight difference." Klein released the grey fog suppression and took out the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle's mouth. With these steps, the separated object was completely separated from the mutated glass bottle, becoming complete and independent. Klein reached out with his left hand to pick up the object that looked like both a brain and a heart. After studying it for a few seconds, he threw it into the junk pile and shrouded it in grey fog. At this moment, the voice in the mutated glass bottle sounded again, but it was rather weak. You, devil." Klein didn't respond as he inserted the unshadowed crucifix back into his right hand. He relied on the grey fog's powers to hold it tight. Thus, the ancient palace regained its tranquility. After returning to the real world, Klein wore his top hat, held his cane, and took a carriage out of 160 Beauclund Street. He headed for Member of Parliament Mark's residence, Unit 39 on the same street. In Member of Parliament Mark's residence, in an elegantly decorated activity room, a few guests sat around an exquisite 3-tiered tray. In front of each of them was a cup of enchanting black tea. Klein took a piece of cucumber sandwich and took a bite. He half-jokingly expressed his true feelings. "Today's desserts seem very unique. Be it the carrot cake or the cream muffin." Mark laughed out loud when he heard that. "Dwayne, you sure are observant. This has nothing to do with observational skills. As long as one isn't blind, they can tell. All sorts of strange shapes." Klein lampooned inwardly before saying, "That sounds like a good thing." "Sounds like a good thing. This was personally made by Hazel. You can try it later. Although she can't effectively control its appearance, it tastes pretty good," Mark said in a slightly ostentatious manner. Elsewhere, Beekland University of Technology's Chancellor, Portland Moment, immediately laughed. "This doesn't resemble the Hazel I know." Mark glanced at Madame Rihanna and said in satisfaction, "Everyone grows. Everyone grows, doesn't he? Hazel has really matured recently. Not only is she willing to learn the social and marriage lessons that she was very resistant to in the past, but she will also occasionally make snacks and play a piece of music for us. Furthermore, she often takes the initiative to accompany her mother to concerts, horse racing, and shopping at department stores. She also quietly listens in all kinds of salons and banquets. According to Miss Justice, Hazel's treatment process had already reached the stage where she could recall the immense shock and pain she once suffered. Although it's only an intuitive feeling and doesn't involve the actual events, it's enough to make Hazel dream of losing her parents and most of her family from time to time. This made her unconsciously cherish her family. As such, she changed herself to a certain extent. Klein nodded in thought and smiled. That's a good thing. Yes, Mark replied with mixed emotions. I was once very worried about Hazel's character. I was worried that she wouldn't be able to have a good marriage or interact normally with people in this circle. After our deaths, she wouldn't be able to find anyone to help her when she encountered trouble. Now, I'm finally at ease. Mark revealed a heartfelt smile, revealing a rare worry from the past. He then raised his arm, waved it lightly, and said in a very heroic manner, why do I have to be enemies with the darn smog and pollution? Why do we have to vie for colonial interests with Faysac in East Balam and Intis in West Balam? Isn't it to let our descendants lead better lives and have fewer worries? Hazel's maturity is more meaningful to me than the contributions I made in East Balam or the struggles I made in the House of Commons. Klein silently listened to Mark's recount as he couldn't help but turn his head to look out the window. Dark clouds covered the sky outside, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Portland Moment replied to Mark in a half-joking manner. No, those things are also for the betterment of ourselves. Having said that, he looked at Klein. Dwayne, have you thought it through? Do you want to invest in my mechanical laboratory? Klein chuckled. Mr. Chancellor, why are you as eager as a young man? I've already flipped through the information you gave me. I have a general impression of the benefits and income one can obtain from investing. To be frank, I'm very interested. I'm very satisfied that this mechanical laboratory can allow talented youths to be tempered. This is where I should invest the most. What's the most valuable thing in this era? Talent. Roselle the Great said that before, Portland Moment said with a chuckle. So, how much do you plan on investing? Klein raised his porcelain teacup and drank a mouthful of black tea. The initial plan is £10,000. As expected of the most famous tycoon in Beekland. I can't even guess how much you have. First, you donated shares worth more than £10,000, then you spent £20,000 to buy Mega Manor. Now, you're investing in Portland's mechanical laboratory. It's a total of £10,000. Ma and Rihanna couldn't help but marvel. Portland Moment gave a thumbs up. That's a truly discerning investor. Klein smiled. But I'll still find a team of lawyers and accountants to verify the situation and draft the terms. Professional things have to be done by professionals. Also, I have to consider whether to invest directly or set up a company or fund to complete it through. Well, Portland, I think you're not thoughtful enough. Such an important laboratory isn't protected at all. Aren't you afraid of commercial espionage or sabotage by foreign forces? Portland Moment was taken aback for a moment before he slowly nodded. That makes sense. I've neglected this problem before. Klein, who had achieved his goal, did not linger on this topic. Is there still no news of Major General Kona's Kilger? Mark sighed. No, Civilau's Yard said that they've searched Mega Manor and the surrounding areas, but they didn't find any clues. As he spoke, the House of Commons MP lowered his voice. I suspect that the Major General met with an accident during a secret mission. The atmosphere up there has been a little strange recently. In a sense, you're completely right. Klein sighed as well. Let's hope nothing really happens. During the afternoon tea, Klein made good use of his time and went to the bathroom. He placed the Dreamwalker Beyond a characteristic that had been seeped out of the mutated bottle into the junk pile. By the time the gathering ended and he returned to 160 Beauclund Street, the sky had already darkened. The gas lamps on both sides of the road had been lit up ahead of time as a drizzle began to beat against the car windows. Now, all the problems are focused on what's hidden in the Blood Emperor's ruins. As long as the three churches can discover the problem in time, they can prevent many things from happening. Klein looked out the window at the misty lights due to the rain and considered the recent situation. In the short term, unless I can capture Katerina, I won't be of much help. And the goddess is currently digesting or grasping death's uniqueness. She might not have the ability to give a response at that level. To resolve this problem, I have to either get a targeted Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Holy Cathedral, or I have to rely on the Church of Storms or Steam to see which of the two true deities will respond. A Grade 0 sealed artifact might not work. After all, it involves a king of angels, and the two churches might have a traitor. It wasn't far from 39 Boklund Street to 160 Boklund Street. Before Klein could sort out his thoughts, he had already returned to his doorstep and had no choice but to alight the carriage. When he went to the third floor to change his clothes, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Rionette Tynker walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands. Sharon's. Klein reached out to receive the letter with a guess. Yes. One of the heads that Rionette Tynker was holding opened its mouth and replied. Klein didn't speak further as he tore open the envelope and unfolded the piece of paper. There was only one line of words: Operation at 10 tonight. Chapter 1086. Tonight at 10. Klein glanced at Miss Messenger, who was waiting at her spot, and walked to the desk. He spread out a piece of paper and wrote, "I'll be punctual." In addition, the situation in Beekland has been tense recently. You have to pay attention to the degree of control. After reminding Sharon, Klein folded the letter and took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond that constantly refracted light from his pocket. This is a yesterday once more charm. It can allow you to temporarily borrow the powers of your past self. Klein handed the 3 items to Rionette Tynker. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tynker's hands opened its mouth and bit down on everything. The other 3 said one after another, "You're right." The remaining 3 said one after another, "Why?" 4. "I consider it an advance payment," Klein said with a smile with his usual expression. A Rhodes's reminder made him feel that he needed to make more preparations. Rionette Tynker didn't ask any further. Her 4 beautiful heads swayed up and down with the help of the hair she was holding. Following that, she stepped into the void and disappeared from the room. Klein looked out the window at the drizzling rain and the completely dark sky. He took off his coat and handed it to his valet, Inuni. 9:50 p.m. on a street near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough. Amidst the common autumn and winter rain in Beekland, a rented carriage turned into the area and slowly proceeded forward. On the carriage, Emlyn White, who was holding a top hat, looked at the pale-faced young man with slightly messy hair with his bright red eyes. "This is the place." Marek, whose figure looked a little ethereal, nodded and pointed at a street house with a shop diagonally ahead. "Yes. It's a bookstore, and the owner's name is Charlie Laker. He's a pure-blooded Lonese. However, he went to the southern continent once when he was young, hoping to get rich overnight. There, he became a member of the Rose School of Thought, a believer of the Chained God. He was sent back to Backland to gather intelligence and provide help to the Rose School of Thought members who were carrying out other missions. Back then, we had been watching him for a long time, hoping to finish him off and sever the Rose School of Thought's intelligence transmission to create a better living environment for ourselves, but we ultimately held back." Emlyn smiled. "The facts have proven that patience can often lead to better results. To be frank, your performance is different from the temperance wraith I imagined. I thought you would be very stingy with your words." Marek glanced at the vampire who was said to be a viscount. Different people have different personalities, and temperance is only controlling desires that exceed a certain limit. On this matter, I don't explain it so clearly. I'm worried that you won't understand, and it will affect the final outcome. If that happens, the desire for temperance will exceed the limits it should have. Although it's very philosophical, there's no need to use me as an example." Emlyn leisurely leaned against the wall and looked at him. "Let's continue the previous topic." Marek looked out the window again. "Charlie Raker's family has a maid from the Paz Valley. She's also a member of the Rose School. In addition, there's a widow and an alcoholic man living in the 2 houses diagonally opposite Raker's bookstore. They are believers of the Chained God, and they will transmit intelligence to the Rose School at critical moments. What you need to do is to secretly monitor these 3 people while we deal with Charlie Raker." Through the transmission of information, lock onto the person in charge of the Rose School in Beekland. Of course, we will definitely give Charlie Raker a chance to seek help or send a signal. Emlyn nodded slightly. I got it. He then turned his head to look at the sky that was filled with dark clouds and couldn't see the crimson moon. He twisted the ring embedded with a ghostly blue gem on his left ring finger. This was the Oath of Rose ring. It allowed Earl Mistral to share his senses of sight, hearing, and smell. The ring spun around and returned to Emlyn's hand. Of course, it was only temporary. As such, Earl Mistral had heard what Marek had said and shared it with the other sanguine participants. Emlyn originally believed that although he was only in charge of liaison and didn't play any important role, he could at least showcase some of the spell-like powers of a Scarlet Scholar and pass the message in a very prominent manner in front of Wraith Marek. To his surprise, he didn't need to do anything. All he needed to do was wear the ring and arrive at the scene. This depressed him, making him feel like he was purely a tool. Without being a demigod, there are many things I don't even have the right to directly participate in, much less save a race. At that moment, Emlyn had an impulse. He felt that his level wasn't worthy of his secret identity. He was unable to shoulder the responsibility he needed to shoulder. As for the Oath of Rose allowing the two wearers' thoughts to appear in each other's minds from time to time, Emlyn wasn't worried. He had gotten Miss Justice to hypnotize him ahead of time, preventing him from thinking about things that shouldn't be known by the upper echelons of the sanguine. Just as he sighed, a voice belonging to Earl Mistral suddenly sounded in his mind. Arrogant, childish, naive, this is the Oath of Rose randomly transmitting some of Earl Mistral's thoughts. Heh! Emlyn scoffed inwardly as he constantly recited a name, Ernst Boger. Ernst Boger. This Viscount had been hypnotized under Earl Mistral's protection, and he had volunteered at the Harvest Church for a long period of time. At this moment, Marek looked at Emlyn's expression and nodded. Your present attitude makes me feel even more at ease. He was very serious, solemn, and focused. Ah! Emlyn was first taken aback before he curled the corners of his mouth. Thank you. The second floor of the bookstore was Charlie Raker's home. This businessman was over 50 years old, and his parents had long passed away. He had never gotten married, and it was said that he had a few illegitimate children, but none of them lived with him. After instructing the servants to check if the doors and windows were locked, he returned to his bedroom, poured himself a glass of red wine, and sat on the sofa to enjoy it in a relaxed manner. He was used to drinking some wine before bed. After the red wine was finished, Charlie Raker stood up and walked to the bathroom. When he passed by the full-body mirror in the bedroom, he casually glanced at it and his body suddenly froze. In the mirror, his face had turned abnormally pale at some point in time. His eyes were protruding out, and there was blood flowing down the edges. The corners of his mouth had a dark red tint. As a member of Rose School, Charlie Raker was no stranger to such a situation. He didn't scream or run around like an ordinary person. Instead, he raised his right hand and extended it to his chest. Just as he touched the accessory he was wearing, his body felt like it had fallen into an ice cavern that would never melt. It was cold from the inside out. The coldness seemed to have a life of its own as it rapidly expanded, occupying every corner of Charlie Raker's body. It made him feel like his joints and muscles no longer belonged to him, and he was beginning to listen to someone else. At that moment, it was as if there was another person in his body. It was cold, blurry, and filled with malice. It directly took over everything other than his thoughts. At the same time, Charlie Raker saw a new change in himself in the mirror. There were two figures in front of his eyes. They were young men wearing white shirts and black vests. With the help of the first touch of his right hand, a bright light lit up in front of him. This glow seemed to originate from a miniature sun, throwing light and heat in all directions. Charlie Rex instantly felt warm. He was no longer controlled by the coldness in his body. He mumbled a word, "Don't worry." He mumbled, "Purify." The miniature sun in front of his chest became hotter. The light was like warm water as it surged inwards, creating layers of ripples. Charlie Raker regained control of his body. He immediately gave up on the door and ran towards the window. The curtains weren't drawn yet. It was drizzling outside, and the streetlights were dim. Thud, thud, thud. When Charlie Raker passed by the carpeted coffee table and sofa area, he suddenly stumbled and almost fell. The carpet seemed to have come to life and wrapped around his ankles. Bang! The coffee table flew up, along with the porcelain teacups and documents on it. It slammed into Charlie Raker's face, shattering him into pieces and turning him into a strange dismembered puppet. A moment later, Charlie Raker's figure appeared on the other side. He continued running with lingering fear in his heart. He had never hated that his bedroom was too big as much as he did now. Thud, thud, thud. Pens flew everywhere, papers flew everywhere. Charlie Raker finally ran to the window. As a devout believer, he didn't break the window immediately. Instead, he grabbed the curtains and pulled it open. At the same time, he pressed his other hand on the gas pipe. A layer of white frost instantly formed on the surface of the black metal. Crack! The glass window in front of Charlie Raker shattered on its own. Every piece shot out like a bullet and slammed into the businessman's face. There wasn't a single piece of unharmed skin on his face, and blood spurted out from his neck. Charlie Raker's eyes dimmed, and he fell backward weakly. He screamed and shouted in pain during the process, but his voice couldn't travel out of the room no matter what. At this time, in another room, a female servant who was obviously from the southern continent saw the light from the wall lamp wavering. She immediately turned her head and looked at where her employer was. The gas pipe there was covered in frost. In a room opposite Charlie Raker, a man with a red nose who rolled up his sleeves and gulped down alcohol suddenly saw that the curtains were only half drawn. In the secret code he and Charlie Raker agreed on, it meant that there was no problem if the curtains were all drawn or opened. If only one side was drawn or half drawn, it meant that there was an emergency. He had to inform the higher-ups immediately. He stood up abruptly. P.S. I recommend a book on entrepreneurship, Salted Fish's self-help strategy. Make short videos and walk to the peak of life. Chapter 1087. The red-nosed man rushed to the side of the safe in a few steps and took out a radio transceiver and a codebook from a secret compartment. He squatted there and quickly translated the news of Charlie Raker's accident into a message before sending it out. In the building where Raker's bookstore was located, a brown-skinned maid rolled up her sleeves and poured a bottle of indigo liquid onto her left arm. The skin there immediately changed color, but under the indigo blue, wisps of black light appeared like swimming nematodes. The black light quickly gathered to form a strange face the size of half a palm. Its eyes were as small as rice grains, and its mouth was as big as a saucer. Charlie Lake met with an accident. The maid looked at the face on her arm and said word by word. Every word she uttered seemed to take on a shape of its own, materializing into indigo between her mouth and arms. Right on the heels of that, the words that seemed to be written intertwined together and were enveloped by the same colored smoke. At this moment, the mouth of the strange face on the maid's arm opened bit by bit, sucking in the indigo smoke and words. All the abnormalities disappeared, leaving only the skin on the maid's arm that had yet to return to its original color. In the darkness outside the window, a tiny, ordinary bat flapped its wings, changed its motionless state, and flew off to an unknown location. On another street less than 500 meters away from Raker's bookstore, a restaurant that specialized in southern continent delicacies floated in midair. One by one, tiny bats flew out of the darkness and gathered together, causing thick smoke to rise. The smoke and bats seemed to be illusory as they vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the figure of a man in a tuxedo without the corresponding hat. The man was thin and tall, and he was extremely tall. His hair was relatively light, almost silver, and his eyes were bright red as though they were filled with blood. He was none other than the sanguine Earl, Mistral. He raised his left hand that had a ghostly blue gemstone ring on it, touched his slightly exaggerated bow tie, and looked at the restaurant that had long since closed for the day. He looked at the restaurant that had long closed and said, "The two pieces of intelligence have finally gathered here." Just as Mistral finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. She wore a dark black regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her hair was pale gold, her eyes were blue, and her face was pale. She looked like the most exquisite doll. The trees on the street below suddenly swayed gently, and the lights of the gas lamps flickered at the same time. A puppet. Earl Mistral nodded slightly, acknowledging Sharon's identity and status. Sharon didn't look at him. She looked at the second floor of the restaurant. There are remnant feelings of worship towards the mother tree of desire. Then there's no problem. Mistral turned around in midair and nodded at the area with the densest darkness. Lord Nibs, please seal this area. An old and heavy sigh sounded, and a pair of wings covered in dark skin and countless patterns and symbols suddenly stretched out from the darkness. They grew larger and wider, and in 2 to 3 seconds, they completely enveloped the surroundings. The restaurant fell into an abnormal darkness, as if it had been moved out of the world of reality. Mistral no longer hesitated, nor did he attack directly. He took out a bronze box embedded with many rubies and took out an item from it. It was a transparent glass ball shaped like an eyeball. Then, the sanguine Earl's expression contorted in pain as he let the glass ball leave his fingers and fall down. The glass ball emitted a tiny bit of light in the darkness, as though it was being attracted by something as it constantly adjusted its direction in midair. Finally, it landed in a room on the second floor of the restaurant. A dazzling white light erupted, and it was as though a sun had risen in the room, illuminating everything, causing all the filth, corruption, evil, undead, and darkness to rapidly melt away. Mistral, who had long closed his eyes, suddenly frowned and let out a puzzled sound. He didn't sense any signs of resistance in the restaurant. Although Sharon, who had changed her gaze from looking down to level, didn't have any change in expression, her tightly bound light blonde hair seemed to sway slightly. After the sun rose, it quickly fell. The blazing white light helplessly fell silent in the darkness. As this was something that targeted evil spirits, the building where the restaurant was located didn't suffer any damage. Sanguine Earl Mistral opened his eyes. After looking at it for 2 seconds, he reached out his right hand and grabbed upwards. The darkness above the restaurant instantly came to life, transforming into illusory shackles that bound the entire roof. With a jarring creaking sound, the roof was pulled up by the shackles and hung in midair. Without this obstruction, be it Mistral or Sharon, they could clearly see the situation in the target's room. A radio transceiver was placed on a square table covered with a tablecloth. Beside it was a translated message. Opposite it, there was an indigo-charred mark on the ground. On the other side of the room, there was a rather old piano. The piano stool was brown, as though it had just been moved. On top of the piano was a glass of red wine. There was a flesh-colored, sticky, and strange figure soaking in it. The rest of the furnishings and decorations were like those of a normal house. The only difference was that there were some herbal powder and essential oils that had been splattered. This made Sharon, who could directly obtain revelations from the spirit world, have a vague thought the people here had just left. Before she, Earl Mistral, and Marquis Nibs could react, the red wine with the flesh-colored figure soaking in it emitted a blurry glow. The glow instantly expanded and became bright, forming a seemingly huge crimson moon in the room. The crimson moon's glow dispersed the darkness in the area, making the demigods who were participating in the battle feel like they were on the ground and looking up at the sky. Sharon's blue eyes seemed to freeze for an instant. She suddenly raised her left hand and flipped it, revealing a dark red accessory in her palm. The accessory was shaped like a full moon. It was embedded with crimson gems, and in the middle was the symbol of the moon and many mysterious labels. This was the scarlet lunar corona that Sharon had obtained with the help of Sherlock Moriarty. It constantly emitted a tranquil glow, making the wielder immune to the effects of the full moon. However, the crimson moon in the restaurant wasn't as simple as a full moon. It was closer to a blood moon, or even exceeded it. An indescribable spirituality was born as a result, causing the area isolated by Nibs's huge wings to produce a demonic and silent feeling. Even though Sharon was holding the scarlet lunar corona, she could feel the evil in her heart swell. She felt as though an unimaginable change was brewing in her body. She instinctively wanted to transform into an evil spirit and hide in the trees and gas lamps, but reason stopped her impulse. This was because the crimson moon's illumination didn't leave any blind spots. At this moment, Sanguine Earl Mistral saw his stomach bulge up bit by bit. He felt the pulse of life slowly condense within him, attempting to take shape. As a beyonder creature that could borrow the power of the moon, He hadn't prepared any additional means to eliminate the effects of the blood moon. He originally believed that he would be filled with joy in such an environment, allowing him to do as he pleased, but he never expected the situation to change so strangely that it completely exceeded his imagination. He felt that if this continued, he would give birth to a new life, an evil and terrifying life of unknown origins. The authority of the moon itself included reproduction and reproduction. At the same time, on the pair of gigantic bat wings that covered the surroundings and created darkness, white fine fur grew out in an extremely horrifying manner. Nibs grunted softly as a crack appeared in the seal on the area. A few streets away, Emlyn White was rubbing the Oath of Rose ring that was embedded with a ghostly blue gem when he suddenly obtained Earl Mistral's senses. He saw what he saw and heard what he heard. As for the feelings and thoughts that belonged to Earl Mistral, they were transmitted into Emlyn's mind after a long period of accumulation. It made him sit up straight in fright as his expression warped. His stomach churned as he had the urge to vomit. With the help of creeping hunger, Klein was hiding in the shadows outside the restaurant, but the marionette he controlled, Kona's Kilga, had long infiltrated the darkness created by Nibs. Using distortion, he bypassed the isolation and maintained the connection with the spirit-body threads. At this moment, under the illumination of the illusory crimson moon, he was surprised to discover that his marionette, which was essentially a dead person, seemed to have the tendency to reproduce. And that new life was definitely a child of the mother tree of desire. This is similar to the sanguine ancestor Lilith in the legends of the City of Silver, as well as the primordial moon that Emlyn mentioned. Indeed, the mother tree of desire has already grasped a portion of the moon's authority. Furthermore, it has been infected to become exceptionally evil, even more evil than it was originally. Klein was just about to switch places with his marionette and enter the range of the crimson moon's illumination to teleport away with Miss Sharon when he suddenly felt an indescribable joy. It was the joy of seeing a flower slowly blooming in one's garden after a long night in the morning fog. It was the joy of leaving the city and heading to the suburbs, breathing in the fresh air in the woods after the rain, and seeing mushrooms grow. It was the joy of all things growing and the birth of new life. The white fur on the gigantic bat wings that covered the surroundings fell off. Earl Mistral's slightly protruding belly shrank back again. Sharon, who was struggling to hold on with the scarlet lunar corona, seemed to relax a lot. Right on the heels of that, the crimson moon in the restaurant rapidly dimmed, as though someone had sucked away a large amount of its glow. Finally, the crimson moon vanished, and everything returned to normal. Did the Sanguine's Duke Ulmer take action? Klein nodded in thought and continued hiding in the shadows. Mistral restrained his angry expression and looked down at the restaurant. He said in a deep voice, "The target seems to have sensed it ahead of time, not too much ahead of time." Sharon combined the situation at the scene and the revelation she had obtained from the spirit world to give her answer. Mistral's bright red eyes revealed a strange glimmer. After observing and analyzing for a few seconds, he said, "That's right." After observing for a few seconds, he said, "The people here left almost at the same time we arrived, leaving behind that cup of red wine and that strange doll. This trap doesn't seem to have been prepared. It's more like a last-minute setup." Having said that, Mistral looked at Sharon. Why were they able to sense the danger in such a timely manner? Sharon's expression was calm as she replied in an unchanging tone, "It's not because of the mother tree of desire. It's not because of mother tree of desire." This evil god was still unable to infuse too much of his power into reality, so it was hard for him to give an early warning. Chapter 1088. The Sanguine Earl, Mistral, frowned slightly. He wasn't too willing to admit it, but he still said rather honestly, "That's right. There shouldn't have been any leaks beforehand." This was because if that was the case, the demigod of Rose School would have plenty of time to use the mother tree of desire and Abomination Soir's response to plant a more dangerous and terrifying trap. It wasn't something that an angel could easily resolve. This was also the reason why Mistral said that the trap was set up at the last minute and seemed a little rushed. This was sufficient proof that there was no traitor. After all, the ones who knew about the operation plan were the few who participated in tonight's operation. If they wanted to leak the information, they could have done it long ago. Unless someone changed their mind at the last minute or wanted to use the tight time to gain more benefits, these would all leave obvious traces. Sharon, who was wearing a black bonnet, was still looking at the restaurant that had lost its roof. Maybe it's another way to detect danger. For this operation, the Sanguine had activated a sealed artifact. It could even interfere with a devil's premonition for danger, much less something like spiritual intuition. Maybe. Mistral couldn't think of a better explanation. At this time, in the room on the second floor of the restaurant, apart from the red wine in the glass and the strange man that had evaporated, everything else was intact as if nothing had happened. Originally, Sharon and Mistral could attempt to use divination to seek answers to their questions and restore what had happened before the attack. But now, they couldn't do so. This was because the surrounding area had been illuminated by the crimson moon. It was equivalent to receiving a baptism from something related to the mother tree of desire. Divination could easily point to this evil god, and the outcome would be unimaginable. Without waiting for Sharon to speak, Mistral silently inhaled and said, "Everything has an element of surprise. It's impossible to succeed 100% of the time. Let's call it a day. If we stay here any longer, the government might notice something amiss." As soon as he finished speaking, the black chains that hung the roof in midair instantly dimmed and became illusory. The roof was lowered again, covering the second floor of the restaurant. It looked no different from before. Of course, when there was a storm, there would definitely be water seepage. If there was a storm, the entire roof would be lifted up again. The huge bat wings that covered the surrounding area retracted back into the darkness, and the pitter-patter of rain once again enveloped the area. Klein, who was hiding in the shadows, watched as Miss Sharon, who was dressed in a black regal dress, rapidly turned transparent and disappeared. He watched as an illusory smoke rose and countless tiny bats flew in different directions. He couldn't help but frown as he silently muttered to himself, "What kind of accident happened? It wasn't scary to have an accident." What was scary was not knowing what the accident was. No matter what stage one was in, the unknown was always terrifying. At this moment, Klein suddenly heard a slightly intermittent voice. What exactly happened? Exactly. What happened? Klein turned his head and realized that Miss Messenger had walked out of the spirit world at some point in time and was standing beside him. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in his hands were all looking at the restaurant. "Were you able to see the situation from before?" Klein asked after some deliberation. After the mutant pathway reached the wraith stage, they could freely enter and exit the spirit world and directly obtain revelations from there. Be it spiritual intuition or divination, they became rather powerful. The corresponding sequence 2 angel was definitely not bad in this aspect. Therefore, Klein asked. The 4 heads in Rionette Tynker's hands shook at the same time and said in unison, "No. No." Klein nodded in thought and didn't ask further. He controlled his marionette to leave the area. It ended just like that. After retching for a while, Emlyn White rubbed the ring with the ghostly blue gem as he muttered to himself in surprise. Through the Oath of Rose, he could sense Earl Mistral's depression, anger, and the restraint of not wanting to vent his anger on a lady or others. He determined that the operation had failed due to some accident. It ended. Upon hearing his words, Marek was equally surprised. He had actually wanted to ask Emlyn White why he suddenly felt nauseous. His expression had warped to a certain extent, but he managed to restrain his curiosity and the corresponding urge. Didn't find the target. Emlyn tried his best to recall what Earl Mistral had seen and heard, but due to Marquis Nibs's lockdown, he was only able to see the situation with the help of the Oath of Rose when the crimson moon rose. And this was quickly rendered ineffective by the abnormal feeling he had. At the same time, Emlyn mumbled inwardly. That demigod from the Temperance faction came by possessing a puppet's body? Which master's work is this? It's simply art. Didn't find the target. How could that be? Marek couldn't help but frown. From his point of view, everything had been going smoothly up to this point in time. Be it him, Sharon, or the Sanguine, none of them had any motive to leak the news to Rose School. As for Sherlock Moriarty, he had proven his credibility through multiple collaborations. Suppressing his great disappointment and doubt, Marek said without any change in his expression, "Don't worry. Then let's leave this place as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, His figure began to fade, truly displaying the characteristics of a vengeful spirit. Emlyn subconsciously wanted to ask which puppet master he was familiar with, but when he opened his mouth, he felt that it would damage his image as a sanguine. All he could do was swallow his words. Even if I get to know that master, I don't have the money to buy him. In order to carry out my mission, I have to make some sacrifices. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to capture the demigod of Rose School. I'm unable to figure out the current situation at their headquarters, making it difficult for me to retrieve the holy artifact left behind by the ancestor. As Emlyn's thoughts raced, his expression gradually turned heavy. Beekland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, in one of the billiard rooms of the Bravehearts Bar. Klein, in the form of Sherlock Moriarty, was sitting opposite Sharon and Marek. After a brief silence, Sharon, who was wearing a black regal dress and sitting on a high stool, looked at the detective opposite her. "What's your take on this?" Klein thought for a moment and said, "What do you think?" The effects brought about by the Crimson Moon were quickly eliminated. "What you mean is that since the demigod of Rose School has already sensed the immense danger through a particular method or existence, why would he set up such a temporary and ineffective trap?" Marek and Sharon exchanged looks before saying in thought, "Yes." Klein nodded. He should have been able to foresee that under such immense danger, a trap of this level would be easily resolved. Then, why would he waste time setting it up instead of immediately escaping? This goes against the instincts of a creature. Sharon, who was wearing a tiny bonnet, moved her head indiscernibly. "It's a trap on the surface, but it's actually a cover-up." Klein replied at a slightly slower pace, "That's right. Using such a trap to cleanse the scene, cut off divination, and conceal the exact situation at the time. Only by trying to conceal a secret would the demigod of Rose School take the huge risk and stay at the scene for a period of time. But they might not have expected us to have a sanguine angel helping us deal with the trap." Marek raised his opinion. Klein smiled and said, "They won't ignore the fact that you have an angel backing you. They won't ignore the fact that you have an angel backing you. To be able to accurately attack the hidden members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland, it must be a defector who knows them well." He was referring to Rionette Tynker's existence. "What secret needs to be concealed?" Sharon seemed to accept Klein's suspicions as she sat upright and asked. Klein shook his head. "There are too many possibilities. Perhaps it's the secret of discovering the attack in time, or perhaps it's the secret of what they're planning in Beekland." With that said, Klein attempted to introduce Rose School into the tense situation in Beekland, but he realized that without their presence, be it orthodox deities or evil gods, it was unlikely for them to cooperate with the Mother Tree of Desire. This left Klein increasingly puzzled. He didn't know what kind of accident such an unknown would lead to. He paused and swept his gaze across Sharon's and Marek's faces. "In short, we have to be sufficiently cautious and careful from now on. We have to avoid coming here. Yes, under the premise of ensuring our own safety, we'll attempt to monitor the other Rose School members and see if we can figure out the hidden secret." "Thank you." Sharon's figure floated up and bowed. Marek did the same. Crimson flames soared, and Klein's figure disappeared from where he stood. According to the agreement, as he didn't have the chance to take action, the reward he received was Rionette Tynker's help once. After returning to 160 Beauclund Street, Klein was just about to take off his clothes and get into bed to wake up early when he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. It came from a woman. "Miss Justice." Klein nodded with a guess. He entered the bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the grey fog. As he expected, the supplicant was Justice Audrey. This noble lady had already gathered £12,000 in cash and wished for Mr. Fool to transfer it to Mr. World, so as to complete the transaction of the Dreamwalker and Hypnotist Beyonder characteristics. Yes, with the ritual being replaced by Angel's Embrace, Miss Justice can attempt to advance in the next 2 days. It's time to put the exploration of Roselle's travels into the schedule. Heh, Leonard has already been a spirit warlock for a few days, and he has nothing better to do. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and responded to Miss Justice, allowing her to begin the sacrifice. With the current situation becoming more and more tense, with more and more unknown factors, Klein wished to improve himself as much as he could in a short period of time. This included many aspects. First, the increase in his marionettes and sealed artifacts. Second, the recovery of his helpers. Third, it was to gain a better grasp of knowledge and secrets. This helped him pry into the truth and grasp the true attitudes of the different factions, allowing him to find opportunities. The exploration of Roselle's travels corresponded to the third point. P.S. Recommended a book. Chijien has been censored. It can be found on QQ Bookstore or WeChat Reading. The title of the book is Tang Can. It's a story about a farmer uprising and a glutton beating up the world in the late Tang dynasty.